So they're in support right now.
Although I will go and open the doors.
Hello again.
Howdy.
I'm sorry. Yeah, the container was open.
Well, I had a chance to chat with facilities.
Yes.
We are gonna, try and find some states, but it's all done to work order.
Okay.
They may be tomorrow before it gets out of the, they are gonna work on it. And then I was gonna see for the other thing to pay, we were able to see the potential walls.
Okay.
What we could do this wall, and put these pins in, I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is
We can
good.
skip it, yeah. We'll skip it.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other thing we do have, I think trace that's essentially just like a giant curtain wrap.
Yeah.
That could be something I can set up tomorrow.
Okay, yeah. That'd be great.
Really anything is done.
Yes.
Or not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Sounds good. And what would be ideal spot for that?
You want to just have it like in here? And then
Okay.
turn it around to
Sounds good. Maybe, is it okay if I take out maybe just one of chairs?
Yeah.
Just one more?
Yeah, that should be just fine.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
All right, we'll have that tomorrow. Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I use your coffee next?
What's that?
Can I use your coffee? Let me pour you something. Sugar cream,
No,
just black,
yeah.
your
No.
black coffee.
No sugar, no cream.
Well, it-
No stir sticks, and that.
Okay, all right,
Thank you.
simple.
Yes. Our big conference with,
Yeah.
they sold like 1,000 books.
That's right. Are you going to serve the client with the server?
It's a Disney film.
Okay.
It's awesome.
That was good.
Yeah, I'm glad that it's kind of done.
Right, I bet.
Once this week is done, I feel like actually, Sprouts put in an order for all of their, it's like 200 bottles of every flavor, for every, like, Colorado, sewer run, for 14 bucks and something like that. This one's the kids, we'll take all the bottles, stick them in the boxes, and then put it in the logos, so they can get it out. Yeah. And then I can take everything.
So it doesn't like, right, service?
No. I mean, they would, but it was, yeah. This, I think there's 70 text messages, so there's 4, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome, thank you so much. Well, I guess we could be in the front row.
Oh, we can. I'm just spreading out, so.
Yeah, I think I will too.
Yeah. Did they say anything to you? I thought this was supposed to be at 9.
I did too. They said that Dicey's running late,
Oh,
but that she's on her way, so.
okay.
Yeah. I went to the original location, did you?
Well, I saw Nick.
Oh, did
Now,
you?
once before, and he's coming out of that building, I said, am I going to the right place?
Yeah.
And he said, no, follow me, so.
Yeah, okay.
I made it there, but so there is signage up or something.
Yeah. So I wonder if there's going to be a few more people there, or people may have just gone into that room. Because it was marked out, but if you didn't stop and read it, you think you're in the right room in the other place. So I suspect that could be part of what's happening numbers wise.
This was a hard choice for me because it was up against the budgeting.
Yeah.
And I've decided I'm tired of letting other people worry about the budget.
Yeah.
But I wanted to hear her too. So.
Yeah, I'm too small to be too concerned about budget yet.
Yeah, I'm on a nonprofit board.
Awesome.
And I just need to know more.
Absolutely. Yeah. What nonprofit do you start with?
Fort Collins Public Media.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, that's your business.
I have it's called Unlocking Government. It's a consulting business for local government.
Oh.
Yeah, just me. I now have a new term though, soulpreneur. I didn't know that term until I was reading through all this stuff. I'm like, no, that's me. I'm a soulpreneur. I have a new name.
Well, I can't honestly say I've ever heard of that.
I wouldn't think so.
What you do,
Work in local government, I wouldn't think so.
so you advise them on HR or?
Kind of a
It's not
myriad.
too personal.
No, not at all. I'm doing project management and some executive coaching.
Interesting.
Yeah, and then I'm a community engagement specialist. So that's sort of where my bent is. So working through projects that are going to be a big community engagement. Still kind of figuring out my niche. So it's nice to be asked so that I can try and explain it succinctly.
You get your elevator speech.
Totally. Yeah, and there's days that I'm still like, do I really want to do this?
Well, I think we all have those days. There's no doubt about it. No matter what.
Absolutely. But my career was all in local government, Estes, Fort Collins, and Boulder.
Oh, really?
You were in New York City?
I did.
Oh, that's where I work.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, for Collins.
Oh, fantastic.
What'd you do? What department?
I was a neighborhood administrator. I'm Amanda Nagel.
Okay.
Yeah. I followed Jenny.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Nice.
What do you do?
I'm in economic health.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
Awesome. And what is your name?
Shannon.
Shan.
Yeah.
Nice to meet
Nice
you.
to meet you.
Yeah. Great. This is a great program. I know you guys do a huge sponsorship.
Yeah. It's good.
Yeah.
There's not much like it.
No, it's really amazing.
So, yeah.
And at no cost.
Do you know where the station is in this building?
Right here. You're in the right spot.
Really?
Yes. Our speakers are running a little late, so you're good.
Okay.
So you're good.
Excuse me while I'm
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
That's
And there's coffee trees.
Thank you very much.
I'm Jeanette. Jeanette, I'm Shannon. Oh, Jeanette. Myra? Yeah. Hi. Shannon. Oh, Shannon. Nice to see you. Sorry. It's like
With this, I know,
Yeah.
everything is a little bit muddled.
Good to see you.
It's nice to see
Yeah.
you. Thank you. I will go back and get a little
Perfect.
further.
Okay. I'm just gonna check out here.
I'm Marjorie Creamer. We,
Yes.
so I,
How are you?
I don't know. How's Mark? Is your husband?
yes,
How is
he's okay. He's doing well.
Good.
So, yeah, no, he's good.
Good. I'm glad.
Yeah.
Good. I was really looking forward to this and I went to the wrong building.
Well, no, you went to the right building, they rescheduled it 2 years. Yeah, I was just telling this lady that I was torn because I'm on an nonprofit organization, worried about the budget. And there was a budget workshop at the same time as this one. So,
Good morning.
I'm excited about this. Would you care to get
oh, I've got mine, so go ahead.
Okay.
Just a quick note that Jice is about 10 minutes out still.
Okay.
So just for planning purposes. Mentioned they were going to shorten the presentation, so just a little bit. So it'll be focused and intentional. Abbreviated intentionality.
Do you know secret Wi-Fi network that I should be looking for?
WolfNet is the WolfNet. Is that a Surface 7 or 8?
It's a 7.
I like the 7s quite a bit.
I do too. It's starting to show its age, so I think I have to update.
Yeah.
Have you had bad experience with the 8?
No,
Okay.
the 8 is great.
Okay.
It's a little bit more streamlined, I feel like.
Okay, good.
Scratches show a little bit more.
Okay.
My son has the gray model and I have the black model, so.
Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely a Surface Pro. This is my favorite.
I love it. It's so good.
Once you go Surface, it's hard to go anything else because it's so light and easy.
Yeah, we just started experimenting with Chromebooks to be a live stream. It's actually pretty.
Has it been pretty good too? They're pretty thin and easy now too. Jack, when we first went this route, I was working all city folder. You know, everything else was so much simpler. But it's a little more complicated.
I have one of those for the.
You really can't relate that.
They work.
They just work, right?
It's the one Windows machine I never have to relate to.
I know. But it's the only thing I do know. So that's tough too. Yeah, so I'm like, I'm trying to do some stuff for work and they're like, what's your Windows password? I'm like, no idea. I haven't really used it in 5 years about it. You know, I don't know. So we spend some time on customer service in Windows today.
But USB for all your stuff. Computer is ready to go. And then all the login information is right here.
Is that part of it?
We do some projects. Kind of separated by those. Yeah.
Awesome. You're very welcome.
Working on the basement. They're going to renovate the entire upper floor and redo the entire. So we're going to come back to the studio. We use the city studio, which is over in
I love like diners.
Yes.
That's like mine.
And the entrance by where we are, so we're very. Yes. Yeah.
But that's a real proper, but then
I think that's the So we're trying to.
Charles, was the conference room
be
open?
local programming.
No, I don't think it is dark. You can go out the door.
That one started until I think 11.
oh gosh, we need that.
I
Our
mean,
meeting, we had, and you have so much good information, and it was so helpful. Like our student, I was like, this is so good, this is everything. We have really good ideas. Think about where the areas we can.
So it's very what's happening. Right.
And like setting that like you are to do cohorts and that's what it just makes it like regional, like right for relief. So I love that like.
Oh, yeah, it's like after the
Yeah, it was very interesting. Like, I
It's so
remember.
important. They have to know, and they have to know. And basically, I would how to make it. That's not what I'm trying.
No, not as long.
So you can tie that middle, it's easy to explain.
Yeah, the editor was saying last year.
Yeah, we.
And then,
Like,
That one, yeah, I remember this was 4 years ago. There were 4 reporters just at Colorado, and there are now all of them.
I believe that. I was on editorial board, so it's like, oh, and that's a virus, like, it was a virus, these enterprises.
Yeah.
So much more, especially things that change.
Yeah.
People are doing a whole lot of people.
Yeah, and I really appreciate.
So I can't like.
Yes. Their staff,
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like.
It's true, like, I really do. Yeah, but it's hard.
It's taking out place.
I want the convenient thing.
And that's.
To be like, I also look at the business and it's just like, you have to like, right?
That's really,
Our speaker is still about 5 minutes away. He's got contract. Yes.
the print edition.
Yes. Of course. We
I think there's features that.
See, I did it at work, so I don't really tune into, I know I've noticed that when it's sitting on the desk for a long time. It seems like a long time.
Not really.
No, I got, I stopped.
They're gonna.
Last year.
Right, but like, that's possible, it's just, I don't know, kind of try.
So it's like, well, branch, we got to the accountability branch. And with divisiveness in our country,
I mean, I mean, there's a lot of, I have a lot of curiosity.
unbiased information.
These national
Think that. Some of them know is good.
and they're
Right.
guaranteed.
Yes.
On that.
Yes, and we're like,
Unbiased.
this can take a long time.
And so what we use.
It's okay, but just excuse me, you want to.
No, I know.
You know, how you
And then present
Well, it's really nice though that you want to read like,
it's
transitional art, like, your new role, whether it's, you have that knowledge. The team. So it's gonna be amazing what happens. Focus on.
Yeah.
But still, you're busy too. You're busy too, so I can feel really about it.
they wanted to remember they got to get the words. And they watched their lessons. So we wanted to see.
And then try to make it the debut. But it seems like,
Yeah, but that's a lot of
Going
the
over
general, what I see on social media, especially.
I mean, I think that we're just continuing our more. So I'm really happy. I think a lot of that will.
So we want
The next thing is, actually people who want to see it every time, right? I think that we'll be there, then we can work.
it's not like a marketing lesson, it's just give them
People who rely on it.
Yeah, so like,
Yeah, I think it's just a mixture between entertainment and entertainment. I think we also, so it's been really cool because I feel like it also has a time for us.
I don't know how to put it, social media expert and to like this is my knowledge. And if they know what a trust our, that person.
Yeah.
It is the primal reaction, and it's, you know, you want to show your belly, and you'll get more low esteem and
We did this in our like,
So what you probably notice, any more times you optimal, and then we'll keep the concept, if it's a self-preservation. But that they're using and exploiting systems, they are very much. So, no, but I want there's not a house of accountability.
So that's why I'm like,
That's a way.
Just, again, I don't know. They've got sidelines now, so it's right, so it's to the shareholders, that's, and not the stakeholders in the community. And it's the same with that, and that's why I'm just, I mean, not to say they could be done more if they were doing more. You know, I really think Colorado does have state.
I just,
Interests that heart, and they are working on that.
So we can be intentional with our time before Jess shows up. Who wants to talk about their business? Who has a business they've started? Awesome. 2 of you. Who wants to start a business? Awesome. Cool. All right. More of you want to start a business. So tell me about what is your business?
It's Unlocking Government. It's a consulting agency for local government.
Wow. Okay. Consulting in what regard?
Still defining the niche, community engagement, doing some project management, and that's probably enough said.
Awesome. Your business?
residential real estate.
Residential real estate. Okay. That one's easier to sum up, right? What do you want to start? Right in the middle of a cinnamon roll bite. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay, a training business,
A training business on what?
technical training,
Technical training. Okay.
technology, yeah.
Very cool. And is that the same business together?
This is my second in command, yeah.
Got it. All right.
She runs the show, I didn't work.
That's yeah, exactly. Gotta have a leader and an executor, right? Charles, you wanted to start a business?
Yes, like a fractional marketing leadership for startups.
Cool. That's excellent. All right. And you wanted to start a business?
I work for the city. I'm here to just meet interests.
You're here to just network. Okay. So today and the rest of this week, you're going to meet some really incredible people. Make sure that you have your pitch ready to go, like what it is that you do, how you do it, what it is that you're interested in. And what I find is really helpful for networking, and this is an insider tip as the organizer, what I find is really helpful is one thing that you need, one thing that you can offer. Okay? Have those at the ready. And anytime that you come in and have a conversation with somebody, say, what can I help you with? Is there someone can I connect you with? And if you hear those things that identify with somebody else in the room, say, oh, you should go talk to Brian, or oh, you should go talk to Sally, right? And in that way, we make a more cohesive community. And this is really what this event is for. You're going to learn a lot from our speakers, and they're going to have a lot of really cool things to show you. And afterwards, if you wish that you had attended one of the other panels, they're all going to be recorded on the live stream. So you have the ability to go back in and watch it right there live on the website. So in case you want to go back and rewatch this inspirational speech that I'm giving, have the ability to do so. Who's from outside Fort Collins? In the room? Nobody? That's okay. This is really a regional effort. And so typically, morning session is a little rough because everybody's still getting their coffee. That's why we have a coffee in the back. Cinnamon rolls, delicious, it's all provided by the Crooked Cup. An amazing team that works with us. Shannon from the city is a huge supporter. Charles is one of our volunteers. And so we have a great team, including Phil and Candace, who work really hard on the Scale Up Week, the nonprofit track that you'll be seeing today. Have helped line up a lot of our speakers. And tonight at CSU's New Belgium patio, there is the closeout for the welcome event, the closeout for today. And that is at 4:30. It's going to be a really cool networking short panel with some amazing local leaders. And she's from the Chamber of Commerce, the Fort Collins Area Chamber of Commerce, Pope Hartman from the Laramie County SBDC, Shauna Kimball from the City of Fort Collins Economic Health Office, and Cynthia Eichler from Visit Fort Collins. There's going to be some really, really cool insights about how you thrive in a recession. And it's going to be a short panel. Most of that is for networking time, just to connect with each other and make sure that everybody's getting time to get to know who's in the room. You get to talk to some of those leaders too. So the other thing I would encourage you to do, this is another insider tip, is everybody's a leader in their own way. Everybody has something that they're really good at or passionate about. Tech, right? Government, and real estate, knowing their value, right? All of these things are super critical to somebody. And so it depends on what the moment is, what that information is. And so what we've encouraged a lot of our speakers to do is the 95-5 rule. 95% value, 5% pitching at most, right? And so you'll get a survey after this week is over. And so if any speaker in particular really like, oh, I love the speaker, let us know. And any speaker in particular absolutely they need to work on their stuff, that's fine too. Let us know that too. And we will work with them to realign them for next year so they come back better. And Fort Collins, how long have you been in business in Fort Collins? Have you been here for a while?
No, I roughly a year.
Okay, a year. And you as well?
21 years in business, 25 years in the community.
Wow. That's a huge difference in expertise in the local community. But imagine the stories that you have to share about all of that time here in Fort Collins. Imagine the stories that you have to bring in from where your community was prior to here. And really sharing those things is also important. So, we every year pitch for speakers and have folks come in and give their best knowledge on whatever topic of interest is to them. And anyone can pitch a topic. Generally, we accept almost anybody who comes in, unless they're really, really pitchy, then we work with them to realign it. But other than that, so if you're interested in becoming a speaker, it's really easy. This is a good platform for you. You can jump right in and have a lot of fun with it. Yes?
Could you share with us who you are?
Oh yeah, sure. I'm the guy at the front of the room just blabbing at you. My name is Nick Armstrong. I'm the lead organizer of the event. I am the executive director of County Neighbor Events, which is a nonprofit organization that runs this and Fort Collins Comic Con. I am also a geek in chief at WTF Marketing, and so I help small businesses with their marketing efforts. With their basically anything, event needs, marketing, bolt-on CMO, all of that stuff. It's been a fun gig. I've been here for 14 years in Fort Collins in particular, and just having a lot of fun with it. So. Yes?
I just want to say that I'm sitting here,
Yes.
and when you talk enough, I can hardly hear you. I
Oh.
was wondering.
We do, yeah.
Next, I was told for soft talkers, I want to consider them a microphone because I'm here. I don't know what will happen with them.
Absolutely, yeah. So we do for our speakers. Absolutely. So we'll have microphones ready to go. Hi, welcome. Come on in.
Nick, is there a Comic-Con event scheduled?
We just wrapped it up in August. Come on in, Jason. Good, how are you?
Christ.
No worries.
Sorry.
You know what? Take a breath. You were just fine. We just finished it up in August. We raised $20,000 for children's literacy.
Oh, wow.
In North Colorado. Yeah. That brings our 8-year total to $140,000 we've raised over those 8 years.
Wow.
6 events because of COVID. The 2 in between were free. We did a streaming science symposium. And I don't know if you know this, but Northern Colorado is actually a hotbed of scientific and in particular space science. And we have Ball Aerospace right down the road. There is Dr. Ben Cromie, who did a streaming science panel on the science of light. And he has these really cool lenses that he puts up to the webcam because it was a streaming event. puts them right on the webcam, and then he holds up different light bulbs to show you what the spectrum looks like for all the different kinds of light bulbs that exist in your life. And so you can actually see the different color wavelengths, and they're all split out for you right there on the screen. It's one of the coolest things I've ever had the pleasure of watching online. We also have the lead scientist who's mission commander behind the Hubble Space Telescope and the James Webb Telescope. He's talking about all of the different cool things that they're doing currently with Hubble, how they brought it back from the dead multiple times, and what the NASA checklist looks like for error recovery on an object that you can't touch, and most of the times can't go and visit unless you really need to. And right now you can't even go up and do that. So that's some different level tech right there. Tech troubleshooting. Mostly they joke that it came down to like turn it off and turn it back on again and hope it comes back. It does, yeah. So they have two different completely identical redundant pathways that work for all of the systems on the Hubble. And he walks us through all the different checklists they went through to do all of that. So it's, if you're like me, a process geek, I was like, yes! If you're waiting for like awesome pictures from the Hubble, it might be a little bit snooze-inducing, but that's okay. So Jace, do you have your presentation on a USB drive or anything like that? We can stick it right here.
USB drive, hopefully right.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm not.
No worries. So it's right, it'll be right up there on the tower, and then you have your microphone right here. And it's actually on already. So while Jace gets set up, what other questions can I answer for you about this week or today? Yes?
I just wondered if people would feel comfortable introducing themselves.
Yeah, please. Why don't we go around and have a quick introduction? Why don't we start with you, since that was a great idea.
I'm Jeanette Meyer. I live in the National Alliance. I do residential real estate in northern Colorado, and I've been doing it for 21 years.
I'm Jory Creamer, and I'm with SC Public Media. That is your community access station here in Fort Collins. We're all about digital inclusion and making local news a priority. That's our priority for the coming year. So, glad to be here.
Is that me? I'm Mary Nagel, at Government. It's a soulpreneurship. That's my new word for this effort already. And doing consulting to local governments, cross-departmental work, and community engagement specialization. I worked for, where did I come from? That's a loaded question. My career has been the city of Fort Collins, city of Boulder, and town business partner.
I'm Gloria Hutchins. I'm actually an clinical counselor. It's a progression that and all that, but with my husband, we're trying to reinvent ourselves. I'll try to organize the training company.
I'm Terry Crosscree. We've been here about 30 years. I mostly work in the technical sector, but I'm frequently translating technicalese into basic English for those who need translation. So I work in cloud applications, software development, business analyst kind of things, and my favorite, QA. I get to find all the broken stuff. So,
I'm Sharon Hine. I work for the city of Fort Collins. Holly Como, I work for the city of Fort Collins as well.
Charles House. I've lived in Fort Collins for 6 years and worked remotely for a long, long time. I've involved in technology and the nonprofit art sector.
And I'm Cindy Kucinski, and I'm the next speaker. I am the executive director of Dementia. Together, we're a local nonprofit organization that provides education, life enrichment, and hope for people to discover that they can actually live well with dementia. Because it's not to be the right word that it tends to be. I recognize you.
Spirit of joy.
Oh, there you go, sorry.
I just so happy to see you.
Fort Collins is a small town, isn't it?
It's the first one. I'm one.
Yeah, I'm in the workshop.
You don't have anywhere to go.
That's perfect.
The other thing that I will mention today, we do have a nonprofit track that will be kicking off in the Harmony Library right at noon. So there are 4 tracks that help you build your board, fundraising, other things like that. And it's a really good exercise in just figuring out your place in the nonprofit world. So, Jace, welcome. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Life just keeps on lifing now, so I'm just gonna keep rolling with it. So I'm gonna shorten my presentation a little bit and I'll move a little bit faster because I do want to leave time for some question and answer if that is something you want to do. And I realized when I moved it up here, threw off my formatting a little bit, so please excuse a little bit of this wonky looking formatting that's about to pop up. But my name is Shai Johnson, and I'm going to talk a little bit about myself, but this workshop is on, please excuse me while I live intentionally. So, what to expect. We're going to do a shortened now version of what it looks like to be intentional about the way that you live. So just a little bit about me. I am a mom of 3 little ones. Pardon my delay this morning. I am a speaker, I'm an investor, I'm also a wealth builder, an entrepreneur, a strategist, and a coach. And most importantly, I feel like it's most important because I think it encompasses all of these things because I'm a community member. So that's important for me in the way that I identify, the way that I like to give back. So today my mission is to talk to you about how to create a path towards unapologetically living with intention. I think a lot of times we move into a space where we're kind of on autopilot. We just kind of go throughout our day, we do whatever it is that has been kind of laid out for us. And we often find it difficult to think about what is it that we want to be doing because we're so caught up in what it is that we are doing in that moment. So this is really about how to take a step back in order for you to take some moves forward. When your intention is clear, so is the way. So when I talk about intentional living, sometimes that can be really vague, and I want to make sure I clear that up. Intentional living is a values-based lifestyle that encourages an individual or a group to get clear on their beliefs and their goals. Living with intention is rooted in the freedom and agency to live in your purpose on purpose. So there's 2 things that start off here, which is, it is a lifestyle, so it's not a thing to do, it's a way to be, right? But it's values-based. And so one of the first things that I do when I am going through a full-scale workshop on what this looks like is to get clear on our values. Because oftentimes, we're actually not really clear on our values. We just kind of have our values based off of what our parents instilled in us, society, potentially religion, politics. There's a lot of things that sit on the outside that tell us what our value system should be. But when you get clear on your value system, it actually clears up a lot of things in terms of how you want to live your life. So here is the challenge. The challenge of living intentionally is to remain intentionally focused through the distractions and the interruptions, and that is not easily mastered. And so how many of you have ever said, oh, I want to do something, and then you look up a year later, 2 years later, 5 years later, 10 years later, and it never happened, right? Because life happens. And so we get into those distractions and it begins to get really difficult for us to actually stay focused on the thing that we said that we wanted to do. And so that's how you start getting further down the line and you start, oh yeah, I used to want to. Oh, you did that? I thought one day I was gonna do that, you know? So those are how you start to get to some of those statements where you actually never got to doing whatever it is that you thought that you wanted to do. So how do you pivot from that right now? So let me tell you what intentional living is not. It's not the same for everybody. It doesn't look the same. So it's not a cookie cutter answer. It's also not intended to make life difficult while acknowledging that change will present difficulties. So this isn't about making your life more difficult, but it is about understanding that you will experience some difficulties and you still got to stay focused on what it is that you want to do. It's also not a zero-sum game. You will win some, you will lose some, but the goal is to win more. It's not synonymous with minimalism. So this comes up often when you talk about intentional living and you think about what it is that you have to let go of, but letting go doesn't necessarily mean getting all the way down to the bare minimum. And then it's also not recklessly abandoning all things that you don't enjoy or value. Done with this. It's not that. So we want to be clear that this is a process, right? So this is a process. It is not meant to overwhelm you, but you will begin to take things day by day and little by little. As you get clear on what your goals are, as you get clear on what it is that you want to do, it is a process in order for you to get there and get there regularly. And it is important to have clearly defined values. Has anybody here ever gone through like a value assessment? So like lay out your values. So if I ask you right now, what's your top value?
My son.
Your son? So family, would that be like, or specifically your son?
My son.
Okay, I hear it. What's your top value?
Family.
Family? Okay. Anybody else know what their like top value is off the top of your head? This is my top value.
Authenticity.
I like it, authenticity. So if you have not had a chance to go through a value assessment, my first homework assignment for you would be to go through a values assessment. And if it's been a long time, go back through a values assessment to be clear about what your top 3 to 5 values are. You want to be really clear on that. So, and you can literally look up like Google values assessment, and there's several that will come up. Some of them are as simple as listing values, checking off the ones that resonate with you, then paring down again, because it forces you to prioritize what your top values are. So you can have a whole long list of things that you value, but what are the top ones? And those top values is what are guiding principles as to how you live your life. And why that's important to intentional living is because intentional living requires you to make a lot of decisions. Decisions are simplified when you know what you value. So it becomes really easy. This is in alignment with my values, or it's not in alignment with my values. Or it's in alignment with my values, I like both of these options, or all 3 of these options, but this is my highest value, and this direction is the easiest one to go in because it's in alignment with my values. Does that make sense? So if those aren't clearly defined, it becomes more and more difficult to make those decisions. How many of you have ever heard of decision fatigue? Right? You get tired of making decisions. Like at some point you're like, I don't know, guys, just pick, right? But when you're living intentionally, when you're making that decision, a decision is cutting off something, right? So you are deciding to go left instead of going right. You're deciding to go forward instead of going backwards. So when you are making that decision, what helps with that is values. And so I'm hovering here because I want you to know how important this is when you think about living your values. living an intentional life. So I'm going to cover these 6 steps here very quickly so that we can open it up to Autopilot. So these 6 steps in my broader course, we go through in a lot of depth. Longer than a day, we go through this because again, it's a process, right, little by little. And how do you get to the other side of this? So the first thing that we're going to talk about is stepping out of autopilot. So I love this quote: never let people who choose the path of least resistance steer you away from your path of success. When you are in autopilot, how many of you have ever been driving and then all of a sudden you realize you drove like one way, you're like, this is not even where I'm supposed to be, right? Because your brain goes through a certain space. So there are places that you want autopilot to be in your life, like success habits, for example. But you don't want to live your life in a place of autopilot because you'll end up someplace that you don't want to be. So how many of you have ever driven through somewhere that you're unfamiliar with? Like 2 weeks ago, I went to Costa Rica. Last time I went to Costa Rica, I flew into where I was supposed to go. This time I drove from the middle of the country all the way to the coast. It's like a 4-hour drive in a foreign country. I have no idea where I'm going. I didn't rest one time, right? Like my eyes are glued to the road, looking at my map, where am I supposed to be going, right? Because intentionally, I know that I have no clue where it is, but I know where I'm supposed to be going. And I have to stay focused so that I don't just veer off somewhere in this foreign country. When you're not familiar where you're going, you're hyper vigilant, right? To be aware of your surroundings, making sure that you know what you're passing and what you're seeing. When you are on autopilot, like you're just driving home, right? You might not even remember that thing that you saw on the side of the road because your brain is just going wherever it's going. And so you have to be intentional to step out of that space, which means you have to actually be thinking about what it is that you're doing on a day-to-day basis. So in the space of stepping out of autopilot, the first thing is you have to be thinking about what it is that you're doing. What does your day actually look like? Is your day set up to lead you towards your goal, or is your day set up to just complete like yesterday did? Which one? So a lot of times I start with the concept of meditation, but meditation doesn't just have to be like sitting down and clearing your mind. I start with my meditation in this space in terms of visualizing. So when I'm meditating in the morning, I am visualizing how I want my day to go. When I get up from here, in my mind, it's like a race. When I stand up from here, what is it that I'm doing? I am first doing this, then I'm going to do this, then I'm going to do this. And I'm seeing myself take these actions on, checking off my box of tasks that I want to do, and I actually have a list of things that I want to do, so that I'm not just going with, oh, well, this email popped up, and now I'm over here addressing this email. Oh, this emergency call came up, and now I'm over here addressing this emergency call, because that's how we start getting in autopilot. We are responsive. So how do you become proactive? So you decide what it is that you're going to do. If you have a goal, what part of that goal are you accomplishing today? It might not be all of it today. What step today am I doing? When am I doing that in my day? Am I doing that in the morning? Am I doing that over my lunch break? Am I doing that tonight after I put my kids down? When am I getting this thing done towards my actual goal? So that is how you begin to visualize and use visualization meditation as a tool that you can use to make sure that you are coming out of autopilot. If every day you get up and you just go, you're just going. And you haven't put any intentional thought into how you're going to move forward in your day. So that is what I call the path of least resistance, right? Is I'm just going. If I'm going to go the pathway of success, I have to think about it. The next step is you want to develop the subtle art of awareness. Sorry, that's cut off there. The subtle art of awareness. With awareness comes responsibility and choice. So when you are unaware, you are going to do whatever your brain is telling you that you typically do. As soon as you become aware, you get to make a decision. So let's talk about how this affects you as a person. Because when you're thinking about awareness, you can ask yourself a lot of questions around awareness. How do I show up in space? If you decide through a process of being aware, you can actually ask, am I dressed appropriately? Did I show up on time? How am I presenting? Do I talk really fast? Do I shake my hand really weak? Am I, huddled over in a corner? Or do I show up with some confidence, right? You can ask yourself how you show up. When you ask yourself how you show up, you now get to make a decision about how you want to show up and start working towards that. So you're not showing up any which way, you're showing up intentionally. Am I showing up on brand? Am I showing up in my true authentic self? How am I presenting? And then I get to make a choice. And you can do that in any aspect of your life. How do I show up as a mom? How do I show up as a wife? How do I show up as a husband? How do I show up as a friend? Am I showing up in my life the way I want to show up? So once I start thinking about that, and I assess that against my values, then I can make a determination because I'm now aware of how I'm showing up. Then I get to make a choice about how I show up going forward. Oftentimes you're just not aware. Like, have you ever seen someone who's doing something and they don't know, right? And you're like, they're not even aware that people are like looking at them and that they, have you ever seen someone in the car and they're like kind of doing something funky? You're like, what are they doing? If you're not aware, you're just kind of in your own little bubble. As soon as you bring awareness to what it is that you're doing, you get to make a decision about how you decide to show up going forward. So awareness comes with responsibility and choice. This is be thoughtful in your decisions. Be thoughtful in your decisions. You are one decision away from a completely different life. How many of you are familiar with Mel Robbins? I love her. So you want to be thoughtful in how you are making your decisions. Again, this comes down to awareness. So these concepts build on each other, right? When you are thinking about your decisions, that is how you begin to change your life. Normally I do this, but I'm not on autopilot anymore. I am aware of how I'm thinking and I'm deciding to do this. So you make a decision that you're going to go in another direction. Because now you're gonna live the life that you want to live. You're gonna live the life in the way that you want to live it. One decision can change your whole life. I made a decision that I was gonna move to Colorado. Just one decision. I'd been living in Atlanta at the time for 5 years. Life wasn't going the way that I wanted it to. And I felt stagnant in that place. And it's a lot to take your family and uproot them. And it feels like it's a big decision, and it didn't happen the very next day. But I made a decision. And once I made a decision, then I started putting those things in place, because that's how you start to get to the place of where you want your life to live. So when I said, I'm going to leave Atlanta, I'm going to move to Colorado, that's when I started saving more money, because I had a thing that I was trying to do. That's when I started researching moving companies. That's when I started researching schools and apartments. That's when I started thinking about what type of networks and resources that I want to obtain when I got there. Because I knew what I was leaving behind, but I didn't know what I was going into. And so sometimes that can stop us from making those decisions, because we don't know what's on the other side of that decision. We know where we are. We know we're not happy where we are. We know we're not really fulfilled where we are. But do I want to test it and go to that other space, right? So when you make that decision, sometimes we feel like decisions are final. But they're not all final. A lot of times you can make a decision and then you can make another decision. When I moved here, I moved to Aurora. Then I moved to another place in Aurora. Then I moved to Westminster. I decided I was going to get back to Aurora. You can make the choice to go back to something. You can decide it's not working for you, but it's all about making a decision, because your goal is to live with intention. So you make the decision, you do the thing you say you're going to do, and you decide how's that working for you. And if you like it, you keep going. And if you don't like it, guess what? You get to make another decision. But what can completely change your life? You want to nurture what you want to grow. The fact that you have 2 feet does not mean that you can climb 2 trees at the same time. That's an African proverb, but I love it because it talks about when we're not certain and when we don't make those decisions, we tend to focus on the things that we don't want instead of the things that we do want. So when you are a pilot and you're flying an airplane, right? They don't tell you to focus on all things that can go wrong. They tell you to focus on the things that you need to do in order to land that plane correctly. They don't say, watch out for this. It's make sure you're doing this. How many of you ski? Or snowboard? Do you say, look out for the tree, or do you look for the path? You look for the path, right? Because if you're focused on the tree, you're gonna run into the tree. But how often do we do that in our own lives? I don't want this to happen. And so we're focusing in on the things that we don't want to happen instead of focusing in on the things that we do want to happen. So I always ask the question, what if it works? Whatever it is in your life, what if it works? And so often, because we're focused on the thing that we don't want to have happen, then we struggle to really have our attention in on where it is that we need to go, because we're looking at where we don't want to go. So you want to nurture what it is that you want to grow in your life. That means to focus your attention there. And this last one is release your inhibitions, release your fears and inhibitions. There is no illusion greater than fear. Let's think about that for a minute. There's no illusion greater than fear. There's something that keeps you from moving in the direction it is that you want to. Maybe you're afraid of losing stability. Maybe you're afraid that you won't succeed. Maybe you're afraid that you will succeed, but you're not going to be sure about the person that you're going to be on the other side of that success. Maybe you're afraid that the people that you value the most are not going to respond to you the same way if you make a decision to do something different with your life. Maybe you're afraid that you're going to disappoint someone. I had that fear for myself when I decided to go into the military. We were college families. We were going to college. And that was what we did. And by the time I was getting ready to go to college, my sister had already obtained her bachelor's degree and was headed towards a master's degree. My brother was already looking at school. So imagine, I was like, no, I don't know if college is for me, guys. And my parents were like, what? And so I decided to go into the military, and things worked out just fine for me. But I had to face that fear of telling people who have an expectation of me that I'm not going to meet that expectation. And that fear is real. How are you going to respond to me by telling you that I'm not going to do this thing that you're expecting for me to do? I'm not going to show up in a way that you're expecting for me to show up. But there is no illusion greater than fear. So I said that was the last one. That was just a joke. This is the last one. Establish your way of life. The first step to crafting the life you want is to get rid of everything you don't. And so how many of us are truly living the life that we imagine, that we want for ourselves? If you are, good on you. But if you're not, the first thing is to stop. I know that sounds easier than it is, but it really isn't. Just stop. There's something that you don't like doing, make a plan to exit quickly. And start doing something that you want to be doing. All right, so I shortened that down by a whole lot. Due to my time, again, I appreciate your patience with that. Do I have any questions, any comments, any thoughts around these 6 steps to living an intentional life?
I just wanted to say that the way I do the stop doing what you don't need anymore to be intentional, my mantra for me is always I go through everything in my house and my life that I don't need anymore. And I said, okay, does this complement the usual not? And then I will go. So I'm always going through that, cleaning up what I don't need. That makes room for the new. That makes me more receptive to take what's forward.
100%. And I love that because I'm like that too, which is why one of the first things I said was it wasn't minimalism, because sometimes people think you have to get rid of all your stuff, because that is a process that I personally go through, so that resonates very deeply with me. And I agree, when you are thinking about what it is that you want to make room for, sometimes you have to clear away the things that you don't. And there are mindsets that, as we, if we go deeper, there are mindsets that we have to address as to why we hold on to things that really don't serve us. And so that you can see that in a lot of spaces. If you hold on to a lot of clutter, if you hold on to a lot of things that have sentimental value to you, what is about those things and the mindsets that you have to shift and adjust a little bit in order for you to make room. And so sometimes we really struggle with letting go in order to usher in the things that we actually want. And we don't know why we can't get there. It's because we haven't made room in our minds, in our homes, in our space, in our day, in our time to get to where we want. So thank you for that.
First, I wanted to share that I think you gave an amazing presentation and you were succinct, you were on target, and I got so much out of it. So I don't know what you would have done in the other 30 minutes, but I don't care. This was awesome.
Yes, definitely.
What are some ways that one can let go of the illusion of fear? Because it's so powerful.
It is powerful. So thank you for asking that question. So one is affirmations. There's like 2 steps to kind of get into the next phase. One is the way that you're thinking, and then one is how you identify with yourself. And so when you begin to identify with who it is that you want to be, what it is that you want to do on the other side of that, it forces your brain into kind of conflict with itself that makes you have to choose. So that's kind of like the higher level, like bigger answer when you want to think about something big. But where you can start is you can start by doing small things that make you kind of nervous. Like, I have that one dress in my closet that I'm super scared to wear because I don't know how other people will perceive it, wear it. So you can start to get your brain into a space of taking an action on something that you were a little bit nervous to do. And once you start doing that, you can grow into some of the larger scale things that are holding you back. The other thing is who you're around. So a lot of times we're around the same people all the time, and that's great. But as you're thinking about growing and scaling and adjusting, the people who you're around might also need to change, because you're going to find someone who's going to encourage you to take that leap, and who's going to also stand by you when you are ready to take that leap, if not for anything other than moral and emotional support, who's going to be there to encourage you. So if that person doesn't exist in your network today, that's okay. That's not a hit on anyone who is in your network. It's just reminding you that there are people that are out there that will help you walk through that process because they took a leap one day themselves. So they can recognize in you, I see you want to do something, you can do this, you have the courage to do it. So I would say the next thing is also to adjust how you see failure. Like, what if you did do it and it didn't work? I always like to say, what if it does work? But what if you did it and it didn't work? What would happen? So like legitimately walk through your worst case scenarios. Like for me, when I decided to take a leave into full-time entrepreneurship, leave behind corporate America forever, it was like, well, what if I fail? I have kids, what would I do? And I walked through what would be the absolute worst case scenario. The absolute worst case scenario for me to be in my mid-30s, living in my parents' basement with my kids. That would just be horrific. I don't know if I would ever want to show my face again in the world. If that happened, like what would really be the consequence of that? Other than hitting my ego, right? And so I could lose things. I might have to rebuild my credit. I possibly could lose, my home, or I could lose my car. I mean, there are real consequences at times. In my case, right? I left corporate America. I left the stability of income. If I lost things, I had to ask myself, is it possible to get those things back? Because I will guarantee you that you're not going to meet a multimillionaire today. I don't know what your goals are, but I'm just saying, you're not going to meet someone who has really, really struck it big, who hasn't lost. They've gone and they failed and they've gone again. So that becomes a part of your mindset shift and identity shift to know that you can face a failure and that failure isn't the end of the road. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
That was a great question. Are there any questions? I know my time is just about it.
So I have a question on this, because I feel like there's a lot of ebb and flow in living intentionally, and I just am curious of how you sustain it, what are ways you get back to it, and just anything about that.
Yeah, I think, so one, there's ebbs and flows in life in general, right? And so part of one of the things that we try to do is create like a way that we can stable ourselves out, right? So that we don't experience some of those ebb and flows. But some of it is just enjoying the ride. I mean, I just drove 90 minutes to come up here for 20 minutes now, right? That's okay. I'm gonna have me a cup of coffee and I'm going to enjoy my drive back home because that is an ebb and flow of life. Obviously, that wasn't my intention this morning. I set up, I knew what I was doing, and then life. So when that happens, some of that is how you adjust to what those adversities look like. And that comes back to kind of that awareness piece. How do you want to show up? So I don't want to show up pissed off that I have this presentation, I was prepared, and now I'm frustrating myself for the rest of the day. So I can go, I can take a breather, and I can readjust my mindset because I'm aware of how I feel. So some of that is going to be taking that awareness and then making a decision about how you're going to move forward. And my tool for whenever I'm not thinking the way that I want to be thinking is affirmations. They seem really simple, but truly we learn through repetition. And so one way or another, we learn through repetition or we learn through some form of trauma, right? Like you'll have something that was impactful that one time that damaged you, you learn that way, or you learn a habit by repeating it. When your brain is not telling you the things that you want it to tell itself, you have the power, like literally the human body and the human mind is so adaptable that you have the power to change how you think, but only through repetition. Or trauma. In this case, you want to go with repetition. Yes.
I was just gonna say, what I have taught myself to do is to take a self-inventory every 2-3 hours. As I go through my day, I can have my goals and I'm all cool and confident ready to go. But then as I see all that stuff's coming on me, sometimes we're not aware that we start to get worked up.
Yeah.
And everything gets all tight to you and you're not performing like you really want to. So I decided new time, I take a self-inventory if I'm doing emotionally and everything else. And that has helped me reset my mood to where now I can move on again. And that's the way I do.
Yes, and those are excellent tips because you can definitely take a mindful moment, you can take a breath, you can say an affirmation, you can check in, and you can make decisions on how to move forward. So I'd be happy to stick around for anyone who does have any other questions. I know my time is actually a little bit past, so thank you so much.
Thank you for driving all that way.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Not a problem at all. Thank you for having me.
What time did you really love that? I went to school at 9 o'clock. That's how you go to school and all that stuff.
No, we can just stay in touch. We're gonna be with you in like hard.
So I just wanted to connect and see if I can introduce myself in real life.
I appreciate that, and I had to come on the other side of my summit. I have those 2 staff members, so I've been trying to get through my summit, which.
Do you need my thumb drive?
I do.
Here you
And
go.
that's what vacation.
Thank
That's not good. Yes.
FoCo something.
So now I'm back, so I would love to follow up and be more intentional that way, so we can support the community and go from there. But
We went short out too, so I can get it. So, yes, but yeah, let's, story of life, short down into this. It's great.
Thank you.
Yeah, so good to meet you in person.
you as well.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I just kind of wanted to be in contact with you or something, because I know there was someone I was a life coach.
Okay.
And so then I become a regression therapy counselor,
Okay.
which is all has to do with yourself and performance and all that.
That's really good information.
Do you have,
I don't actually have a question. What's your best way to connect your mom and
more in the perspective?
If that's fine, I can do you a call.
Yeah. Do you,
Oh, okay.
so you need to call me and tell me who you are? 370 689 Who are your questions? Just give me a call. Right.
I just.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, which one?
Really?
I said, well,
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, are you the next speaker?
I am next.
Oh, what is, okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, because you're also the same lines. Okay, thank you. Nice to meet you.
Well, you don't ever need to talk too loud. Do you want me to use the mic?
Well, you are on video, so.
Maybe I need to.
I'll try.
All right. I need glasses to even know how this works. Okay. Hello. No. It's giving me a red light, which I'm thinking means the battery is not full. Got a little bit of battery.
Did you see what?
They can't hear, they can't hear. Sorry, you people missed it.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I'm Cindy Wesinski. I'm with Dementia Together. We're a small nonprofit organization here in northern Colorado. We are all about walking the journey with people who are living with dementia. And so my purpose here today is to just help you make your businesses dementia friendly. So I know your business is real estate, so it's very likely in real estate that you'll run across families that are selling or moving on property for loved ones, possibly who have dementia, so this might come in handy for you. We also have people who are in the stage of dementia who are actually the client. Yeah. And selling their homes. Yeah, good. And tell me your interests. Why are you so familiar to me?
I think we may have met several years ago.
I think so.
I'm a nurse practitioner.
Well, that's fine. Okay. And where are you a nurse practitioner?
I'm looking to start my own business. So,
Good, and specifically,
Adults and geriatric care, helping people stay safe in their homes,
so doing more case management type stuff.
and advocacy.
Oh, man, we need to talk. Such a huge need.
I just decided to stay here for you to talk about it. Yes, your topic is relevant for me. I am a counselor. I am an clinical counselor, so I do deal with people who are around my age and everything. I'm interested to see what you have to say.
Okay. You might be running across people with dementia too. I know, that's right. You were there 2 years ago at the, yeah, okay.
I consult to local government for community engagement purposes. It's hard enough to have local government professionals track a community engagement process, let alone in the community. So fantastic.
Okay. Well, we'll get started. I'll share a little bit about what Dementia Together does as a resource for you if you run across anybody with dementia. We consider ourselves an in the meantime organization, meaning that we're not working on the cure for dementia as other organizations. We are working in the meantime until there are cures for the various causes of dementia. We want to help people care well so that people with dementia can live well. And these are some of our people that are involved in our programming. There are 3 pillars, are education, enrichment, and hope. So we provide education for care partners, for senior care professionals, healthcare professionals, and really anybody in the community, including law enforcement and community service organizations, church groups, whoever. We provide enrichment opportunities for people living with dementia and their care partners so that they discover that there's a lot of joy to be had and a lot of living to do, even if there's a dementia-related diagnosis in the picture. Our memory cafes are kind of our signature gathering, and anybody in the community is invited, especially people living with dementia and their care partners. And we meet around a theme every month in person, or we meet around a theme every week online. And we reminisce, play games, listen to music, and people just have fun. And that's really what it's all about. And then hope is our 3rd pillar, where we do help people discover that they're not forgotten on the journey. There are ways to make it not be difficult for the person living with dementia. There's ways to just not make it terrible, because the narrative around dementia is so negative, and it just doesn't need to be. As long as we help people who are caring for their loved ones realize they're the ones that need to do the changing. So this is just kind of showing you a lot of what we do as a community. These are a lot of people living with dementia and living well. And so we're all about how to change the narrative from crisis to contentment. Our vision is that living well with dementia is the expectation, not the exception. It takes the entire community for this to be a reality. And that's why I like to do dementia-friendly business training for any business. Because when our people go out to restaurants, it's helpful if they have a dementia-friendly waiter. Or if they go to the bank, it's helpful if the bank people are dementia-friendly. So that's what we're kind of all about, is wherever we go and we frequent with our people living with dementia, we bring those little pocket cards and pass them out like candy, because it just has a few little tips for how to be dementia-friendly, and it changes everything, and it is not rocket science. So I like this quote, it's time to change our minds about people whose minds are changing. And again, I believe it's time we realize people can live well with dementia as long as those of us without dementia are the ones to do the changing. I believe that in our community, this is helpful information, but not necessary to be dementia friendly. I don't need to know, does this person have Lewy body dementia or Alzheimer's or mixed dementias? I don't need to know all of that. There's certain ways we can interact regardless of what the cause for the dementia symptoms is. When a lot of times the general public will ask, well, what's the difference between Alzheimer's disease and dementia? So dementia is the bigger term, the umbrella term to describe a condition or symptoms of cognitive decline severe enough to interfere with everyday life. Alzheimer's disease is just one cause for dementia. Lewy body dementia is another cause, which is what Robin Williams had. Late-stage Parkinson's might also cause dementia symptoms. Vascular dementia. There's like 100 different causes for dementia symptoms. I don't think that's quite as important in everyday interaction as maybe being able to recognize, well, what might I notice? I might notice that maybe they've got some memory issues, maybe their language skills are struggling, where they don't understand what we're saying, but they nod because we're nodding, but not because they necessarily understand. Maybe the words don't come as easily. Judgment changes where people become more risk-taking financially or relationally. Spatial abilities can change. I just saw one of my friends yesterday, he's living with dementia, and just in the last week, she's started to have a whole lot of spatial changes where patterns in the floor are starting to look weird and she feels like she needs to step over them. And that's sometimes why we put a black rug in front of the door, so if you don't want somebody to go out, it looks like it's a hole to go over. It can come in handy in that way. And visual abilities change. Again, with my friend, her peripheral vision has markedly decreased, and that's very classic with later stages of dementia, that it becomes where people will have binocular vision, and she's almost becoming monocular. So that's when they start to kind of look down where they're going instead of up and around. That is why also it's always important to approach somebody from the front if they've got dementia, because you don't want to scare them, because they're very naturally going to lash out. And then that's how people get labeled with dementia-related behaviors, which aren't behaviors. I mean, all behavior has meaning, and it's simply a reaction to how we approach that person in an unhelpful way. So my dad is my reason why I care about dementia, and in our classes for care partners, I go into kind of his story a little bit more. But he was a brilliant trout researcher for the state of Wisconsin for many years, did trout stream habitat improvement, fly fished on the same streams in his retirement that he did all the habitat improvement. And when I went home to visit him one day, he said, "Cindy, I can't multitask. I can't seem to focus, and I feel like I'm living in a fog." And those are the symptoms that changed the whole trajectory of my life. Because I was a nurse case manager at the time of the community with a geriatric caseload. It's not like I didn't know dementia, but I was passionate about it until that moment. And that's when I went, okay, now I need to learn everything I possibly can so my dad can live well and finish well. And it really kind of became this overriding passion. It resulted in me meeting a lady named Penny Garner in the UK. And she did the pioneering person-centered care dementia work, dementia care mapping, with this guy named Tom Kipwood, who's the father of person-centered care. She did a lot of research with him, and she developed this method based on that research and her experience with her own mom. It's called the Speckle method, and there's a book written about it called Contented Dementia. So all of our classes are Contented Dementia classes, because most people think when you write the Speckle method that you just misspelled special. And with the Speckle method, we do say we take the I out of special, because Speckle is a special way to provide dementia care in which we take out the I, and we ask ourselves, what do I need to do so that this person with dementia can live with lifelong well-being? And the short answer, which we find out later, is that we turn I into we. How do we create a we relationship with this person with eye contact, facial expression, help them know they're in this together, we're in this together, I've got you, we're together. When they're asking questions like, what's next? It's like, well, next we are doing this. So this approach is all based on the Speckle photograph album analogy, right here, to describe in a particular way how normal memory works, the impact of aging, and the single dramatic change that occurs with the onset of dementia. When we understand this, we understand just really basic ways to provide excellent customer service for anybody who is no longer efficiently storing facts, but they're continuing to store feelings in the same way. And that's ultimately how we define dementia. Dementia is more than memory, but when we treat it as just a simple disability, where facts are no longer storing, but feelings are, it changes everything, it's highly effective, it works, and so it can be that simple. And anybody with any degree of education can understand this. This is why I love it, it's so simple. So I'm going to tell you what Penny told me. She sat me down and made her for 3 hours. I won't read that to you. I'm going to tell you in about 15 minutes what she told me. But she shared with me this analogy, and my whole paradigm on dementia changed, because I realized, well, people can live well with dementia. My dad is going to be able to finish well. And why didn't we learn this in nursing school? It is the easiest understanding to impact change that I've ever heard of. So with this analogy, I'll show it to you here, but I'll also show it to you on the screen. Using this analogy, every experience we have is stored as a photograph in our albums a split second after it occurs. So every experience or every memory is stored as a photograph in our albums. Every photograph contains the facts of what just happened and the associated feelings. So the taking and storing of these photographs is an automatic, unconscious process going on in the background of our lives, unobserved by us and unobservable by anybody else at the time of storage. As time goes by, page after page after page of all these photographs build up, and our albums fall open naturally on today's page, which is where the latest photographs are flying. So our album becomes our most valuable resource, and we consult it all the time. So every time you have a let me think moment, with this analogy, you're saying, well, let me think, let me look at my album for a fact I need to make sense of who am I with, what am I doing, where am I, why am I here? So every time we're trying to figure out something or having a conversation, we're matching that, we're consulting our albums. We can actually even consult or reference what happened a long time ago by looking back at older pages, but most of the time, we're on today's page referencing recent facts. So we do memory cafes. So I actually probably reference older pages more than the average person, because if we have a theme around, grade school, we'll talk about grade school or the county fair. I may be referencing back to facts back here, and I'll tell you about Mrs. Joey, my third grade teacher, all that. But generally then we're right back on today's page where the latest photographs are flying in. As we have any kind of conversation, we are consulting our albums. So give me a couple minutes on normal, because when you understand normal, you'll understand dementia very easily. In normal communication, we verbally do one of two things. We either are using questions or we're making statements. Again, that was so easy. So when we take questions, there's only two types of questions. There's the questions that we're being asked, or there's questions that we're asking someone else. So again, let's take first questions that if somebody asks me a question, like, would you like a cup of coffee? Pretty simple question. Let me show you in slow motion using the album what happens anytime a question is asked. So would I like a cup of coffee? Well, it all depends. Let me think, let me look in my album. Have I just had coffee? Would I be the only one drinking coffee? Because I don't want to be the only one. And once I have asked myself those additional questions, then I can give a response. Yeah, sure, I'll have a cup of coffee. And it happens in lightning speed, but I love this analogy because it helps us know what's happening in slow motion, that every question drives us to our album to ask ourselves an additional question before we can even give an answer to the original question. So I'm using my album all the time with any kind of conversation where somebody's asking me a question. Likewise, if I am asking someone else a question, like say, I wonder if you can hear me, because I'm not using my microphone. Well, I wonder, which means I'm going to go to my album first to look for an answer. We kind of check sound initially, but I don't know for sure if you can still hear me. It's important to me, I'll ask you the question. Can you all still hear me? I'm assuming you can. I'm not seeing it. Okay. So I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important, but know that any question we ask doesn't just come out of the blue. We wonder it, we look at our albums. If we can't find it, that's when we ask the question. That's questions. Now statements. I'll just give you an example of a statement where I'm contradicted. So I might say to my husband, oh, I am so glad today's Tuesday. What if it's tacos or Taco Tuesday? And then my husband says, no, Cindy, it's not Tuesday, it's Wednesday. Automatically, there's a contradiction. I gotta go to my album and I'm trying to figure it out. I said it's Tuesday, he said it's Wednesday. Why would he think it's Wednesday? At the same time, he's going in his album saying, she said it's Tuesday, I know it's Wednesday. Why would she think it's Tuesday? And we are consulting our own albums. We're making statements building on what the other has said, And eventually we figure it out, because I'll be like, here, see Tuesday's paper. And he'll hold up the paper from today, or on Wednesday, and say, yeah, that was yesterday's paper. We figure it out, but we have had a lot of album activity. So we're using our albums all the time in conversation. When one person says something to 3 people, do you notice how 3 people hear it 3 different ways? So think about that, because only what actually we experience is stored in our own albums. So again, my husband and I can watch a movie, but what will store in his album is the riveting plot, the great acting, oh, I love the scene, when, whatever. What stores in my album often is a nap, because I fall asleep with movies. So it looks like we experience the same thing, but really only what we actually experience. So one person could say something to 3 people, we'll hear it a different way because we're matching to what's in our own albums. And that is why we hear it differently. That's normal. With aging, the photographs are taken and stored in the same way. It's just that when we have a let me think moment, our retrieval of the facts we need is a little bit slower because we've got a lot of facts to go through. And so by the time we actually come up with the name we're looking for or the fact we're looking for, the moment may have passed. And you know that's happened at 3 in the morning when, oh, that's really small. But that's not dementia, that is normal aging or stress. Our retrieval is slower when we're stressed as well. Dementia, with this analogy, introduces a different kind of photograph, and you can see how it looks different. And so the experiences still store as photographs, it's just that they only contain the feelings of what just happened, not the facts. And so the feelings take up all the space where the facts would normally store. And it might just look like a blip that lost factual information initially, but as dementia progresses, more and more feelings only blanks will store. And eventually people end up with ribbons of blanks about the time that somebody might end up with a dementia-related diagnosis because the family is noticing. Or they're doing business with somebody and you're noticing something's not quite right. Because the feelings stored of a conversation, but the facts of what you talked about didn't store. And really until the end of life, more and more feelings only blanks will store, always interrupted by occasional normal facts and feelings photographs. And it's random, which makes dementia hard. If we could predict what facts we're storing, that would make it easy, but we don't know. But generally, these normal photographs exist in a sea of feelings only blanks. And why this analogy, I believe, is so helpful is it helps us know that somebody with dementia, when they're having a let me think moment, they haven't lost their reasoning, desire to reason or reasoning capability. They've lost recent facts with which to reason. So very reasonably, they're going to match, like we do with conversation, they're going to match back to some pre-dementia pages to help bring context to maybe why they're feeling like they are on today's page. And we have to listen and learn from them on that. I mean, an example of that would be if you end up with somebody who's very anxious and they can't figure out what to do, because when you're anxious or traumatized, you have to take action. And so there might match back to another time in their life when they felt that anxious, and it could be when the dog died. I need to go bury the dog before the kids came home from school. And now people who don't understand that might think they're crazy, but they're really not. They're matching context so that they can take action and bring themselves back into an okay-ishness feeling. So with dementia, what we've learned then is that feelings are more important than facts. And so our job as people without dementia is to say, well, then how do I connect with somebody on that feeling level, on that emotional and spiritual level? Because we're still able to do that. All that's missing are the facts. And so with Speckle, we can kind of get the what, the why, the how. It's real easy. We do it with families, but just I'll share real briefly with the 3 golden rules that we start with are, we don't ask direct questions because the recent facts may not have stored them. I'll come back to these. We listen to the expert. The person with dementia is the expert. They know how to function with a blanking album. We have no idea what that's like. And we don't contradict or argue with whatever facts the person with dementia needs to use in order to help them make sense of what's happening in their lives or on today's page. Can't remember how much detail I put on this. Ultimately, we choose to be kind instead of right. But I would also say kind people ask questions, not meaning to cause anxiety, but they can. So if my page looks like this or even this, and somebody asks me, would you like a cup of coffee? The process is exactly the same. Well, it all depends. Let me think, let me look at my elbow, because every question drives us to our elbow. Have I just had coffee? I don't know. Would everybody else be having coffee? Well, where am I? No idea. How did I get here? I don't know. I feel like somebody's asking me a question and looking at me like I should answer, but I don't even know what she just asked. And then maybe I get the expression from Jeanette, with that face that says, well, would you? And I might be thinking, well, would I what? I feel like we're having a conversation, but are we? And so without meaning to, one question can set me into a lot of anxiety. And it's not because Jeanette's not trying to be kind. It's just that common sense works. We've all learned that common sense works until dementia is part of the picture. And then we have to use some speckled sense approaches. And not asking direct questions is one of those counterintuitive speckled sense type approaches. And so what we talk about is that kindness is important, but it's not enough. We need to be courageous enough to do it a little bit differently. There's a lot of good ways to find out the information you need without asking questions and still provide choice. And we work with families on that especially. And then to be humble enough to say, oh, okay, I am going to interact with this person. I'm going to give responses. I'm going to speak with them considering what their album page looks like. I'm not going to make sure that we talk factual, all these details, because that's overwhelming. It's not helpful if this is what somebody's page looks like. So I'm going to be humble enough to say everything I do, I'm going to consider what their album looks like, not what my album looks like. And so with the question, if somebody, instead of asking me a direct question, what's the other way we communicate?
Either.
Yeah, and so I said we either use questions or we use statements. With dementia, use more statements. And it is amazing how it works. I wonder if the coffee's ready. It seems like it must be time for coffee. Hey, I made you some coffee. I know you like it with cream. So it's just making these statements that encourage responses without demanding answers. And it works. And it doesn't make me, if somebody says, I wonder if the coffee's ready, I don't have to go to my album to ask myself if I just had coffee, would I be the only one drinking? I don't have to ask myself, I wonder if the coffee's ready. I have choice. I can say, well, I think I want some too, or I don't want any, thanks. Or, go ahead and wonder all you want. I'm not thinking about coffee right now. I still have choice, and I would argue we have more choice, or we give more choice to somebody with dementia by using statements instead of questions. So part of our workshops with families and some professionals that take the time to learn this is how do you find out that information? How do you use the questionless question, we call it? How do we use statements effectively so that it just is more natural in how we converse and we don't put somebody with dementia on the spot? And we teach them to listen, listening to the expert. The person with dementia is the expert. That's just listening to their questions, their phrases, using those to kind of fill in the gaps for them and make communication easier for them. And not contradicting that makes sense too, but why would you contradict if my husband said, I said it's Tuesday, he said it's Wednesday, now I've got dementia? I'm checking my album. I don't even have the facts to know I just said it's Tuesday, he said it's Wednesday. All I have is the feeling he's telling me I'm wrong. But I don't know what I'm wrong about, which is going to cause more blanks with negative feelings to store on my page. And so one contradiction can send us down the drain. So that's what we just, those 3 golden rules can get us pretty far in any setting. But then in any other like customer service setting, we talk about let's smile, make eye contact, create that we relationship one at a time, because that really can create ease for people who aren't storing the facts of what just happened. But even if I'm not storing the facts, but I have this feeling from you that it's okay because you're smiling and you're connecting with me, it's all right. Dementia doesn't need to be traumatic. It's only traumatic when we are making people be confronted with blanks. Using gestures and prompts can be helpful, especially if people's language skills are declining. You know, it's time for a drink, let's sit down, let's eat. All that kind of stuff can be helpful for communication. Keeping a kind tone of voice and being alert to your position. So, I mean, we know as nurses, like when we're standing over a patient, there's a whole lot of discomfort in that positioning. So to get down and get eye contact can be really helpful. Introducing ourselves, even if you worked with them the day before, it's always fine to reintroduce yourself. And then they're like, well, yeah, I know, I always just introduce myself to everybody. And I do that really authentically because I just assume people don't remember me. I will introduce myself every time. And it is helpful. I also feel like if the world were name tags, we would be better off. But topic for another day. Speaking clearly is helpful, giving one direction at a time. When we talk to our friends, the experts living with dementia, some of them have said it would be really helpful if you would speak to me at the same pace at which I'm speaking that day, because that's probably the pace at which my brain is processing that day. And I thought, now, isn't that brilliant from the words of the expert? Because a lot of times, I mean, I surely do that. I talk way too fast, but boy, just to slow it down and speak at their pace can be helpful. Also from the voice of the experts, when our friends with dementia feel rushed, that causes anxiety. So to let them lead the way, let the expert lead the way, follow their timetable, which means we have to plan way ahead. And assume that sometimes we'll make it on time and sometimes we won't. But just not rushing can be helpful. Being alert to that we relationship to avoid anxious wondering. If my page is filled with blanks, I am not even necessarily going to know how should I be feeling, so I will sponge off of you if you're smiling and giving me eye contact. I'm going to feel more okay. I believe that our friends living with dementia should not hear no ever again, but should hear yes and. So just like improv, improv actors have to take whatever's thrown at them and run with it. And I think that we're better off as any kind of professionals or any kind of neighbors or anybody to do the same thing. So say somebody says, oh, I want to go take a walk and it's midnight. A family member might say, well, no, we could go in the morning. But that no sometimes is enough to trigger a bad reaction or feeling trapped. So it could be, yes, and let's go in the morning when it's light out. It's that simple. I mean, there's just not rocket science with this, but it's just a few little tweaks in the way we talk and in the way we interact that can be helpful. Offering to help show somebody versus pointing, go over there, let's go over here together. And sometimes we might need to prompt action to get action. It's often better to lead the way instead of saying after you because they might not know where to go. So, let's go together and you start leading the way can be really helpful. And then I would just say the whole idea of environmental signage and color contrast can be important with all the visual changes. Sometimes it's confusing if there's signs next to the bathroom doors versus on the bathroom doors in a building, or if it's roosters and hens versus very clear, men, women, on the door, black on white, real strong color contrast can help with that. If you notice, like railings that are the same color as the wall are not as helpful as a contrasting color. When I go into memory care communities, I always think, I don't understand why the doors aren't disguised as bookshelves or murals and painted, because when you see a door, you kind of want to go out it or look at them. versus if it's disguised and it's not looking like a door, and I feel like I need to go out. So there's a lot of environmental stuff that we can do to make things more dementia friendly. And then research is really clear that even when feelings don't store, which we know is what's happening, when facts don't store, feelings will. Feelings will store, feelings will linger. So we always want to end an interaction on a positive note, even if the encounter wasn't that great. If we can flip it and end it on, oh, it was just so nice to see you, I'm so glad I got to see you today. Ending it on a positive note makes those feelings linger, and the day will be much better for the care partner and that person, because those feelings will linger. So those are some tips. This is how we define dementia, just to review, with speckle after diagnosis. So we're not saying don't get diagnosed, because sometimes it is reversible. You surely want to know that. If it's not and it's progressive, then for the purposes of managing the condition, dementia is best understood as the random, intermittent, and increasing inability to store the facts of what has just occurred in one's life while still storing feelings in the same way. Oversimplification of dementia, absolutely. Does it work to manage it? It does. It really does. It makes it just so much easier for everybody. So I'll give you just an example of talking about changing our culture, changing our community, just by being more dementia friendly. My friend Ginny, right before Robbie put on alarms on his door, it's like the day before, she went out walking while he was still sleeping. And went like 4 miles, got lost, blisters on her feet. It was hard, but she was brought in, she came home, happy ending, like he lets his neighbors know, they can all be on the lookout for him. So he shares, we're living with dementia. Here's some key information that you can use. So we have a lot of these resources for anybody in the community. But he said, by him being so open, it makes a difference. We talk about handing out these cards like candy, help people be dementia friendly. So he actually, because the Colorado Eagles are so supportive of our nonprofit group, they give us free tickets for some of our people. So Rodney and Ginny went to the Eagles game last season. He brought his children, his grandchildren. He drove separately, not knowing how Ginny would do. They got to the Eagles game, and she couldn't figure out the chair. And so she, because they come down and they can be complicated. And so she's trying to figure it out, and a couple people behind her started snickering. And Rodney just looked up at them and said, yeah, we're living with Alzheimer's. And he said those people became our best friends because they rose to the occasion, and that's what I think we do in North Colorado. Our community will do better when we know better. And they just were looking out for her all night. When she would start to walk a little bit, Rodney go a little bit. And he wished he had his cards that night. And so we have these for anybody. But he just needed to share, this is what's happening. And a little bit of awareness goes a long way. And if people just know a few little tips, there's just no reason why our friends who their cognition is changing, their minds are changing, but their heart and soul are not changing. Our job is to figure out how do we connect on that deeper heart and soul level, creating joy as we go. I just think whatever's good for people with dementia is just good for our community. It's good for our world. So here's some of the tips that we give businesses. There's those tip cards there. Again, not rocket science, but just a little bit of awareness to post in a break room, to post in the bathrooms, just to help people, if they sense like something's not quite right. In general, humanity will kick in, but this just gives some extra tips. And so like whenever people meet together for like a lunch, we'll try to arrive early, give the waiters or the management that kind of information. And then I'll just say, just because facts aren't recalled doesn't mean moments aren't significant. This is a moment with my dad when we went, just a few months before he died, we went cross-country skiing. And I don't know if that moment stored in his album with all the facts. Stored in my album with facts and feelings. I've got it forever. But for him, the feelings stored, for sure. And he was somebody who said, when he got one of his awards the year before he died, he was inducted into the Wisconsin Conservation Hall of Fame. And he said, got up on stage, kind of apologized for being a little wobbly. At the time, he thought he had Parkinson's. He was misdiagnosed. He actually had Lewy body dementia. And he got up, and, I mean, his speech was great. But he did say, well, there's one fishing trip I have yet to take, and that's to go fishing on the Sea of Galilee with Jesus, Peter, James, and John. So hence the caption on the slide was right before he actually decided he could go fishing. And the day he died, I was like, Dad, it's a good day to go fishing. It was not a good day in Wisconsin to go fishing, but I knew it was the day he was going to go fishing. So that's all. I just wanted to thank you guys for taking the time and making your businesses eventually be more dementia friendly. We'll come alongside anybody. You know, it's not just about really the people who serve, but it might be people you work with. Or like 1/4 of our workforce are serving as care partners. And two-thirds of care partners report that they're depressed. And that's twice as likely to be the case if you're a care partner for somebody with dementia. I mean, like, all those stats are things that we as a community can do something about. At least helping these care partners know there's a better way to do dementia care. It doesn't have to be awful. There are people that will walk this journey with you, and there's specific strategies we can use with the Speckle method that make it just so much easier. So that's what we're here to do. Any questions? Yeah.
So, for those care partners that are working in positions, they're working during the day and evening.
Yeah.
Do you provide some resources and training to businesses to help them understand what this person is going through?
Yeah. I mean, we'll give this spiel, but we'll also talk about how can you come around your colleague.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, who's walking this journey. And what's so fascinating is when I get to do business training, and just odd businesses, where you wouldn't think there'd be a lot of people, I'll ask, you know, how many are serving as a care partner? And it's like a fourth to a third of the audience.
Mm-hmm.
And then what you hear is, oh, we're so much nicer to each other now. I didn't know she was going through this. I didn't know he was going through this. And now they become like this community because, well, for one, they're not alone, but then they also, again, basic humanity kicks in. When people are more aware, they want help. So absolutely we do that. Yeah, because I just think that understanding of a colleague who's going through this, let's give them a little bit of grace and assume best intent. They're doing the best they can. How can we make it easier? Yeah,
Oh, that's great.
yeah.
Thank you very much for this talk. Your story with your father touched me. I've been in business. It's actually a wealth management arm of a financial institution here in town, and I noticed a couple of 3 years ago they had signs that said we're dementia friendly, or this is a dementia friendly. I think it was dementia, maybe it was Alzheimer's, but it's dementia friendly.
Yeah, was it a Purple Angel?
I think so.
That was us. So we used to be dementia-friendly communities in northern Colorado, and then our friends who we serve are like, that is way too long of a name.
So they can be, you can, I don't know, of course not certified.
Yeah.
As you come in and you talked about doing an education for businesses,
Mhm.
and then when they go through that, they get that.
Yeah, and we actually changed because we ended up rebranding based on the feedback from the people that were walking this journey with. And they said, Dementia Together is a better name for you. And because we really are walking from beginning to end with them. So then now our new logo, so whoever that business is, I should.
First National Bank.
Oh, yeah. So we need to go back in there with the staff. I mean, we did, yeah, and give them a new logo too.
And this
Yeah.
was pre-COVID, or maybe
Yeah.
right around when it started. As a professional who has people signing legal documents, I don't know how to approach this. Yeah. How do I find out how to approach this?
So if there's family, I mean, you would talk with the family, and the person, if it's early, if they're saying they're concerned about their memory, that's your opening. But if you're concerned and they're not concerned, then it's like, I wonder if we should pull in your family. It doesn't mean, though, that they don't know what they want. And in the moment, they might be very clear, this is what I want for my finances. And you write it down, and you clear, you have your family witness, you're okay. It's when you wonder, are they able to, if they don't know what they just did, how do they know what to do next, that kind of thing, you're questioning judgment.
Well, they're making decisions about financial decisions, property ownership decisions.
Yeah.
I have brought in a notary public and a witness to a meeting and handled it that way. That's how I handled it.
Yeah, I think you're kind of covering yourself so that you're not the one to declare them mentally competent. I mean, to be mentally incompetent, it is a medical provider that needs to help figure that piece of it out. If you're really concerned though, because surely, I imagine you're arguing the mandatory reporter, like if you suspect elder abuse, somebody taking advantage of them financially, I mean, that's the kind of stuff you do report if you're worried that something's not quite right. I would call adult protective services and let them be the bad guy, help figure it out, but really to protect that person. If there's family involved, I think your call is, I'm just concerned, I want to be sure we're all on the same wavelength. I would say the same page, but they don't really know. So yeah, I think your awareness of that is really the main thing. Your humanity is probably going to kick in and say, in your relationship, depending on with your person, it's like, tell me how you're doing. I'm wondering if you're feeling comfortable making these decisions. Or, saying, I'm a little concerned. You don't have to ask questions, what's going on, because they don't know what's going on necessarily. And there might not be that part of their brain that gives them self-awareness might be damaged. So it's not like they're in denial. Families will say that a lot. Oh, he's in denial and anything's wrong. Well, part of his brain that has awareness isn't working so well. And they don't need to know big words to describe that. We just enjoy it.
Are there ways to handle this better when you're at a distance? On a personal side, I have a family member who I'm very close to, and they're in another state. And they've been diagnosed with either mild or mid-level, whatever that is, dementia. And so my relationship is almost all on the phone.
Okay. So to make it a good conversation, to create moments of joy for them that will linger. Your conversation isn't, how are you doing today? Did Sarah come and visit? Did you eat? What did you eat? How did you like it? It's more like, oh, I couldn't wait to talk to you. You make statements. I was just thinking the other day of going out, we camped 30 years ago, and you caught that big fish. So it's like you reminisce about the things that bring joy. And take note of their words, their phrases, their favorite stories to tell, because if they told you this story before, they're bookmarking it in their album, it brings them joy. Well, now you can help bookmark that in your album, and you can talk about it again. So you don't have to pummel them with questions, because that's not helpful, because eventually they're going to shut down on the phone with you if it feels like they're being interrogated. So it's more like you're making these statements to encourage reminiscing and joyful conversation.
She can still remember like what she had for dinner, so
okay, so
that will open up a whole monologue.
Yeah, and if she brings it up, she's the expert, she's leading the way. I've let her lead the conversation. And you just follow along, and you're encouraging her that she's doing such a good job. With our families, if this is her family, we work on 4 things that define well-being. And it's an acronym, PAST. Personal worth, autonomy, social needs, which I'm calling creating social needs, and that trust that all will be well. So even if it's not great right now, it's like, oh, I'm so glad we're together with this. Or I'm so glad to see you soon. Whatever, that trust that all will be well. Those 4 things, when one of those is lacking, that's when you see anxiety and agitation. We need to help restore that. But if their PAST is at a decent level, they're going to be fine, like from now to the day of death. But the key is working with families with details on how do we make sure that they stay okay, that they're personal work, autonomy, social needs, and trust that all will be well stays where it needs to be. Okay, I want to talk about your new job. How can I give you business?
Thank you so much.
You have it.
I do, they're right on the, right there, on that tape, on that chair.
And I had a training at CSU, and I really always lean towards the psychology, the psychopathology, the occupational part. So when you were talking about these, it is, I have a lot of expertise on sharing ideas or approaches or the similar subjects you're talking about. So I'm kind of like the chief of
Yeah.
and I'm thinking that maybe I should contact you, talk to you about it.
Yeah.
See how I can, offer some consultations, because everything that she said is everything I know.
Yeah.
And then to live it all, so I'm thinking about it.
Okay, great, here, I'll give you the card.
I'm thrilled with what you're going to specialize in. I wish my mom would have gone around.
I have a friend who's, so follow us on Facebook and Instagram, but we have a video that's like on the top of the page right now. One of our friends looking at it, she's like, if you're going to get dementia, Northern Colorado is the place to go. I think in the video he says Fort Collins is the place to get it, but he usually says Northern Colorado is the place to get it. Because there's just so many resources.
You're so upbeat and so positive. And I associate this topic with a lot of sadness.
Yeah, and you see the pictures, it doesn't have to be. I mean, we have so much fun at American cafes. Like, these people are just experiencing joy.
I'd love to come to one.
Yeah, feel free.
And they live and Zoom.
Yeah, so the third week of the month, we have a live, in Fort Collins, it's at Timberline Church at 10 in the morning on Thursday, the third week. We have one in Loveland on Wednesday, the third Wednesday, at the library. And then we have one in Greenville on Thursday.
And people with dementia and their families come.
Yeah, we had a sock hop last week.
Oh my God.
Oh, it's so funny. I love that. We had a sock hop. And one of our camp partners made us, poodle skirts, all the poodle skirts, they were so cute. Yeah,
Oh my gosh.
yeah, and you have fun. And then online too, it's harder to engage online, but since COVID, we started to just do weekly American cafes online. And those people that, it's harder for them to get out now. Because as dementia progresses, you gotta simplify life.
It doesn't always progress, or it's something.
Depend, I mean, it'll it all depends, but it depends on the reason for the dementia. Most of them are progressive, but it's not as predictable like with vascular dementia as it would be with Alzheimer's. So it does vary. But that's why you get initially a diagnosis important, because it could just be a thyroid problem. Fix their thyroid and their cognition.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
That kind of stuff.
Sometimes it can be justifications.
Yeah.
Nutrition.
Yeah.
And sometimes it can be emotional unresolved issues. That is just happening, and have a lot of things to be clear and less of one reason. So, yeah.
But we're all about like kind of above the diagnostic line. We let all the medical providers deal with all of this, and then we're up. We're just treated as a disability of facts and a story, and it just changes everything.
Yeah.
And absorb while they have, whatever they have.
Yeah. Absolutely. Okay.
I'm going to grab some support this
Can you get two of your card yet? Okay. Tell me your name
I was
again.
gonna say, what would be the best way to stay in touch with you?
Yeah, let me write your name on my card.
Hi, Gloria. I'm a residential real estate broker, so I help people.
I remember that. Yeah, that's what I saw. Okay. Oh, and it was me.
I have people I work with, or have worked with, who are displaying concerns I'm concerned about, are they able to make the decisions involved in selling a home and inspection issues, money, that they might have dementia? Yeah, because, and how I can be patient and also responsible, because, and respectful.
Well, and if you say, because some people are asking, who's a schedule for?
Oh, I got you.
And if we can say, well, yeah, I was struggling for parent, maybe at some point we're on the stuff.
Yeah. It's intense, it's still practice, it's a lot of work right now, teaching, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would love to get, okay. We're really low on peer managers and Debbie.
Okay,
It's a,
like EMD.
it's hard, like,
Nothing in here, but I do other ways. Actually, there are no drugs and that's not so much.
the house of any community, honestly.
A lot of this.
That are really in more homes.
It's in our comments. So many issues are resolved. We live in this country, resolved, and it was keeps leading issues and keeps overcoming. Little they know, like receive help, they have more energy, more space, really living. And so my approach is that, my approach is on the psychological level, my approach is in lineage confidence. Yes, you can be okay. So, but you have to that, and sometimes it is a chemistry. And then sometimes it's a lot of nutrition. So that my is really all that stuff.
Okay.
So it's helpful.
And
Let's identify.
Yes.
Yes, I think you can do that. You know that's a little rice coming, bush, and it's not fresh, then you know it's immediately coming.
Yes.
So, that's background.
That's very interesting.
So yes, I will.
Have cards?
I run out of cards,
Okay.
but sure, I'll be happy to. Give you a telephone number.
the special way, where it's none of this.
Because I'm also expanding myself into. Was for starting, so that all to store. Don't be careful on the communication if you're right. So there's a comparison because one of them is also logical. The other one is.
Yeah.
So now this is it was something like the history of objects.
Another story about the
Something. Because that's the and nurture the ability in that atmosphere. And also myself, which therapist, I had to create actual activities for them to intervene and shape those abilities that pass the logical hemisphere, which then helps them start reasoning again.
I think that's a really interesting and important approach.
Yeah.
That's.
Okay.
Well, nice to meet you. Yeah, nice to meet you both. Carrie, it's nice to meet you. Okay. Thank you again.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So.
Do your card? I do.
Come over and see how.
Thank you very much. Well, I usually, okay. Questions, everybody? Oh, board member doesn't do now, no. Very much. And I so much don't understand it, and I understand more now because I listened to you. Good, good. Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. Have a great day. You too.
Hi. There's nothing in here, right, until 2?
No, Allison is interviewing a manufacturer for the How I Built It series at 1. And I think there's something before that too. I think there's something at noon.
Okay, well, in here, just in case.
Oh, you can stay in. It's not gonna testing. Can you hear me on the microphone?
That microphone, I think it died.
Oh, yeah?
I ended up not using it.
Oh, did you speak earlier?
Yeah.
How'd it go?
Good.
How many people came?
Sort of 4.
Oh, man.
But that's fine, it was 4 people who appreciated it and needed to be here, so it's all good.
That's cool. Good deal. So were you able to hook up to the?
Yeah, I just put a thumb drive in.
You did? Okay, just into the computer. Great, okay.
All right, let me go see if I can figure out what to do about this.
Just a mouse.
Hi. Oh, hi. Good, thank you. Yeah. Viviana, thank you. Thank you. How's it going?
Good, hi.
Nice to see you.
That was awesome.
You just, it is first.
You did, I'm so sorry, I'm like, just got here, is
No,
it
okay.
about, good, awesome, how many people came?
Like 13, 14, something like that.
Okay.
And it's funny that people say that, like, as it gets later, more because at the time, 4 people.
It's also the counting person who really.
I know, no one's gonna do that. Yeah. But yeah, it's hard.
Yeah, it's, well, also, I mean, we were so late doing this all together, that I feel like insufficient promotion is the.
I also felt that.
It's like we've heard something about that.
Yeah.
Being on people around our time, but I was still, and then you would be some for like, I should have told you sooner. So I
it's like that.
just carved it out and counted to be there versus. Now it's like you do have the time all
Yeah, that's the challenge. I think we're gonna be challenged the whole week.
There's also like other events going on, like I was just at the
Yep, there's
Shannon from the city of Macomb, there's a workforce.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow, and there's
manufacturing event on Wednesday.
Yeah, like, there's just so much going on, it's like better.
Yeah. I don't know what's gonna do about this. Did you use this?
Our beer really smells like sugar, really smells like.
Were you in Chalmers or?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was a great tool.
Somewhere I'm like totally spacing out. Holy good guy, I guess you guys can figure this out. Yes. No, I did not hear enough to make any kind of intelligent comment.
This was in the honest. The other was look back and it's about
I know.
I have my timer. Not get you to that.
Yeah. Catch up. Will we transfer you in here?
Test, test.
That sounds like cool. So as long as, got it, I see it, thank you. Okay. And it's the select. Okay. Yeah, I'll start back. You have one, so for me interviewing, have to pass it back and forth, or do you have two?
We do have another one, yes.
Oh, great, okay.
I would love to use the second one for this route only.
This is the only one we're doing. So those ones go back. So you should go there. Thank you. Like for you.
Alrighty.
This back on the mic.
Oh, that's what that was for.
Yeah, it's just like a little protector. And
Good
then,
about, yeah, it's good to have it. Okay, you do that. I'm gonna go get those stools and.
thank you.
Test. Test, test. Test, test.
Then, zero sleep last night. I'm not even half an hour. Yeah, so just like worried about this, or just like, stop, just stop. Yes. That's terrible, yes. Today's my easy day, but Wednesday. Yes. Is it Wednesday or Tuesday? Oh, no, it's Wednesday. Okay. Yeah, I put it on my calendar, so I will just plan to be here. What I'll probably do is have, probably like 1:45 to like 2:15 or so, just like to get y'all started, and then I'll be in the office. Okay. And so if anything, we'll make sure everything's running smooth, and then if anything hiccups, you can just grab me and I'll be right by. Okay, so just to let you know what's happening, it's like, we should not have to be so close together, but it hasn't really. I'm speaking on LinkedIn, I'm teaching a workshop. Okay. And then immediately after my workshop is the accessibility. Okay. So, I think mine is that. One, these is all two. Yep, that's. And then I've got 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock. Okay. Yeah. So like you're back down the whole time. Right, yeah, that's when you really get it. So, I forgot to tell Derek, and I was going to, I think I did tell him, and I was already read. Okay. Because I know it's really so, we will pick up with the separate computers. Just by Wi-Fi.
And then after that, are you creating the WebEx meeting? Did we say
I need
we're
you to do that.
Okay, we're going to do that. Okay.
And we did decide what else was better on the way.
We were saying that, so, I can leave that, and then what I'll do is I'll send you the invite card, and I'll populate information, and then that just formalizes the
Perfect. So I'll send the session I'm doing just prior to it. I'm letting the law and I'm allowed to do it on my computer rather than trying to get it.
Okay. Well, for what you're presenting, is that what you're saying?
I know we just need to move the HDMI cable and then make sure that we have the HDMI cable.
Yes, let me show you, are you in this room?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I will be living in this room from 8:30 until
Spend the night here almost.
pretty much, yeah. You see me sleeping on a sofa, you understand.
There's a little bit of left. This is a big old mess.
I'm glad we're discussing this.
Yes, so this is fine.
Cautious. So I'll tell you what, I will bring my own HDMI cable. Is there an extra slot?
No, and I would actually not.
Really?
Yes, so it goes directly in, it's wired through all sorts of things in here, and so it has to come out of the, in order to plug it in, it has to come from the HDMI on the wall.
Okay. Something's put in because, well, it's not now, but it was. Let's try that first. Okay. Yeah, I lost it.
Okay, you're back. Okay, so it's this one where it's got this connector. So it's gonna be this HDMI, you'll have to plug into your laptop.
Okay, so my laptop's gonna have to sit here.
It does, yes.
Okay, there's nothing wrong here.
But not much. It comes from here to here. So I guess if you wanted,
Someone thinking about presenting.
so it's typically quite a bit easier to use the existing one. I suppose if you wanted, if you had a longer HDMI, you could plug it into this, I guess.
All right, let's try this. Let me grab my iPad for the presentation.
Okay.
And can I email it and you pick it up there?
Yeah, we could do that. What I can do is I can save it to this desktop and then plug that in.
Okay, and then I can just delete it. It's on that. Send it to you. You may get something from me, but just wait. So, for some reason, I can't fax. So I'm gonna try. You might not get either one of them markers to be closing. It's not letting me log in. I gotta go get my phone. Okay.
Two-factor authentication.
Oh,
To accept it.
no. Well, so far I haven't been able to attach my document either, so.
My OT brain is starting with sensory stuff. You know, is he really cold or is he eating something else? Like, because my husband will say he's cold, but he really just wants the weight of the blanket, not the heat of the blanket on his feet. You know what I mean? So that's where my brain goes immediately, which is probably wrong, but that's because that was my training.
Well, that's fine. The problem with that, that's the,
Any luck on your side?
I'm getting there, but slowly but surely. How about you?
Same. I didn't make it back to my phone before it timed out.
Oh, dang it. Phil's over in the other, in the library, and he's having issues too.
Oh,
It's a
no.
good thing we came early. Crap, for some reason I didn't save your contact to my contacts, so it's not finding me. There, I got it.
Okay. Is it something to my first not last name, or is it LC?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I haven't gotten to that yet.
Okay, no, that's okay.
So don't wonder if it's not there, like, oh, come on. while I'm in here, can you give me your cell phone number
Sure. Is it for,
for me to reach you?
okay, that sounds good. 970-219-6510.
6510. Okay, thanks.
That's perfect. It's just my personal cell number, so I just am cautious of giving out.
I won't spam you, I promise.
No, you're fine. I was like, as long as it's not going to like a bigger group.
Nope, just from me.
Sometimes with events, folks will just send it out.
Oh, that would be aggravating, yeah. Okay, I think I might have this, but it dawned on me that, oh, it wants to do it through mail drop because it's a 73 megabyte file.
I'm not familiar with that.
Well, let's see if it'll
Give
work.
it a try.
Let's give it a try.
Okay.
I sent it, so you can check. What it should do is like create like a place where you can download it. Respond to my husband who says I definitely did not bring my phone charger. Put it down. Sign. All right, can you go ahead and put it in presentation mode? Okay, and does this clicker? It should. Let's see. Yep. Great. Let me see if it's just doing my animation.
To the right, we'll go to the next.
Okay, great. Uh-oh. It's missing.
Go ahead and click one more time.
It's, I mean, it changed the format, like that says pivot and that circle is an O. So that means it's gonna do that to a lot of these slides. This is why I didn't.
What does it look like on your screen?
Well, I didn't bring my Mac with me, but like, let's go through and there's like this slide. Yeah, this isn't the right fonts, they're too close together. This is actually really nicely designed, but it's messing up this, not really messing with that one.
Okay. So a couple options, you can have your laptop up here, or you could bring your own HDMI. So,
and then we just plug HDMI into.
Right, so you unplug it here, plug yours in, and then the other into your laptop.
All right, we'll have an opportunity to test that because Phil brought his computer with an HDMI cable. Okay. He's using it for the 12 o'clock session, but I don't think he's going to after that. Okay. We'll just be really careful when we unplug this one to make sure the computer can work after we just have. Sure, of course. Yeah.
What about, do you have,
No.
okay. That is
No, the only time that we have audio is during the one with Marrow.
Okay.
So do you want to plug that in case we, because we'll use this computer
This one?
and your camera thing.
Okay, but you won't have a personal laptop here?
We will, but we'll have them on WebEx.
Okay, so it should be okay, as long as we don't have a presentation.
No, we don't have a presentation.
Okay, that should be fine, because I have the audio that's funny when we have a presentation. Right?
Oh, boy.
I think this might be added audio. It's a fun adventure every time.
Oh, shoot, Chelsea.
Oh, I know it. I'm like, I've sure learned a lot about IT since taking this job.
I'm bad.
Not enough, but some.
So, good to learn some things about how IT should be thinking differently.
Yeah.
It's like, they set this stuff up, but they don't use it, so they don't live this.
And every day, it's like, oh, there's a computer, I'm like, yeah, but not everybody wants to use this, and reasonably so.
Well, yeah, and that's why.
Yeah.
I mean, because like, this doesn't look anything like, I wonder how it looks on the iPad.
Well, if, I have to run back, because I'm covering the desk.
Okay.
Can you use the example
So
of,
I'm
this is how to jump that.
Yeah, I wonder if it's because I transferred it via. Look, when I touched it, it's just interesting. Huh. That's interesting. So, we've got some.
And we're using logic with her.
Yeah, that looks right there. You see the difference?
And,
Okay, well, we learned something.
Yeah, let's just plan to do the HTML, and then we'll just it all.
down, we can get it adjusted.
What time will you be using your laptop?
Of course, like,
Immediately before the accessibility. Okay, so that I can make it really complicated.
We'll just put all the complicated in one little spot.
At least it's all together.
Exactly.
Yes, it's all together. Okay, all right, so we know that's not gonna work, so we should delete that photo.
Oh, yeah.
And then she gets nervous, figuring out to just join.
Right.
And suddenly the club is warm. Yeah.
I haven't used a PC in so long.
Yeah.
And then I guess it's
But
to
it's
talk
right.
to trash.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I know you need to get to your phone and, or your thing, and I need to get a charger over to Phil and watch his session. I will be back here later to do 2 sessions.
Okay.
All right. Oh, and I'll go get a chair before I do that. And I'll let Allison know that, the 2 mics are here. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
No, are they? They know they're really young.
Right, well, the first thing I would say, I know that the professors say, well, and that's what I say. I told you that how to get the stuff work that hard, 40
Andrew, this was somebody at
I can speak for everyone. She's out of the then she's not yet, but some not yet. We have discussed, and my next is absolutely fine, absolutely fine. Spot is, regularly, while it's the thing is, no, it doesn't exactly, oh, it's fine. Absolutely, too much, absolutely, it's not, no facts, but when not that, anything that's negative. And that's not, it's common sense. It actually involves a single fact, everything. Yes. And so, the wonderful is you can't do it. And the other way you can. That's not really, so we're also very far, stop. Are you waiting for one of the classes? Are you waiting for one of the classes? For you two? I usually am going to send you this. Oh,
I was saying that works for us. When I met her, she was very sad and really aware that she was forgetting everybody over behind her and contradicting her. And she was sad. And so, silly stuff, I guess.
So good to see you.
City educated family, now that they were stellar ICC, the special method, however, with my demonstration, my grade, I saw her at least weekly, if not more than that. And she did the exact same thing. She told me that I was her best friend. She couldn't tell anybody what my name was necessarily. But I was her best friend, and she never, whenever I was around, she was willing to come with me or what are we going to do? She was very excited. And her family just would stand there like, you just met her. And I said, that's the reason, because I haven't created any dreads in her album. Like in my head, that's what I'm saying, right? I haven't caused her any trauma because I was going along and supporting her and meeting where she's at and providing the AST that she hasn't had. And she like came to life again. I mean, not anymore. But I did provide her with that, and that's what makes me be able to sleep at night, that I saw the change in her, her family saw the change in her. And even though they don't completely get it, or they can't completely implement it, they saw it.
Yeah. Well, teacher cost is missing. But it's quality. Quality. Any cost. We need to be
Yes, and I just got your text and I was guessing that's who it was. I wonder if you could connect with Carol, because you have a relationship with them, and say, hey, I need some graphics. Giving a biographical background, and see what happens if you would impress one, maybe you could sign on, we can go in and like ask her to do a paper for you. I don't know. That might be a way of singling her out, because clearly she's making his life miserable. Yeah, she's exhausted. She's exhausted.
It's not exactly what you said, but my thoughts are, it's not delusions, it's poetry. That just really resonates with me. What's exactly what you said, James? Like, cut out.
We talk about things, like it seems like so, I don't know, my mind's always like, I don't know, that's not it that way. Yes, that's a great question. So, yeah, they run the life station festival, they do the whole Main Street. It's pretty, not very, oh, right, the city, back to the city. The city of Queens, yeah, right. Right, I think. But, yes, I feel the same thing. Yeah. My word is feelings.
I'll go back to, after you said speckled fear, I'll go back to the title I've given myself, is speckled evangelist. Oh! Yes.
My father was city,
workshop about that, the idea of 50 poetry with some of the words, and those care partners could give examples, like that resonated so quickly with them because they saw it. And I think it's a really helpful way to help them reframe words that are frustrating otherwise to just see the beauty.
Absolutely. It's not easy, but
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
I'm so terrified because
Megan, save the whiteboards. Save the whiteboards and then whatever, yeah. And I'll send you the summary I have. But Megan has most of it.
I don't know where to see, but
It'll pop up on your computer later, I think. When your emails to me. I do, yes, I have till 12:30. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, about that affiliation agreement. I think that's what I've seen, and I don't see the lawyer highlighted very much at all. Yeah, I think it's okay. He's on our board and he just looked at it for free, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was surprised you didn't see too much. I mean, because I don't know, it's all mumble jumble me. Yeah. From the United States?
Yeah.
Okay.
By considering the legal responsible for the next
Well, see, she just wants a recording of a class. You're not gonna send that out.
Oh, this is you.
Oh, that's me. Oh, yeah, I wanted this class. I'm like, what?
Representative.
Okay, no, for me, I wanted the answers that you guys were talking about. I wanted, legal transcript. That'd be interesting.
From today's class.
No, see, oh, it was a UC Health person. Yes, send it to me, because that's the deal. That's somebody that Peggy is supposed to, either she's working with at UC Health or I am. So yeah, have her send it to me. Yeah, yeah. I probably know the person, so yeah, you send that to me. Yeah, it's not to teach the class. You need to be a culture practitioner. Or to contact Dementia Together and they'll show it whenever you want. Yeah. Okay, wow, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we're showing it every month, once a month. And I can do more, but, okay, yeah, send me that email, I would be curious. Okay, all right, thank you, have a good day. Sounds like John's having trouble.
Okay. So he's, yeah, anyway, all right, I just thought we were going to this conversation. Yeah. Yeah,
So who's having trouble? You are, or John is?
I was having trouble.
Oh, okay.
But I did write my biggest question, what to say to Mom when she started saying that we left her here, no one's visited her yet. She's lucky, we can't get out, and she cries. And anyway, I just kind of ran out of things to say. She's only done that once to me, but it was pretty hard for me and for her. I just didn't know. I tried my best to divert her or just say, well, I'm here right now, Mom, what can we do to help? And I just could not get her off that no one's visiting her, or she hasn't seen anybody. She doesn't remember the product. We just put her away from her. So it's just been.
No one is, so I need exact words. No one is visiting me.
That no one is visiting me. Who brought me here?
Who brought me here?
I'm locked in. I can't do it. There's people here that are way, there's people here that can't talk, ask weird questions, drool. I don't see anybody drooling. There are some pretty, there are a few people with profound dementia that bother her. One lady came up and asked us if we could help her brush her teeth. Then I said, Mom, would that be okay with you? We can go help her brush her teeth. Oh, yeah. Like she was horrible. Okay. But since one time, I'll tell you, she started kind of a little group. The activities director said she's been there for 5 years and has never seen this. So after dinner, there's a little couch outside Mom's door, and then across the hall, there's occasional chairs, and like people will sit there, and then someone bring a chair from their room. If there's more other chairs from the dining room, they sit there and try to help each other figure things out. And I said, oh, figure out things for people or something. And I said, you mean like to get out of living there? They said, no, to figure things out. My mom was upset because she didn't have a phone. So somehow or another, a phone appeared in her room, plugged into the cable. And then Mom had 3 groceries. I didn't check today because today has been quite a crazy morning with her. But when I checked Friday, she'll be home back. So I don't know if she's living groceries. But anyways, the director said it was really sweet that they all sit around and talking to each other. And again, trying to help each other out with problems, or they talk old times. So I'd like to think that Mom started that in the group.
That's good.
Yeah.
So it'd be so smart to sign them on to a memory cafe every Friday. They have all that, they have conversation prompts with reminiscing and games and music. And it's free for the organization. It would be nice if they just signed on to Memory Cafe at 10:30 on Fridays.
Okay, and that's, you sent that link, I got
It's on our website. It's just,
Memory
Cafe, and then they do it in facilities, except for the 5th Friday of the month. So like this Friday, I don't think we're doing it this Friday, so next Friday. But like about 10:30, all they need is an HDMI cord and a computer that connects to Zoom. So remind me.
I don't know the status has some problems with that, but I certainly do. So, and then I left a scrap paper room up high. I'm going to take a CD player there and put it in the lock cabinet. That's something else they can use to distract her if she's having a hard time. I've decided for me, I listen to her probably 10 times a week, because I go for an hour in the morning and in the afternoon. I bring like a cookie or a piece of chocolate or something to kind of ease my way in or just use it as a distraction. I've downloaded John Denver's songs on my Spotify account. We spent 1 afternoon for an hour outside by ourselves singing John Denver's songs. So I just.
Did you guys do the 9-page background biographical thing?
For them,
Yeah.
we did a passport for them, I did.
Okay.
For them last week when I was here. Yeah, I did, I think I did it Wednesday. We got here Tuesday, and we had to take on for a passport.
Will you send me a copy of that?
Oh, shoot, I'm gonna ask for a copy of that.
Because are they using it?
I don't know.
Because music is not one of those things where it's like, oh, well, if they think about it, they can turn on some music. No. If she likes Rocky Mountain High,
Right,
it should be played every 30 days for her.
I know.
Repeat what works.
I know, and I don't know, when I come, that she asks those questions, she knows it's me, and she's complaining to me. But like last night, her back was hurting her, and, she wanted to call Dawn in Fort Collins. And they tried to call Dawn, and Dawn was out of town. And so, I don't know when yesterday, but I was on call. So trying to get that across, Dawn is the first call person. But I try to tell them when I'm in town, call me. And Dory's going out of town next week, so I made sure I talked to the director. I said, have him call me first, this whole next week.
And how responsive is the staff to your suggestion? I mean, honestly, there's not a lot you can do unless they've read the passport. They're willing to utilize it.
The passport was more like, where he lived before here. Why wasn't it working well? I didn't ask my mom those questions. I feel about it because I don't want her to be upset about it.
Okay.
They ask questions about her, that's why, and I asked that her answer those, but.
Oh, okay, so here's the thing. Are you talking about the passport, actual passport, or are you talking about the documents?
We can do it a little bit, because it's.
Did you call it a passport?
The goal of our startup week is to engage people.
If you're
Starting business, really want to start a business.
Okay.
And there's, some of these are mini workshops, like,
Okay, so my guess is that not just
Yes.
the key questions that they need the answers to, that they don't even know that
how I built this.
they need the answers, they need the answer.
Are part of the scale of where people who have established.
They need the answers to where it's not, where it's not.
At next level.
Because that's, those are the questions that
And in the past years, they've.
you guys have to figure out what
to
to
all
solve.
those on the same day. And so
You
like
look
for
for
the
the
policies, small learners.
Candace
is in charge of the scale up.
So if they don't have that, I feel like they're not sort of new. She's just telling her. She's just telling her.
Yes, I'm Travis. It's nice to meet you. Sorry. Okay,
Okay, so we're just kind of right here.
So we've got 2 mics, really easy to.
Hi.
I thought I'd bring evidence of what I do now.
I love this. That's so pretty.
Yeah. And also gets to take those home.
No.
Yeah. You have to get my bucket back.
Yeah. So pretty. All right, so we have absolutely no idea how many people are coming. Got a decent showing over in the nonprofit group, so nobody RSVPs. So
Yeah. I was saying last year, on the day, we had, it was packed, there was business owners who were, like Andrew came. Andrew Henderson, right? You know, so I kind of put him as a prototype for who else was in the audience. So
Yeah.
pretty sophisticated
Yeah.
businesses.
it was anything from about 100K to almost $1 million.
Wow.
Derek. Yeah, and he's one of ours, he's speaking after you, we're doing another How I Built It with him. He's at 950 this year.
Okay.
So, and it'll be like, most of the crowd will be on the lower range. So the whole purpose for Scale Up Day, or Scale Up program, because it's not on a specific day this year, is to help entrepreneurs, solopreneurs, they may have 2 or 3 employees. Most of the people in the room last time had 1 or 2 employees. Even if they were only doing 100K, which is always scary to me. But it's like they're wanting to scale, but they don't really have a mentor or anyone who's given them a sense of the gotchas, the pivots, the challenges. And so the goal, I looked at Startup Week a few years ago and was really disappointed with the level of the content, because it's all like 101 content, business 101, marketing 101. And I'm like, but what about the established business that wants to grow? That's the job creators. We need better paying jobs. And so we made the decision to put people on that, like, I'm not going to put a restaurant as a speaker for Scale Up, because they're not paying living wages and for someone to live in Fort Collins. So it's like we want to kind of focus on businesses that are paying at least 40K, minimum as a minimum in their companies, and way up, because it creates a livable situation for the employees to be able to at least afford an apartment in town.
Is the fact that our business was in the manufacturing sector appeal to what you've seen in an audience? Because
we deliberately sought you back.
Candace said, do you have anyone that you can interview about manufacturing?
Yeah, it was very intentional, because we're trying to get a broad spectrum. Now, the one speaker, actually, I take it back in terms of paying living wages, with Patrick O'Neill from Burns Toffee. And he's not paying at that rate, they can't. But they're like a 3-generation business, and so I wanted to be able to have him talk about pivots. I don't think they're probably $1 million. I have no idea what the revenue is. I need to talk to him about that.
I have a lot on the whole pivot part.
Right.
We were in business 23 years, and what it looked like when we sold it versus what it looked like when we started is very different.
Yeah.
And so that's a
And you
big area.
weathered various ups and downs in the broader context, the economy.
Yeah. The recession of 08.
Yeah, definitely talk about the recession, because I think the whole theme this year is resilience, because while we don't seem to be deep in the depths of recession yet, I think we're going to go there. And so I want these business owners to understand what it takes to prepare for that. And they're probably all woefully underprepared. So if we can provide them tips, I know, well, it's a little late, but
Okay, so
Yeah, got some.
prepared some.
awesome, thank you for doing
Yeah, I like to talk about what we do.
Yeah, and I actually haven't heard some of the stories from like the early.
Oh, the early
Yeah,
years.
how did it get going and things like that, so I'm looking forward to hearing that.
Cool. So you're interviewing?
Yes.
Sweet. Got the 2 mics.
And then was it also broadcast as well? Is that laptop not there?
It is broadcasting, like right now, we're live, as we have this conversation.
Hi, everybody.
What we might do.
Just move that.
That's what I'm thinking, I'm just looking at where it's plugged in. And that might be so
It feels awful.
I was gonna say too, you guys didn't tell me it was black and white.
We planned this 20 years ago, so we forgot to tell you.
Why? It's almost like that. I actually thought about it.
I really like the white denim jacket, it's too cute. I brought my gray denim jacket, so I can forget it. The only problem with unplugging that and plugging it back in, oh wait, no, it's a laptop, so it'll run on battery. I've got it here. Let's do it.
Do you think bring the table around?
You know, I'm kind of thinking we get rid of this row.
Yep, and the table right here.
Yeah.
Yep, I agree.
So that we don't block.
Wheelchairs,
Just three.
Just we'll move
Probably
these
just three, yeah.
Are they clipped together a little? Probably.
They
It's
are.
fancy.
You don't want to make
We
it
have to-
simple and straightforward.
You got that one? I got this one.
There we go. Probably not against the emergency exit.
Yeah. Probably trying to do that, then you need it, right?
Yeah.
Oops, I gotta silence my phone here, I'm waiting on a couple of calls.
All right, so
Fingers crossed. We hope this is
Are
gonna
you
not cut
ready?
you off.
battery, wonderful thing. There we go.
It starts at what time?
1
o'clock. One.
I don't know. I mean, I don't, they like her.
Okay, I think we're. I want that picture.
I don't know if they have a lot of.
Of BP's website, 1996. I asked what's current website since 1996.
We incorporated in 95, but we really didn't kick it off till 96. January of 96 is when we, yeah, that's when we did it.
Okay. I think the warehouse is exactly the same since 2013.
Yeah, we weren't really doing anything. We were incorporating it.
You guys want to sit there? I'll make sure these are pointed well. I can be with you, by the way. Sorry.
Which part of mine, right here?
Whichever one you want to be.
Closer to the camera there.
Okay.
We turn on.
I can try.
Otherwise, we can make sure.
If nobody comes, we'll just do that.
That's it. That's a good plan.
So we will have, you said the last Thursday, the room is set in a U. That day, but it's not a U that can accommodate as many people as you've said, but there's other tables in the room. So I'm gonna take a picture of this for you. What we just can't probably swing is not committing and getting the room flipped back every time. But if you can you do with,
We can set it up
there.
there, we can even move it back the way we found it.
Yeah, or
Is this the room that we were in for the strategic plan?
yeah, and we've actually taken down the center partition, so it's twice as big. And so we set up the U in the part where we did the strategic planning, and then leave rounds in the other half. And then if you pulled down the U and moved all, because it's individual tables like this now, and move those around the perimeter.
Yeah.
And then we've got a couple extra rounds, move those in and set up your chairs. If you're game to set up,
We did that.
you've got it. We were in church before.
Yeah, we had the same thing.
It was just the hesitation of like, so we get that turned around. We are charging $50 an hour in general. If we didn't talk about that or work out what we did with like Sertoma was, they're being they are. We're not gonna keep track of like exactly down to the hour, but if you want to commit to being here for a year and do like a.
Yeah. Maybe $100 for their computer.
Yeah,
Well,
so a year. The church is $3.
Absolutely. And you learn them, and so, you learn what's not gonna and it's not.
Well, I thought about that.
So that I can, your relationship with staff,
I know what, that'll just be an extra byproduct of entertainment. Yeah, it's not going well. People start, if we hear snoring, we'll change the whole thing.
I know, I thought, because last year we were on these tall chairs too, and I thought, I'm gonna have.
Is it easier it's probably easier if you do this.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, and it looks fine, it's just, with your knees together, it looked fine too, I just wanted to
Thanks for the warning.
Discreetly.
yeah, I've got it.
That would have been a good reason to wear pants.
I know I'm wearing pants on Wednesday now.
Yeah, there you go.
Are you interviewing Derek?
I'm interviewing Derek and Jeffrey today. Then I'm interviewing Zubaida
Yeah.
and talking about pivots. She had a major COVID pivot.
Really? Because last time I heard her talk was at this.
Yeah, I haven't talked to her. I just talked to her this morning. And then, the accessibility pass. So this is going to be crazy. So I'm speaking on the LinkedIn stuff. I'm going to introduce Charles. I'm going to introduce CJ. Then I get an hour break. Then I'm speaking on LinkedIn. And immediately after I speak on LinkedIn, we start the accessibility panel, which requires a whole bunch of setup to make it accessible because Meryl is deaf and Meryl can't be here. And so we have to make sure that we're on camera in 2 different ways. So I've got to have everybody on my panel have their laptops so that she can read our lips. And we're using WebEx. We actually had to test this whole thing to see which one gave better captions. None of them caption her so well. So if you know anybody that's an AI developer, they need to start training AI with deaf accents because it can't pick up anything. Her name is Meryl Evans. It translates as marijuana half the time. And I mean, if you come on that accessibility panel, you'll be shocked at how bad it is for her. Because she speaks, I don't have that much trouble understanding her speech, but it can't pick up anything. So we'll have the subtitles up so everybody can see how badly she's experiencing it. I couldn't get anybody in a wheelchair on short notice. We talked about that, so we don't have that. But I've had 2 people step up for next year. A woman who is a director at Craig Hospital and a woman who has cerebral palsy who I've been connected to on LinkedIn, and I had no idea she had a disability. So that'll be fun next year. And then we should be able to get Meryl in person next year too. So that'll be fun.
Is this just today or is it 2 days?
That's Wednesday.
Is it through Friday?
Yeah, startup week. Well, I mean, Founded in FoCo is through Friday. What I'm talking about is all on Wednesday.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a lot of speakers and a lot of.
Well, and then I do 3 interviews back to back right after the accessibility panel. So Wednesday's going to be a long day.
You might need those flowers at your house.
I just need to sleep. I did not sleep last night at all.
Isn't that horrible when you've got a lot to do and you need to rest? The mind is just.
It was. I finally just got up and worked on my presentation because I don't feel like I did a good close.
I do that a lot where it's 2 hours of tossing and turning and I'm like, I can be productive and then I'll take a nap later.
That's exactly, well, minus the nap later, that's exactly what I did because I couldn't sleep. I lay down on the couch. I couldn't sleep on the couch. It's like, I hope you guys are all enjoying our conversation here.
With anybody else?
Do you want to
I don't know.
turn the display? It looks like it's maybe a little lower on one side, so that would be kind of your flowers.
Oh.
Because they were.
Like that?
I wasn't thinking towards the audience. Is this the front?
Yeah, it's kind of, it got all whacked out when I drove. And the base is really not big enough for everything I shoved in there.
Pretty. I love the colors.
Good, that's better for me.
Although, if anybody sits here,
No, they can still see you. Yeah, I'm blocked from like the next seat over.
Do people really sit in the front row?
Oh, you know, the teacher's pet.
Yeah, right, the brown nosers.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe it'll just be, maybe it'll just be enough.
Oh, I'm really glad people were excited to hear me speak.
Oh, man. We've been trying to promote it, but
You got a late start.
yeah.
One person that's fine, and we won't interact.
We just talked to Candace.
I do want to
Been
hear
there
this.
my 30.
Yeah. I know Eric is been wanting to hear it. So.
Good.
She's gonna go around that.
No comment. Manufacturing trade show on Wednesday. Yeah,
They moved it to fall.
they did.
It used to be in like April.
Right. They moved it because of COVID in 2020, and then they did a virtual in the fall, and then they worked. And then,
So I wonder if, so could we boost
then
the
for 2021, they just said fall.
I wonder if that would just
And-
you're here.
And
And
so
so
limited
you
that
know,
kids.
When I was involved, I'm still at work, did the boot twice. We had this so snowy, people didn't like the stuff. So I think
Unlikely to get that.
better.
Yeah.
When it's not-
End of September. You might have flurries, but you're not gonna have a
No.
spring storm.
Yeah, it was awful, I think it was.
No. You're right.
I can't decide whether to tell that lady to take her meeting out of the room or just leave her alone. She's been here.
5 minutes.
She's been here since 11.
Who is she?
I think she did the first presentation. She did 4 people. Derek had a decent showing at his. And we had like, I don't know, I think 15, 16 people in nonprofit. I think it's because we got a late start on promoting this one. Dang it.
I would just.
Okay.
And how I can help. And then this is what I noticed. Yeah. I have to go.
At least we're live streaming.
Yeah, can you tell if there's one or something?
I don't know how to tell. I know that all they have to do is click this session and they can see it live, so.
So we actually have to behave and do it.
Thank you, ladies.
We'll behave and do it.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, well then I'll just,
Do we need to check the mics or are they just gonna go?
this is probably picking up sound, but let's,
I mean, if we don't have to hold mics, that'd be great.
if you don't want to. I mean, it's just gonna transmit into the room and not to the
Yeah.
camera. The camera's picking up what it's picking up.
I'd say if we get, I mean, in this room, we'll be fine. If we get it full, we would need a mic. I'm guessing that's.
I think it's full pretty fast.
Oh, it does, I think it will tell us if somebody joins. So far, no.
Thanks.
But we're only 4 minutes.
Do you want to stay for our little talk?
We have such a crowd.
Anybody?
Well, then we will just have a conversation.
Yep.
It will be live streamed and.
I genuinely want to hear this story. I actually
I
haven't
too.
heard it, so.
No,
2 minutes.
If someone walks in, let me know.
Okay. I'll just keep you hanging right there.
Maybe you should have just not listed who it was. Maybe that's the.
That's not it.
No, we just put it up over the weekend, right?
Yeah, I think we just finally put the,
Oh, did you?
yeah.
When did it go up? I was supposed to put it up and then Friday, we got it Friday. And I was supposed to put it up Friday and guess who didn't do it? And then Nick put it up first thing Saturday morning, bright and early. So at least one day of lack of promotion team. Hi.
This is the founded and.
It is. Come on in.
Hi.
We
Have a seat.
I will do.
we're gonna have a little chit chat.
Might be quite intimate, actually.
That sounds good.
Hi, Nick.
Hello, okay. We've got a really big audience.
Let's
All
get
right,
back
come
to
on in.
conversation. Why would anybody come?
Okay, August share sorry.
Thank you, yay. Oh, thank you.
Of course.
Oh, nice.
Hi there, how are you?
I'm well, how are you?
Very good. Are you joining us?
Cinnamon roll.
Howdy, howdy.
We sitting here?
Nope, you
I'm
are. I'm gonna just move my bag out of your way so
All
that
right.
you can have a seat for your bag, because we've got a few extras.
Maybe before we get started, can we hear a little bit about who you are so that we can help like
Great
adjust
idea.
what you're about to say?
Tailor
Since
the
we're-
conversation toward your.
Yeah.
interests.
Sure. My name is Jeff Havens. I am 44. I'm a keynote speaker. I've had my own business for about 16 years. I'm still running it, but I'm looking to start a new business that's very different from the one that I have been doing for the last 16 years. And will involve the need to get, to like do a proper investor pitch and business plan and raise outside capital, none of which I've done for my existing business, which was built all organically. So I'm coming to various things this week to kind of learn how people did their own businesses, see what I can pull from it, and then kind of go from there. I'm gonna leave from here, go to the grant writing one.
Yes.
So.
Cool.
Hi.
Hi.
Sorry, this is a beautiful sunrise. I have my own business as well. I sell tires.
Oh, wow.
I sell wheels. I've been selling wheels for about maybe 10, 12 years now.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm pretty good in that area. I've had a lot of financial stability, so I'm all right. I'm doing okay.
Yeah.
I'm not too.
Everybody needs a tire, right?
Yeah, everybody.
Yeah.
On a pretty regular basis.
Yeah, regular basis. That's why I kind of started, because they're called fuel. The wheels are called fuel.
Mm-hmm.
You might see them around. And yeah. I'm just trying to figure out a few new business possibilities and see if I can entrepreneur myself and anything else that's kind of crazy. So
Yeah, I mean, if you've been doing that for quite a while, it's like thinking about what do you need to do differently now to get it up to the next level. Because you've been successful to here, but that doesn't mean that that's exactly what's going to get you here. And
not at all.
I think some of kind of what both of us have stories to talk about, that concept of like what needs to break from what you've been doing well, even though it's going really well, in order to get up to the next level. Yeah. Well, let's get started. Welcome to Founded in FoCo. If there's anyone on the live stream, we want to say welcome to you too. The theme this year is resilience, and we've got a really cool story with my friend Diana, who started a manufacturing company called Virgin Products with her husband back in 1995, 1996. And they grew that business and weathered quite a bit of ups and downs in the broader economy. And we're going to talk about kind of what some of those business pivots look like in that process. And just going to hear the story of how you build something up to, solidly, business today is a little bit under $20 million and employing just under 100 people. And Diana will tell you about kind of the timeline in there where she sold the business. So there was this foundation that was built, and that's what her story is about. But the cool thing is Diana's also a serial entrepreneur. So kind of retiring from manufacturing business and then starting up something completely different is part of Diana's story. And so we'll get to hear about another venture that she's working on now. And so with that, I want to just say, because of the size that we are, whatever questions you have as we go along, we'd love to, get your what you're interested in hearing about, making sure that there's value here for you. So I guess let's just get started. Diana, can you tell us what was your approach and the story of how you came to decide with Terry that it's time to start a business, and what were some of those first steps that you took to get it going?
Well, I talked to Terry about this first because
He's the engineer, he's the mind behind the business. I was the infrastructure support system. The purchasing, the HR, when you're small, you're wearing many hats. But his comment was, fear is a great motivator. And the reason he said that is because we had moved from Oregon to Colorado because he was with a startup company here in Fort Collins that had $13 million investment to build a hard drive. And they burned through 13 million in 18 months and the company folded. So that's the fear is a great motivator, is he had some relationships that he developed during that time. And a friend of ours said, you're smart, you're both capable, do your own thing. You know how to do your own thing, go do it, and here's $70,000.
Wow.
And we were just naive enough to think that $70,000 doesn't go very far. But we made it work, and the approach is really a lot of luck and naivete on our part. But sometimes that's what you do. And we weren't risk adverse, so we said, we're smart, we can do this. That's the approach.
Right.
Yeah.
And so what did the business look like in those early days? And what did you start and set out to build? Because I know it looks quite different.
It does.
today.
So the concept of the business was take a product that is considered to be mature in the marketplace, but not meeting profit goals. So imagine anything in the electronics arena, which is what we were in. The product's out there and it's selling and there's interest, but the cost of goods was way too high. So they came to us and they said, we need you to redesign, Terry's a mechanical engineer, we need you to redesign the product to take cost out. That was the whole concept. We had 3 clients, one we knew from, we had lived here previously. He came to us once he knew what we were doing. Really wasn't LinkedIn or all of the ability to leverage the internet that way. But so we would take this existing product and we would tear it apart and we would do a cost analysis of the materials, the bill of materials. We would understand what each component cost. We would resource it. We might redesign it. So many products try to hit the market prematurely because they have a window, but they haven't really cost reduced it for profitability. So that was the whole concept when we started with 3 clients.
And Terry was the mechanical engineer that was looking at those, and then talk a little bit more about all the other things that you did in those early days.
Well, there were 3 of us. We rented a 600 square foot office and had a little shelf with our parts and pieces, and we got our computers, and we were very budget oriented. We only had the 70,000 to work with, but it was a matter of going out and building that network of people and explaining, it's all paper brochures, right? And we had email, but that was about it. We didn't have a showy office. Our credibility could totally have been questioned if they saw us building parts on a table that size or putting together our equipment, and we didn't have a lot of that. But it slowly grew, and word got out that we were being successful, and we had just case studies to share. How we took this product that was manufactured for $500 and we took $150 out of it. That just goes right to the bottom line. So once we got further into it, it did evolve, and I'm kind of jumping ahead of the questions here, but then the clients would say, well, we've got generation 2. Can you do a ground up design of that? Take what you know here and do the full design. And then we got the attention of Intel out of Oregon. And so we did a motherboard tester for them, which really propelled us into hiring people and developing more of our processes. And we hired a purchasing person. And so we grew, that was probably within 2 years, 2.5 years of when we started. The next thing they said was, well, now you've designed this, can you build it for us? And we're like in an office space, 1,700 square foot office. But you have to stop and say, does this model that we're being asked to now pivot to something different than designing? Now you're talking about circuit board assembly and inventory and financial support that we really haven't needed up to that point. So I guess the takeaway for that is, if you can find a bank, any financial institution that will hear about your growth, your plans, they'll look at your purchase orders. And we were so lucky because we didn't have the 3 C's, you know, the capital, I can't remember what they all are, but it was for home state banks that show us your purchase order and we'll lend you the money. I just don't, it's not that easy now. It really isn't, unless you have somebody you've known in the industry for a long time.
Can you clarify for everybody, were you manufacturing something for a company that had designed it and had a prototype, or were you copying a product that somebody else had made, or was it bespoke? What was it that you started with those first 3 clients?
So one company had a product that was at prototype stage, and they needed to make it more manufacturable. And as we all know, a prototype is just really proof of concept. So they said, we've proved the concept, we have interest in the marketplace, now can you take it and make it more manufacturable?
Okay.
So it was really a two-part. Take this existing product that's out there, we're selling it, redesign it for cost. Then the other one was take this prototype and manufacture it. That was really before we really got into the manufacturing part to build whatever we had.
I'm sorry. Your first 3 clients were people who knew you. Is that correct?
They knew the individual that gave us the $70,000 loan knew people. So he sent us one client.
Okay.
He was a industrial design. That was his career. He was a professional industrial designer. Brought us. So he had done the industrial design and then brought the products to us. But it wasn't long before we had a relationship with HP Greeley.
So that's my question. How do you go from the people that you know, or that know the people you know, whatever? Were you actively courting HP and Intel? Did they, and if not, how did they hear about it?
So Terry was working at Tektronix, and he was a college professor at the University of Idaho, and several of his students were at Tektronix. And so we lived, sorry, 5 years we were in Oregon. He was at Tektronix, and then when we left to come to work at the startup, the students stayed in touch with him, and one of them went to Intel. So it was really more about his networking. But once we had case studies, once we had some success, then the biggest issue that we always had was finding somebody who could go out and sell what we do. And I think across the board, that's always the biggest struggle. Because you can have the great idea and you can produce something that flies off the shelf, but somebody has to go out and meet the people, explain to the people how you can make money for them. So kind of fast forward, we did internally, after I think we had 10 or 12 employees at this point, and we moved to a larger facility, and we did get an SBA loan so we could get some equipment to do the manufacturing. We hired a consultant who came in and took the executive team, there were 3 of us, and put us through some sort of I can't even remember, it's not Myers-Briggs, it's one of the others, but because we didn't have a salesperson. The business had just come to us, and you can't sustain that for very long. If you want to grow, you're going to have to meet more clients, gonna have to put people out on the street to tell the story. So he determined that I should do the sales because I had the personality type that might be able to succeed at that. And then I signed up for Sandler sales training. So I took the whole Sandler sales training program. It wasn't cheap for sure, but it was the best thing I ever did because if you don't understand the problem you're trying to solve with your customer, you'll never get anywhere. And so often we go in and we tell all the features and benefits of working with us, how wonderful we are, instead of saying, what problem are you trying to solve, to see if there's alignment there. That was a big, big change in our company. We brought in, one year we brought in, I think, 35 new clients. We had up to 35, 40 clients when we were at our $18 million run rate. We had 140 people until 2008. So I think part of it is understanding what you can do internally to put yourself out there. I think so often you tend to say, well, if we build it, it'll just come.
I think especially in the manufacturing and hard products, tech, someone invents something, the next cool thing, and they think it'll just fly off the shelf. And I'm fascinated by the story that you just told, where what you first thought you were creating was effectively a services,
It was
an engineering services company.
Yep.
And through feedback from your customers and requests, you moved into a physical manufacturer, and those pivots kept happening throughout the time that you held the company. And one of the biggest pivots was your personal pivot into understanding a new role that you could play.
Right.
So one of the things that I want to bring to light here is that this was a story that's lasted, from the mid 90s through till when you exited the company, and but you started something new after that. So tell us a little bit how the approach was different, and tell us what you're doing now and how that played out differently, given what you knew from the first experience.
So I still have a comfort level in approaching people that I don't know about. Hey, do you want to hear about what I'm doing? And I can cold call. I've done that for years. But my big passion was to grow cut flowers, and I would have liked to have done that sooner. But running another business the size that we had, I didn't really have enough energy left. So when we did sell the company and retired, I started Rocky Mountain Blooms, so I brought a bouquet. It's a seasonal company, which for me works really well with retirement. But I took a course. I went online and took a 6-week course on fertilization and watering and growing in a unheated hoop. And so I guess the takeaway from the manufacturing business transitioning to this is, once you've been an entrepreneur and once you've grown something and you've taken risk, there isn't much you won't do and can't do. Agreed?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, because you've lived it. If it fails, I'm not too worried about it. But then I'm at the stage in my life where it's not a big risk if it does. But there are other risks associated with, what if somebody doesn't like my product? Can I deal with the rejection? What if I have a crop failure? How am I going to pay my bills? So I still have all of the same decision points and some risks. It's just a much smaller scale.
Is this a business did you exit out of the virgin products in a way that makes this business not a requirement for your lifestyle?
To a certain extent, but I think if you have in your gut that I'm not just going to do this for my health and because I want to do it, I would love to see it grow and allow me to do some extra things. Does it pay the mortgage? No. That would be a little
But
scary.
it doesn't need to, is what
It
you're
doesn't
saying.
need to.
Right, okay.
It doesn't need to. And sometimes that makes it easier to forge ahead with something because you know that what you're doing, you have a different motive this time. You do it because you
Yeah, that's the phase I'm
want to do that, yeah.
So going back to the phase where you were growing up to 140 employees, and what were some of the roadblocks that you encountered in the scale-up process?
Well, cash flow is always a big deal when you've got salaries you have to pay. Your customer didn't pay their bills, so you have to have a very strong banking relationship.
How long were your payables typically in your invoice periods?
30
days?
Some we actually negotiated with a major electronic supplier for 90 days. But there again, that's a skill within the company.
That was for your AP. What about your AR?
Oh, our AR, it was 30. We
Okay.
didn't go much beyond 30 because we were so inventory intense we had actual material we had to pay for, so. So I guess roadblocks. First of all, banking and government really don't understand manufacturing, and they don't really care to. And when Home State Bank was sold to Guarantee Bank, everything changed for us because real estate is where they want to spend their money. Don't ask me, I don't understand that either, but the truth is that when you want to start manufacturing, there are different rules, and a lot of them are not friendly to manufacturing organizations. So that's a big roadblock. You have to have that. You're buying inventory and stocking inventory, and so that's the big difference. The other part is just having processes in place to manage the company. And that was ongoing as it developed, as we put together an employee handbook, as we talked about purchasing. We had situations where one of our buyers went out and negotiated a contract for some parts, and it was $500,000 that they had committed to for material that we had to buy. So, mistakes get made, but solid processes. But during 2008, we had to lay off 40 people. We had clients leave. Some clients left, didn't pay their bills. Good contracts, the ability to get promissory notes from startups that you work with. We worked with a lot of startups. You can imagine people had an idea, and we said, that's great, you have an idea. Who's going to sign the promissory note on behalf of your founders? So were you, and if they couldn't, we couldn't work with them because it was just too high of a risk.
Did you learn that because you didn't at first?
Right, right. Lessons learned, right? Fortunately, some of the ones where we got stung, it wasn't a big hit to us, but they have to have internal folks or good contract people, good attorneys that can help you draft all the necessary paperwork.
How early did you do that?
Let's see. Well, I should mention the first time it happened was when we decided to do manufacturing. We weren't set up for it. And that was the one with Intel, the motherboard testers. So we contracted with a local small manufacturing firm that was just down the road. They were small, they probably had 10 people, but they had equipment. They could manufacture for us. We didn't have a good contract with them, and they convinced Intel that they didn't need us, that they could do the whole thing. So that was probably the first big aha. Well, we thought we had an agreement, handshake, that those don't work, so, yeah.
You had 140 employees in 2008, and the market turned, and you went down to 100. Did you need the 140 before the market turned
Probably
down?
not.
So, like, one of my questions is, how do you, it seems like every business as it grows overhires.
Mhm.
And then if there is any down, it's happening right now, if there's any downturn, then, they let people go, which is a grueling and horrible process for
Yep.
everybody. Any advice on how to avoid that? How to avoid overhiring when times are good?
I think a couple of things. We added a second shift, and that in manufacturing, you can do that. I think we could have done that, handled that differently. Yes, we had a downturn, but we had some customers that wanted us to have a second shift. So we could have done a different hiring strategy and employees to have been more strategic about that. I think the second part is thinking about your offering and being diversified in what you do. We had a major oil and gas customer and they left. Well, we had a medical customer that was doing great. So then we stopped and said, what industry segments do we really want to be in that are recession-proof? Because there are some out there. So that was, after this was over, that was one thing we said, is we need to look at all the segments that if you have a recession, you're still going to be around. And we did get into medical and aerospace as a result of that. But back to the layoff, I think we didn't hire well to start with because we were sort of in a hiring frenzy and we didn't vet people either. So thinking about what else can this person do, we could deploy them somewhere in the company where we still might need help. And program management, we overhired on program management. That was probably 10 people that we let go in that area. And we turned to the other people and said, we're increasing your workload. We also said, if you want your job, you're going to have to be flexible. And so I think that was partially the people who were left were more agreeable as to what we asked them to do. So I think that's another part of how people, I'm still on my job. I don't know if that's a sentiment out there now. Does that answer that?
A little bit, yeah. It's, when your company's doing well, then budgets get loose, just sort of almost by accident. And then when things get tight, you start paying attention again to everything. Just wondering if there's a way to avoid the looseness that comes from hiring or spending or anything.
Yeah.
Because I've seen that for myself too. I'm like, we can pay for it. And then, whatever.
I think people are doing more contract people now. The contract people know that today you're here, and tomorrow you might not be here. So I think contract people is another way to go. I did want to mention that we were with Mountain States Employers Council for years. They provide HR services. They provide other kinds of, they'll provide legal counsel. So I think there are times when you can outsource some services that you don't need in-house for. So I think that's the sort of thing we learn.
Okay.
It's a perpetual discussion about making sure your resources match your demand. And when you're in a hiring frenzy, you have more demand than is comfortable for the resources that you have, and then it naturally cycles. And I would say, it's not necessarily the right thing to do every time, but sometimes those overhiring moments, those, when you have the luxury to think about the organization, sometimes that's when innovation happens. But innovation definitely happens when you have to get creative and cycle back the other way. And I don't know that you want to avoid it 100%, would be my 2 cents on the back end, because those are those times when you end up pivoting the company and leading out what's important to you. And that activity in and of itself can really galvanize you for the next phase. And I saw a question in the back.
Yeah, did your hiring practices and the subsequent layoffs on the tech side of the business inform some of your decisions for hiring and staffing for the flower business?
Well, I don't have employees yet, so I'm not large enough to have one, but, well, I shouldn't say that. I have somebody that helps me 2 days a week. One thing I do want to mention, whether it was Virgin Products, the business, or even the flowers, think about, will that employee generate revenue for you? And sometimes that's a stretch to.
More than their salary.
Yeah, I mean, we often looked at that to say, we have a position open. How does this affect the bottom line? Will we make more money because this person in this position? And I do think about that with my flowers, because sometimes I can't get all the harvesting done. And if I don't harvest, I can't sell flowers. So I need help with the harvest. So it's an easy one for me, this new job.
So your current business, you just have one employee or?
Yeah, she's part-time. It's not I mean, it's a business, but it's not fully developed compared to what we did do, so.
It seems so brave to do cut flowers versus Central America and South America. You know, I guess you got zinnias and dahlias, and what else do you?
I grow cosmos and straw flower and statice and amaranthus and azuratum and black-eyed Susans. I probably have 35 flowers. That's an interesting thing, and I'm gonna go off on a tangent for a second. I've always grown dahlias. For 30 years, I've grown dahlias. It's my favorite thing to grow. And I had a passion to do this small business for a long time. My son got interested in it, and he is a cut flower grower in Maryland. And he started experimenting with growing flowers in aquaponics. And he applied for a grant through the state of Maryland. And I think this is applicable to anyone here. He was awarded a $200,000 grant to develop an aquaponic system for cut flowers. You can grow microgreens and vegetables in aquaponics. So my husband went out and they built this greenhouse, and he's got flowers starting, and his whole concept is pesticide-free, grown domestically. So there are people in the flower industry who work with flowers who have to stop and quit because their hands are so racked with eczema and other conditions from working with flowers that are important, because they spray everything imaginable on them. So that's sort of my goal too, is to provide the local florists and designers with flowers that are grown organically and local. And there's no carbon footprint I need to worry about. I'm not getting on an airplane out of South America to get here.
Are they field grown versus greenhouse grown or both?
Both. I have an unheated greenhouse now, but everything in here is field grown. So.
Yeah, thanks. I'm probably going to go there, but I just want to make sure that we cover it. We seem to be entering very difficult financial, economic times. We're not in a recession yet, supposedly. I think we are, but what are the lessons that you've learned from going through 2 pretty major recessions?
Mm-hmm.
And what did you do wrong that you redid differently to prepare for the next one? Like what is the advice that you can give based on lessons learned so that we can all be better prepared?
You know, back to the diversification, I think whatever you're doing, whatever you're manufacturing, whatever business you're in, I think you have to ask yourself, is this a necessary service or product that is recession proof? And if it's not, how could you make it that way? And a fellow that was here talked about the tires, or, you know, there are some things that people are still going to have. And if you have a business that allows you to get creative around, what am I doing now that I can add another service element, or I could do something different with the product that I'm already working with. And I think that's important to do no matter what, but that would be the first thing I would say. I would also say, look, you know, how lean am I? Can I be leaner than I already am? And, you know, there's a lot about lean manufacturing that you can read about. And we did do a lot of that in terms of hired consultants to help with it. But I think you have to have, if you have a banking relationship, you have to know if they're going to stand with you during this time. That's always something you have to look at. If you don't have your bank, that's the best world to be in. But and have cash available to. Hopefully, you're not too leveraged that you can't access some of your available cash if you've been able to be in that position. You can always look at downsizing. How would you downsize if you had to, whether it's people, equipment, or real estate, whatever it might be. But it's such a crystal ball too. So.
Did you feel better prepared for 2009 or 2008 after having gone through 2001?
Yes, for sure.
In what ways?
I think that we tried to keep a better pulse on how our clients were going to manage it. Because when you're client-centric, first thing you want to do is say, what do you see? How will it affect you? Oh, we're good. We have this contract and we called our customers, and I mean, it's still just communication, really. But I think that's part of it, is understanding who you're servicing and how are they feeling about it, and take some clues from them. And I think it's partially just always being aware that it could fall off the cliff at any moment and plan accordingly. Yeah.
One of the areas that fascinates me is how decision-making changes as a company grows. So I'm picturing the three of you at the beginning around the table. You can talk through anything that comes your way as a team and figure out what you want to do. But by the time you get to 140 employees, you don't get to pull everyone together to talk about every decision that needs to get made. You would never get anything done. So can you talk about your experience on how the way that decisions got made evolved over the years at Virgin?
Oh boy, there were so many. We did this is interesting. I don't know how it worked really to our advantage, but we had a suggestion box we put in because we heard that management wasn't listening to the employees, and we were making decisions that affected them, and so we put in a suggestion box. That didn't go anywhere. So finally we did an annual survey. We went out and surveyed the employees. And the only reason I say that, to answer your question, is I think that's the biggest criticism of management, is management doesn't understand and management doesn't listen. And so a lot of decisions you've made, you're trying to do the right thing. You're trying to say, what healthcare plan do the employees want? You're trying to say what kind of, time off do they want? So decisions around how we took feedback from our employees was a big part of how we tried to appeal to everybody. Some decisions, don't involve employees, but we always had an executive management team. We always tried to have a financial representative in that group. We always tried to find somebody in sales and marketing participating in that. Client, customer satisfaction, service, procurement. So we had all the key stakeholders at the management level in those decisions that we used to make with the three of us.
Yeah.
But that way you get a good, diverse thinking around how to make decisions, because it's going to matter differently with whoever's in the room.
Go ahead.
Because of the management situation, as you develop your business, is more like a family business? Would you say that's how it started out, and you had family management roles, or you just got away from that pretty quickly?
Well, it was my husband and I were still running the company the 23 years, so, but there was no other family involved in it. So family and the two of us, but we didn't have any children or anyone else involved, so. And our friend that loaned us the money was one of our advisors for a period of time, and then he moved away. So then we always had an advisory board that we worked with, senior level people who had experience with other companies, always did strategic planning. Every year did strategic planning.
I'd love to hear more about both of those things, because those are important insights that I think get skipped easily in the earlier stages. Can you talk about your thinking of why that was so important to you, and kind of how you had the sense that needed to always be a part, advisory board and strategic planning?
Well, I think early on we knew what we didn't know. We were very self-aware. We don't know this. We're diving into something we're not sure. So go get some expert help and some folks to mentor us, and especially when we went from just doing design work into manufacturing. Found several people that guided us and consulted with us along the way. And it was one of our consultants that said, you need to do strategic planning. We went off site for a full day. We had a facilitator. We had an agenda. Sometimes we brought in key employees for part of the day. The biggest thing we got out of that is there might be 12 things that we identified that we needed to improve upon. That's unreasonable to think that we could do that. So we always pared it down to the 3 to 5 things that we thought we could accomplish, and then tried to put some action items with it so we could be successful. So often strategic planning just ends up, everybody's complaining. We spend all the time identifying all of the things that we need to do differently. And so we spent the first part celebrating the things that were good, because I think that so often we're really hard on ourselves as entrepreneurs. We know we made some mistakes and we beat ourselves up about it, instead of saying, let's talk first about all the cool things that we did this year. And then it kind of sets the stage to go into, but you know what, there's always room for improvement. So then we worked on that. But we only had 3 to 5 things. Sometimes there's only 3. These 3 things are pretty major. We're not going to tackle anything else. And then we're going to do periodic, how are we doing? Quarterly. How are we doing? Did we accomplish that? All right, we did, check that off. Nope, we didn't get there. Why didn't we get there? So it's a rigorous part of running a company, but it's so important.
As foreshadowing a talk that's coming later in the week, there's research that some of the most important factors on whether a business that's at around 2 million is capable of getting up to 10 million. And some of those factors are your ability to get everyone rallied around the prioritization of strategic direction, and to be able to put in place those repeatable, consistent processes that provide you that consistency and focus.
Predictability.
Predictability is number one corollary to a business's ability to grow. That sounds like that was intuitively important to you.
Yeah. Well, we never failed to do it annually. Sometimes we'd have a mid-year, we're feeling crisis here. We really did do that after 08. I mean, we spent a whole day just discussing what this was going to mean to us and how we were going to, first of all, deal with the crisis at hand, and then foreshadowing how long, nobody knew how long it was going to last. So then we had to say, what if, the contingencies, right? What if it's this long? What are we going to do? So we did a lot of that kind of planning too.
As your business grew, I'm assuming the nature of your work changed as well. You go, like your husband does less designing and more managing, et cetera.
Yeah.
Did you and he continue to enjoy the work as the work evolved from where you started to where you ended up?
That's kind of a tough question because running a business is stressful, and we had to work very hard at compartmentalizing it.
Mm-hmm.
So had a rough day at work, go out and have a beer after work to, right? Or whatever.
Right.
And go home and say we're home. We're not talking about that now. We've done all we can today, and we worked very hard at that. So there's no doubt that running your own business is stressful. 140 people is stressful. We had, and I'm really proud of this, but we got to know our employees very well. We had a single guy who was older, who had cancer, and employees took turns at the hospital.
Wow.
We've had several of our employees who passed away during working for us. One had a heart attack on the production floor.
Mm.
So when you ask that question, do we still enjoy it? We paid $80 million in salaries. That's what I'm proud of. I'm proud of the fact that we helped people, that we gave them jobs, that when they were struggling, we helped them. We paid for a lot of medical bills out of pocket for people. That's sort of the side part of the great thing about owning a business. You can do that. If you want to do that, you can do it. You don't have to ask anybody. That was great. The downside of running it, I think, is just what we've already talked about, is the fluctuation of the economy or the lending institutions who change the rules on you, and then the executive team comes in and says, can't do this for you anymore. Supply chain is, I'm so glad I'm not dealing with supply chain. But still had supply chain, a lot of products have sensing now. So we went through a period where processors and sensing components were really hard to get. So you can't make your shipment, you can't. But I think the bigger part is, why are we doing this? Because that Rachio controller that controls your sprinkler system that we still use today, that you can buy in Home Depot, we designed that. We designed it, we redesigned it, we manufactured it, we did order fulfillment, we shipped to Amazon for them. So the company now that we're gone, and we were starting to do that, is cradle to grave. Design it again, design it for cost, manufacture it, package it, test it, put it in a box, ship it to Amazon. They do all of that there now. And that's very satisfying. But some days you just walk out going, why are we doing this? But I think that's normal. Isn't it normal?
Yeah, no, the question was more like the transition.
Oh, I went off on a tangent.
No, it's fine. No, I mean, you answered part of it. It's a big question, like the difference between being a startup mentality. There's three of you. You can talk about everything, and then you get into this, I got to manage some people, and you've got tiers of power and access and all that kind of stuff. And you start to get into, now you got to do bookkeeping, you got to do HR, you got to source all these things that you had no intention of doing, right, when you started your business.
Yeah.
And aren't necessarily why you even got into business. So the question is, as it evolves and you do less of what you intended to do and more of these things that you never intended to do, were you able to keep enjoying it when the work was less and less what you had intended it to be, if that makes sense?
Yeah, the necessary evils. I mean, I find myself going 2 weeks and I haven't invoiced anybody with the flowers. That's why I don't want to do that. I want to go cut a bouquet. So yeah, back to the manufacturing, it is like that. It's when we could hire somebody to do the books, oh my gosh, was that, and then I got shuttled over to procurement and I had to buy parts. But you know what I thought about every time? if this blows up, I could be a purchasing agent, I could go work as an accountant somewhere, so I always tried to see the silver lining on whatever it was. I didn't really like it, but I figured I could do it if I had to. And it is necessary evil. When you run a business, you're right, there's all these clean the toilet someday, right?
I think if I could look, just kind of looking from the outside in, part of your role, even on day one, was to figure out what are all the other things?
Right.
And who can do them? What relationships can we build? What do I need to do? What do I need to learn? How do I need to grow? And that maybe, I don't know that this is necessarily true, tell me if it is, that maybe that is a little different than what Terry came into the business, where his expertise was in the engineering and project execution side. And so there's an element of kind of what your superpower is figuring it out and turning it over to someone else and moving on to the next thing. And that role maybe sometimes has to do a lot of things they don't want to do and that are not fun, but yet that's your reason for being there. And I think sometimes it's the technical folks that come into it because they love the heart and soul of the thing the business does that maybe struggle a little bit more. I don't know if you could speak for Terry, but.
Well, I do think that's true, but I would also say that whenever I had to do something that I didn't think I came into the business to do, I tried to have the attitude that, I might learn something here. And I'm kind of like that. I like to learn. And so I try to shift my focus onto, what if I'm really good at this? I don't know, I've never done it, but if we have to do it, I'm okay to try to learn it. And then I was always like, if I learn it really well, then when I do hire someone, I can hold them accountable on how it gets done. That's the scariest part to me, is we would hire people and none of us knew how to assess their performance because they were doing something. IT is one of those to me. And we'd like, are they doing a good job? Do we have cybersecurity figured out here? Stuff like that. So I always thought if I knew it well enough, then I could replace myself and I could manage that person.
I apologize, I'm gonna go.
It's over, isn't it? Oh, sorry.
No, just a quick question. What was the most important driver for your first business, quality or value? You resisted going offshore and production.
What was the first part?
What drove your business to be successful? Was it quality or value, or was it quality?
Well, the two can kind of contradict each other, because you can impose a lot of quality checks and quality processes, and then it's priced to a point where you don't have the value because the customer doesn't want to pay for all that. But I always think quality drove it first, because we didn't want to have any returns. We didn't want to have the customer come back in and say this thing failed in the field. You've got to think about that return, the cost of returns. So I think that was quality drove more than value. And then we tried to explain, and that's a tough one, because a lot of the customers were like, well, I can't afford your quality. It's like, you can't afford not to. And let's tell you what that means if you have a return. What's the cost of a return? That thing went out in the field, now you gotta pay to ship it back. Now you've got to service it. Now you've got reputation that's damaged. What's the price on all of that? So I think quality for sure.
Well, thank you all for listening in online and here in person. Diana and the story at Virgin Products is a legacy that exists in our community still today. And it's fascinating to hear how it got started early. And then also, Diana, about your journey of growing that business and the things that you learned in the process. You didn't start knowing it all. And I think that's one of the key messages of Startup Week, or Founded in Fort Collins Week, is take that first step. And you said one of the success factors for you was that humility of understanding that you may not know everything, and seeking the advisors, seeking the knowledge from others around you. But then ultimately you make those decisions about what feels right instinctively and intuitively. And when you are able to impact that many people's lives with the business that you built. That's a beautiful, beautiful thing. And I hope that inspires others to pursue something greater than, just, the thing that you love to do, but turn it into a thing that impacts the world. And that's what you've done at Virgin. And you make people happy at Rocky Mountain Balloons and impact the world in a different way. And it's fun to hear about your journey. So thank you for sharing that with us.
Thank you. Allison, before you guys step down, would you tell everybody what you do and about the Warehouse Accelerator, please?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm interviewing Diana as a founder in the manufacturing space because the work that I do in our community is to help manufacturers in the scale-up phase. So at the Warehouse Innovation Hub, we support advanced manufacturing and technology businesses that are started and growing here in Northern Colorado. We provide mentoring, advising, business modeling, thinking about how do you scale, right? After you have the product, especially for technical founders, how do you build the business around that? And then we also provide flexible space so that folks maybe aren't ready to sign a long-term lease, but have outgrown the garage, can move into the old HP plant down in South Loveland, which is now called the Forge campus. And as a nonprofit, our mission is to help the next generation of companies get established, build that foundation so that they can create jobs that can then become sustainable and impactful parts of our economy in Colorado.
Thank you.
Thanks for asking.
Thank you so much, you guys.
Yes,
Really,
thank you
really
for having
appreciate
me.
this.
Thank you.
It was such an interesting dialogue. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you for coming down.
Did you ever do that? Yes. Yes. Or it goes all the way. So we have Jeffrey Porter next. Thanks for all the great questions.
So if I want to cut flowers from you, I can go along this order. It's funny because my son just got married last week at the Boulder Flower Farm.
Oh,
And
really?
I didn't,
Yeah.
really praise cut flowers.
Yeah. At the moment, yeah.
But
But I don't know how many were on there. Yeah, because it's broadcasting right into the work session.
yeah, that's nice stuff. It's so nice to see. I love straw flowers. That's my
Yeah.
grandma's favorite.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
I tried to throw a little bit of everything in this.
So nice.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. Are you staying or going?
I am headed to the CSU Institute for Entrepreneurship. Board
Is this gonna be okay, or do you want me
Is
to
it,
bring it
is
by?
it, is it too hot if I leave it in the car?
It might be.
Yeah.
Are you going to the office?
Are you
I'll bring
going
it
to
to
the
the
office?
Candace can bring it to me at the event after this event.
Yeah.
We leave it here.
Yeah.
Leave it here for now.
Well, you have other
Enjoy
meetings,
it.
you know?
Yeah.
Somebody will say, why do you have that here?
Yeah, well, it's fun.
Yeah, leave a card, it's
Yeah, do
popped
leave
up on the.
Oh, I'll leave a card. Always in sales mode, you know?
Exactly. Exactly. And if you want to hang around, we have Jeffrey Porter next. And,
I knew that
I'm
I've got
sorry to
another
miss
place
your
that's gonna
session.
be at 3:30.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
We need to track down that guy and have him do scale-up interviews.
Yeah.
His questions were
I know.
phenomenal.
So it's like, I can just do questions because y'all are asking
Yeah,
me
they
questions.
were really good.
And he was gone when I came back in. I'm like, where did he go?
Well, I'm headed down if I see anything.
Okay. Yeah, he said he was trying to get to the next session.
Oh, yeah. Well, you might see him.
I hope he comes back because I really do want to talk to him about maybe.
One more thing.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Candace.
Nice to meet you. Thank you so much for
Can
coming.
we do a good sale at
Yeah, so at this point, that's like this.
It's not okay.
Yeah, it's a start.
Okay, no.
She's a director.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right,
so
good.
it's-
Thanks for
yeah,
that.
anyway,
I'll- if you
I'll
decide
talk
to
about
do it,
it.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. There's a whole nonprofit thing going on the other side of the campus in the library that Phil's leading right now. Yeah. So founding of nonprofit, putting together a nonprofit board. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Your daughter's doing that.
Yeah, and I haven't seen she's been here like a week.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good for her. So, all right, I think, we've got a couple minutes. Let's give us 3 minutes and let people filter in. And then we will start on our next session. Welcome. And welcome to, whoa, here, let me trip over myself as I get away from the camera, to our folks that are live streaming. So, we got started last time, and I think people started filtering in about 5 minutes. Yeah, I was joking. I pulled the chair over and sat right here. I was the only person in the room besides Allison and our speaker, but cool. We love live streaming, and it's being recorded, so thank you for doing this.
Oh, yeah, you're welcome. And I reached out to Kurt. I've never heard back from Kurt. I've never heard back from him. I should have let you know that was the other gentleman from FoCo.
Oh, right.
So, I don't know what happened.
Don't worry about it. Thank you for reaching out.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
No,
There's
lots of balls in there.
You think? Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's a little crazy. So, but we got enough. We've got you, so we just, then we've got Derek after you, and then we have 3 more, well, 4 really, because CJ Whelan is going to be speaking at 11 on Wednesday. He's now the head of Rockies Venture Club, but he's a serial entrepreneur who sold multiple businesses. And then, so he's going to talk about resilience. And then we have Zubaida Bai, who started I don't think it's a nonprofit. I think it's a philanthropic, for-profit business where she works with people in developing, women and girls in developing countries to help with reproductive health. And then we've got the accessibility panel. Patrick O'Neill, the owner of Vernon's Toffee.
Oh, very cool. I saw that.
I hope Vernon's Toffee. And then I know I'm interviewing someone else and I'm trying to blank on it. So yeah, we got plenty of different people, different stories, different angles.
Yeah, cool.
So. All right, I think we're going to kick it off, you guys. If you want to come up forward, please do, because you get to participate in a very intimate conversation here. So, please ask questions. I'm Candace Edelin, and I am the person who has been organizing the Scale Up program. We did it in 2020, and then COVID hit 2 weeks after we had 160 people in this room. It was standing room only. And so we're not quite as organized, preparing this year, but we will do Scale Up again in 2023. One of the things that I believe very strongly in is that we need to cultivate businesses that are growing and scaling rather than only focusing on 101 stuff during Founded in FoCo. So we want to cultivate both the new businesses, but also support existing businesses and help you grow. So I brought Jeffrey Porter, who has become a friend whom I met on LinkedIn a few years ago. No, like last year.
Maybe a year ago. So that's right. It feels like a lot longer.
It does, yeah. And Jeffrey is a serial entrepreneur with his co-founders, and they have scaled their current business, a software company called Stock IQ, into multi-millions very quickly. So we're going to talk a little bit about his experience with RockySoft, the previous company, and what they took from that and lessons learned in terms of how they are building Stock IQ. Before we go there, can you guys give us a little bit about your backgrounds so that we can kind of structure this for you? You want to go first?
Sure. Yeah, I'm a SaaS fintech startup that got an MVP that's out and need to pivot to some early data we'll get back, but ultimately we're going to be at scale.
Congrats getting your MVP out.
I'm fairly new with my business. It's been about a year and a half. I'm in consulting and training, and I help businesses or the individual help level up their interpersonal skills, produce more productive communication within the work environment, teach people how they can work more effectively together for all the different personalities that are in there, and take conflict that's destructive and make it productive by understanding who you are, how you engage in conflict, and how other people engage in conflict, as well as helping management. A lot of people get put into management positions, don't know how to manage. So I help with that onboarding process, let them learn, discover what their management style is and how to connect with those direct reports.
Cool, thank you. And are you solopreneur at this point?
Yes.
And with the goal of scaling it?
Yes.
Great.
Slowly, I mean,
Slowly,
not tomorrow, but.
Yeah, one person that I'm looking to get to speak, Nick, by the way, is Elaine Podefelt. Next year, she wrote a book on the $1 million one-person company. So she's already said yes. So we've just got to figure out how to get her in here and do a keynote. So how about you?
I am just finishing up a sabbatical. I worked at a healthcare technology analytics company as a marketing leader there. So did that for about 7 years in the pre-10 million phase, Series A world.
Okay. And are you planning to start a business now, or?
I'm exploring, yeah. So I'm doing some consulting as I kind of find my next gig.
Awesome, awesome. Hi, welcome. We were just talking about kind of the phase of business everybody is in so that we can kind of structure our conversation around you. You want to introduce yourself and tell us about your business or what you're thinking about?
Yeah, so I'm Leandra Foster, and I am still in the startup phase for sure of my business. I teach finance essentially to coaches and holistic business practitioners so that they can pay themselves and have a profitable business.
Cool. Okay. All right, Jeffrey, you want to introduce yourself and talk a little bit about your background?
Sure. Yeah. So my name is Jeffrey Porter. I'm currently the Chief Marketing Officer at Stock IQ Technologies. That title covers a whole lot of things, being a relatively young company. I manage the business development, the marketing, and the sales and partnerships associated. So think outward facing for our company. I tend to be associated with the face of our company.
And close to 40 sales this year.
Not quite yet this year, but yes. So among those things is a big priority. Part of probably what we would talk about today as well as we talk about being heroes in business. That's oftentimes a component of kind of that startup aspect. So a little bit of background about myself. I went to Colorado State University, have a degree in engineering. I realized very quickly that I wasn't going to be an engineer after engineering for 2 years. And I went back and received an MBA. During that tenure, had an opportunity to get dialed into marketing. So this was in the 80s. And I don't know if everybody recalls, but so much of our manufacturing was being offshored. And it was particularly difficult. Anyway, that grabbed my attention, had a real passion and interest around it. That's kind of one of the kernels in here. So following that, I was fortunate to be hired by Arthur Andersen. That was one of the big 6 accounting firms. I went on their consulting division. I worked for them for 4 years. Halfway through my tenure, I was with Andersen Consulting, so they split off that business. It's now known as Accenture. So anyway, a really high-profile, #1 consulting organization in the world. Learned a tremendous amount during that time. One of the big things that I learned during that time is there's only so much of me to go around, right? And it was a billable kind of a scenario. I will tell you I was working in Denver, a lot of hours at times, didn't bother me at all, but I really wanted to be closer to home here in Fort Collins with my family. And I happened to have an opportunity to get a job at Hewlett Packard. Hewlett Packard in their manufacturing, test and measurement, we were doing electronics manufacturing and loading printed circuit boards. It's really where I developed my expertise around planning, which is what our software is today. During that tenure, and my official title was a manufacturing development engineer, but I really consulted and developed systems and processes for our organization. By the way, we were global in nature, meaning we served a whole lot of other facilities throughout Hewlett Packard that had operations around the world. Another component to this story. So in that overall view, one of the things that I did is I began working with our career counselor at Hewlett Packard. And I don't know, must have been a year into this, one day she looked at me and she pointed her finger and she goes, you could see the light bulb come on. She goes, you're a salesman. And I'm thinking, okay, just, yeah, right, kick me right now, was my initial thought. But I grasped onto it and I thought, I'm going to embrace this. So during that continuum process, I was meeting with Marilyn for probably every other week. I went through Color My Parachute and basically developed a business plan. So I'd identified that I'd had this entrepreneurial bent in me. It was now next to creating that plan, like what do you envision your future? And, lo and behold, I kind of wrote it out and said these would be the ideal scenarios. By the way, I was with a friend this weekend and he had a football coach that said, luck is when preparation meets opportunity. Mm-hmm. I was preparing for an opportunity at that point. One of the other gentlemen that I worked with at Hewlett Packard had written a piece of software that we deployed and basically said, hey, I acquired the rights to this. We're in this startup here in Fort Collins. What do you say? I very quickly had a list of requirements and enough moxie going through my MBA to recognize that a technologist was not going to be that person to propel the company. So anyway, did some checks. I did some checks on the company, and lo and behold, I got connected with somebody that I felt would be a great leader, came with capital. So very quickly, we were in it's not the Innisphere right now, but a startup organization. And very quickly moved out of it because we brought $1 million into the organization that funded our first growth. So that was in October of 1999. During that period, it was the internet boom. There was a tremendous amount going on within manufacturing. I happen to have a lot of skill and expertise around planning and around software. I dealt with that for a lot of years. So we went out into the marketplace and began selling into tier 1 markets like Honeywell and Rockwell Automation. We had some really large names. 2001, that's when, I don't know if you remember the .com. I don't know if everybody's been around on that, but basically collapsed, the demand went away. Spending on software basically went to about a negative 10% per year. So 2 years into this venture, we're spending a lot of money and had angel investors on board with us. I think our burn rate was about $175,000 a month, meaning it was big, right? And we were shooting for the fence. Again, this is part of this overall story I'm getting ready to share with you here. Our goal was to go out and, IPOs were a big deal at that point. Mm-hmm. So lo and behold, we had a staff of probably 18 or 20 people, and very quickly, by the way, we had some revenue coming in. That revenue did not cover all of the expenses that were going out. But
How negative were you?
Negative from an expense perspective, on a monthly basis, probably $125,000. Yeah. You burn
That's called
through
a
money.
burn rate.
It's a burn rate, right? A burn rate, and it goes through it quickly. So again, another one of the lessons kind of learned on that. We had revenue coming in. We proved ourselves in the marketplace. The market disappeared on us, right? There was no more selling, no more manufacturing. There was enough product in the world to meet probably the next 5 years worth of demand. So having said that, the good news is we had long-term contracts in place and revenue. And the gentleman and I that started this basically said, you know what, we'll continue to service these clients while we figure out how to pivot. So during that pivot, one of the things that we recognized is our sales model was heavily dependent on, I was back and forth to San Jose weekly, if not more frequently. Huge amounts of expenses rolled up in travel and meeting with these very large Fortune 500 companies, right, that were producing a lot of product. So we quickly evaluated our sales plan and said, you know what, maybe we can't go direct. Maybe we need to start developing a channel. So, and I don't know how much of this you want me to get in the story, but it's probably all going to play together.
Okay.
Keep going?
Keep going, yeah.
Yeah. So during that tenure, when we were kind of going through this, he and I basically said, we're probably unemployable at this point, and we'll continue to service. So we continue to service those existing clients. A couple of our employees we hired back in part-time status. I mean, we were really in a really small 4-person office, everything you could hear over the doors, and we were out there looking for business and serving our existing clients. But we had an entree into the Microsoft world. This is Microsoft getting into the business applications. So our applications hooked on to the ERP systems, and we provided value add. So all of a sudden—
ERP being Enterprise Resource Planning, kind of like a Oracle or JD Edwards, if you're familiar with those.
SAP.
SAP,
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Candace. These are really meant for mid-market businesses. Mid-market businesses being anybody doing 10 million annual year to $1 billion, kind of a scenario. So we started working down that channel, and lo and behold, found a little bit of a niche, started selling. During that time, people would be coming by our trade show booth and saying, hey, can you do this? And we went, we can do that, right? So we were,
Yes.
yes, precisely, yes.
How much money do you have?
So I always think about this is you can build the door and have people walk through it, or you tell people you're going to build a door, right, and have them walk through it. And we were kind of, we see a door over there, who's going to walk through it? But when you have people that are willing to sign up for your services, and we're software, so think vaporware in a lot of cases, right? It's electronics, and we were making promises. What we had, though, in all of this is we had our background, we had expertise, and integrity in what we were doing. That customer was with us for probably 16 years, and probably would still be had we not transitioned. So bottom line, we restructured with our angel investors. They gave us a little bit of seed capital. Our other clients continued to pay us, and they were paying us substantially. I mean, our contracts were worth $70,000, $80,000 a year, but we only had 5 of them servicing debt. So we worked that off. We started gaining some traction in the Dynamics world, became kind of the go-to partner based on our expertise.
Dynamics is a product by Microsoft, well now, that is one of those ERP platforms.
Thank you, Candace. Yes, one of the ERP platforms. So fast forward, we're up and down through different economies, different cycles, but during that tenure, I was traveling all over the face of the company, and basically we made quite a name for ourselves and became kind of the standout planning solution in the mid-market space. So that's a lot of years and a lot less hair than I had during that period, right? But during that tenure, one of the things is my partner that we came out of with Hewlett-Packard was a little bit older than I was and was interested in kind of transitioning out, but having a really hard time letting go. Another lesson in all of this, which is founders syndrome, which is, hey, I need to stay in here and run this. And me wanting to see the business grow, we needed to be in alignment. So we were a bit of a misalignment because of our age difference, because of our goals and our objectives. So we brought in some individuals to come over the board to help us scale. They had very different ideas and views because part of their payout was getting the original investors paid out through growth. Their focus in on growth was to create a vanilla model. You can go out and sell it, and you just sell 1 million of them.
Hockey stick.
Yes, that was the goal and the objective. So during that tenure, I moved into the CEO role. We were running it, started hiring out, started building our next generation product. And during this period, these individuals who now sat on the board and controlled our company had some very different ideas and views, and they really differed from our culture. I would tell you one of the things that differentiated us in the marketplace was our culture. And our culture was one of integrity and one of follow through, and our clients stuck with us year over year over year. One of the things that we did is we had a user conference. The user conference grew to the point where we'd have 150 to 160 people come at a time. They would come out and spend 4 days with us, and they would help contribute to the growth of the product. So we became quite a name in the marketplace. These individuals really wanted to shift that market. They were interested in scaling, and they were interested in exiting very quickly.
Yeah, fast growth and relationships don't always work out the same way, do they? It's like you can't, like, and I've seen this in my own experience with investors. Like they want this fast growth, and that kind of flies in the face of the relationships that you're maintaining with the customers that got you to where you are in the first place. And it's a hard ethical problem.
Precisely, and because we had made promises and we had a culture and what would I say, a relationship with these individuals where we were very hands-on and very dialed in with them. So myself and the board as a CEO, we came at odds with them. I'm like, this is not the way I feel is the way to grow in our industry right now based on our name. We had name recognition, wanted to change the name and everything else. So I exited as the CEO in May of 2015. And came home and told my wife I didn't have a job. She goes, "What are you going to get?" And I said, "No." And got this serial entrepreneurial thing. So to continue on down the story here, it took me a little while. It was difficult, right? It was, imagine 16 years of growing this baby and felt like it was ours. So the next step in the process for me is I've fortunately been part of a CE organization called Vistage. Another great thing that I can suggest as you're growing is I never thought so much of myself that I had all the answers, and I relied on other people. The CEO organization, and by the way, I chose to go join a group in Denver because it was a broader network. And
why don't you explain what Vistage is, because not everybody will be familiar with that yet.
Great. Yeah, so Vistage is a collection of individual groups of CEOs who are run by a chairperson who is typically an ex-CEO of other businesses. But their overall goal and objective is to mentor and nurture these individuals in this group, and the group's typically anywhere from 8 to 15 to 20 people. Other CEOs, you meet monthly. Part of that monthly routine as you get in, there's accountability in there with these groups, with people very direct with you. They ask you the tough questions that you really don't want people to ask, but they hold you accountable, right?
It's like a mastermind. It's like a mastermind for CEOs.
Yeah, mastermind.
Yeah.
And a lot of it's like a board, exactly. And you've got 15 of your peers sitting around, and when you say something, they call you on the table, right? Going, "Hey, help me explain that." Likewise, but we all owe that to each other. Fortunately for me, I also had a chairperson in it that I really resonated with. It was with software. So you get each other, but it's held high to those accountable. The whole focus is to help these people be more profitable. A lot of these companies are actually scaling to exit at some point in time, privately held, et cetera. So during this tenure there, I fortunately had a lot of support from these networks when I exited out and decided at the age of, how old was I at that point, 52 or 53, that I didn't need to start a new career and it would be difficult to train me to do otherwise. So I reached back out. And by the way, this is part of that building that confidence. You know, when you resign and you exit, part of it was resilience, was saying, I know what I'm doing and I knew where I was going and I had confidence that I was going to do that. So I reached out to a couple of my key previous employees, happened to be my business partners at this point, fortunately, and said, I've got an idea. I think we can go out in the market and compete. I don't think their ideas are going to fly in the market.
The old companies.
The old companies. So we left them with 200 clients and basically went out in the market, formed a new business plan. But we started with a couple things in mind. And I learned this in Vistage, which is, what am I going to stop doing? What am I going to start doing? And what am I going to continue to do? So that was the lens upon which we looked at the formation of this new company, Stock IQ Technologies, back in 2015. I would tell you some of the things we learned on that is we were going to stop accepting any outside capital because that capital came with control. And we lost control of the company and they had full control over it. And that was a heartbreak, right? So for all of us. So that was one of the things. The things that we were going to start doing is putting in an organization that was resilient, that didn't hire friends. So the previous partner, basically it was, hey, if you know somebody, they would likely be a great candidate for coming in on the business. During my Vistage years, I was out of the office quite frequently, and I come in and one of my employees said, hey, I just met our new employee. Oh, who walked through the office yesterday, right? And that was kind of the scenario. So hiring was a real key component for it, but it was hiring the right person to fit on the right seat on the bus, instead of people that we knew that we thought was good. So that was probably one of the big things that we said when we began. And what are we going to start doing? We're going to start hiring. And I will tell you one of the things I pulled, which was slow to hire and quick to fire. And that slow to hire is we have to make sure that this person is the right individual coming into this role.
And by not hiring friends, you get a little bit more flexibility in the quick to fire department.
A lot more flexibility, right? And it's a service to the individual coming into the organization. From the standpoint, it's, hey, if you're not in the right spot, I want to make sure that I'm being honest and fair with you, which is this is not a right fit for either one of us, and it's only going to get worse.
And it doesn't do any good for the culture to have the wrong person. We did that multiple times where we had employees that were just like the wrong fit, and it damages the whole organization.
Yes. In fact, on that story, during my tenure at RockySoft, when I got moved into the CEO role, we had about 7 individuals that had been hired that were not the right fit. And so it was my opportunity really to go out and share with these people that they weren't part of the program moving forward. So all of a sudden, we had 2 or 3 individuals in the company that took on the responsibility of those 7. But it was a major statement to these individuals, which is, as you as a leader, are you going to be doing the right thing? Because all these other people began dragging down on the people that were doing things. So anyway, another big learning for me, which is everybody's pulling the wagon, right? When we bring somebody in, if they're not pulling the wagon, they really need to be off the team, because small organizations are wearing so many different hats. We rely on a little bit of autonomy. It's not a place for people to come and hang out. And we need everybody pulling and contributing and working hard.
And in the same direction.
And in the same direction. Another big lesson, right? Like my partner and I, he was kind of in cruise control, right? Kind of, hey, we were making some nice money, we were profitable, had cash in the bank, and it became kind of a lifestyle business. Me, on the other hand, out there looking at the business, there's all of these opportunities, but we didn't have an organization that would pivot to take advantage of them. That was extremely frustrating for me, because I'm like, we had a major competitor that just misstepped. If we step forward, we put some resources and do it honestly and eagerly and fast, we have an opportunity in the marketplace. Wasn't ready to do that.
Charles Fred is going to be speaking on Wednesday, and he did a tremendous amount of research on the 5 operating conditions necessary to scale a business. Alignment is the first, and it's alignment on the goals of the business, alignment on how we're going to go about it, alignment on the strategic plan is huge in growing a business and being able to scale it successfully. So you've seen it done wrong, and now you guys are doing it
So
right.
one of those things we stopped doing, and then we started doing that, again, that collaboration, which is, are we all in line with where we're headed? Because each one of us had to kind of divide and conquer as we're managing different parts of the business. You know, I'm out managing the growth and the sales aspect and the business development. They're focusing in on product. They're focusing on servicing our existing clients. So we had 3 core components that we were working on. So we come back together, we collaborate. Hey, are we all going in different directions? Need updates? And then we go back out and we continue to pursue. But there was a level of trust and confidence, because we all knew we were in alignment with where we wanted to go.
Now, how have you communicated that, Jeffrey, to get that alignment? What are you guys doing on that? Do you have like some sort of a rigorous process that you go through to make sure everybody's on the same page? And how often do you do that check-in?
So great question. So it started with us meeting around tables before we, by the way, we're a virtual business at this point. So before we had offices, and there was a lot of expense associated with offices. So one of the things we decided to start doing was just go virtual right from the beginning, right? So much less expensive, but keeping our overhead structure down. So a lot of it was around forming out the marketplace and where we were at. Fortunately for me, I had the insight and I had the relationships in the marketplace that I knew from a sales perspective what our goals and objectives were. So we aligned on how many clients we thought we could bring in the first 2 years. I set out a plan for the next 3 years on what the sales plan was going to be. And then we started developing products. So the product, by the way, we started from scratch. So October of 2015, started from scratch. We wanted to stay out of the legal trouble. So we literally wrote everything from the ground up, and we delivered a product a year later.
Did you pre-sell?
Sure.
Okay. You built the airplane while it was in flight?
I built the airplane while I was in flight, right?
Talk about how you guys did that, because I know you need to hear this, and you guys do too. It's amazing if you can build revenue before you build product.
Yeah. And so part of it's selling. It's selling yourself. And in so many cases, it was our reputation, our experience in the marketplace. Part of my validation during this, and we'll talk about building while in flight, was how many new clients could we attract. So by the way, this other company started making these broad announcements that I knew were not going to be popular with their clients. So all of a sudden, we started getting contacted by previous clients. A little bit of reluctance. Hey, we're a startup, no capital. There's 3 of us that started the company. How are we going to do this? So we relied on our reputation a lot. So that was a component of it, and they knew what we had delivered in the past. So during that individual period, we talked about vision. So I was a vision setter. because I'd been there, I'd known what we delivered in the past, and I knew where our holes and gaps were. So I started talking about vision. I was very transparent with people around where we were going, what our plans were. So I shared this story. Part of this was storytelling on what happened with the previous company.
To the clients, you're talking to the
clients,
customers.
to our past clients, right, with transparency. And we had people that were quite respectful, but I had owners of companies that we developed these relationships with that would call me directly. I had some of the folks stop by my house, right, that were on tour in Colorado. So during that period, but it helped setting the vision. And then I started a road trip. So part of my road trip is if I had an invite, somebody contacted me, I'm going to go out and see them. And I sat down with them in their office and I shared our visions, or shared our plans. And basically I had, I think of our first year was 13 deals. My goal was 10 so that we could onboard them properly, meaning we didn't want any missteps during this early phase because we knew we were building product and we knew that there would be new features. So we were very clear with people with regards to here's the foundation. We are going to listen to you like we had previously. We will be developing, but that's our commitment. And we knew that was key to our survival. So during this phase where I'm sharing the vision on where we're going, I had folks sign contracts with me and they insisted on paying me for the entire 3 or 5 years of our contract. They knew as business individuals that we needed capital. So the good news is they recognized that their success was tied to our success, which was tied to our cash flow. So the good news is I had more than one of these clients step up and say, by the way, would it be really helpful if I wrote you a check for $200,000 right now, we'll just pay for the 3 years up front. I said, very helpful, right? So that was really helpful because we'd all started off. This was, remember, we're bootstrapping at this point. Yep. I was doing some consulting for some previous clients just to keep the lights on. And fortunately, these other individuals had spouses that were working. So making sure that we were financially sound and we had a vision and we believed in ourselves, and then we're very transparent with people on where we were. That was a really key element for us.
I want to just drive home 2 points you just made that I don't want you to gloss over.
Okay.
Okay, so you have 3 founders. 2 of them had other streams of income.
Correct.
And then you created an extra stream of income so that you could continue to bootstrap that business. Correct. And not rely on that income from those initial product purchases as for salary immediately.
Correct.
And that gave you a longer runway for your business.
Yeah, and exactly, so that we could start hiring help for the time when we needed relief.
And then the second thing is that you were very transparent with your clients about where you were, what the stage of the business is. Right. So they're not being deceived when they put that $200,000, $250,000, and they know what they're doing. Mm-hmm. And that authenticity enabled you to create relationships with those clients so that they're going to give you feedback, and it's almost like they probably participated in
Absolutely.
that process, didn't they?
They participated in that process, and we had a user conference. Our first user conference was 25 people. A lot of the individuals that helped fund our startup from the beginning.
Okay, and another key here, because I've made this mistake, it wasn't one client.
It wasn't one.
Don't do it with just one.
It wasn't one.
I just wanted to clarify. Did you say you took that pre-funding and did not use it for salaries because they had a second stream of income? Or you did use it for salaries?
We didn't. So basically what we wanted to do, we did not use it. So for instance, for me, I kind of leaned back on my consulting skills, and I was doing consulting, flying around, but I was doing consulting for a lot of our ex-clients that were still with that other company who said, we really don't like their DNA anymore, would you come and help us? Well, we were the individuals that created that company and could support it. So those relationships helped sustain me during that period. And then the other individuals could write our product from the ground up. By the way, one of the key elements in this, and I learned this working with the other companies, they weren't afraid of legal action. So we kept our noses clean. Our attorney today will tell you, you are my model client for not taking a list of names and contacting them. Yeah. Because you can really get tied up and would just shut us down. And we knew that that was one of the things that we were going to be very, very careful about.
So did your clients reach out to you then?
They reached out to us.
Okay.
Now, part of this story, as we're getting into this, we're gathering momentum, but let me finish off one concept in here. Part of my proof point for me when I started going out selling, and it was proof point for my partners as well, is will we have an opportunity to sell outside of our existing base? These people know us. What about these other people that don't know us?
That's a huge test.
huge test, right? And it was a validation for me, and we were fortunate. So I think of that about 40 or 45% of them were new clients. But they saw the vision, by the way, we developed really, really good software in it. We really know our industry. So we came at this with a lot of industry expertise. We're not learning the industry when we go
So you knew the customers. It wasn't just about the industry, but you knew the customer needs and you were developing. So if you don't have that information, make sure you're doing that research and really digging deep with the customers.
And that was on the second phase of going in this. We knew, I knew how to build this market. It wasn't a question mark. There were some nuances and some pivots. But I knew the customer base and I knew what their needs and their requirements were.
If you hadn't had that, what would you advise people to do to get that knowledge?
So you can either hire it, right? Or you can go out and learn it in different ways. But I can tell you, our goals and objectives were to kind of go back up to the top of the mountain pretty quickly.
Okay.
And we thought, we know how to do it. It's a race against other people with a lot of capital.
You already saw the gap, the problems.
We saw the problems, precisely, and we moved quite quickly, and it's kind of almost intuitive in nature for us because we know where we needed to make up ground. So as we looked across, product, the placement, pricing, and all those other aspects, we knew all of those things from our first venture. That's where we learned a lot. And I knew the markets, I knew who the competitors were. So I was moving into a marketplace that I knew quite well and had background and expertise in this arena to start with.
Yeah. So it's a 20-year overnight success.
It's a 20-year overnight success. And there's another lesson in all of that, which was tenacity, right?
Tenacity.
Tenacity was a big part of it, and not saying, I'm not going to take no for an answer.
Tell us about the roadblocks.
The roadblocks.
Yeah,
sure.
I'm sure that you've run into a few since you started Stock IQ.
We have. So very quickly we recognized that 3 of us managing 10 new clients, trying to develop a market and do sales. I mean, that was a boatload of work that happened all in the span of a year after we just spent a full year writing the product. I mean, we needed to get to market quickly. And I mean, I don't know how much time they spent, but it was a 6 to 7 day a week job, right? Writing the product so that we could get out to market because there's no revenue coming in until we can sell the product. So we just pedal to the metal, overextended, and we get out in the market and we're going, wow, we've got 10 to 12 clients that we need to support. We need to continue to do development. By the way, we need to now go out and get more clients. So we very quickly realized that we needed people and we needed help. A lesson in here from us because we all knew what we were doing. How do you bring people in? And I learned this in my career. If somebody can do something 80% of the level you can, hand it off so that you can continue to leverage.
Man, that's hard to do.
It's really easy.
Some people set the bar like 120%.
It doesn't work, right?
That is so hard.
Because you're usually the individual trying to test and train and evaluate. So that was another big takeaway for us, which was one, so we got limited capital. But we started generating capital. I mean, we were almost profitable if you count the fact that none of us were being paid, right? Little details like that, right? And but for me, my overall stake in the market is my 2 partners wrote the software, so that was their sweat equity. My sweat equity was generating the revenue, and so I was paid when we had cash that came in the door. So we were very careful financially to be very conservative financially, because we wanted to build 6 to 9 months worth of cash to cover our operating expenses should downturns occur, because downturns occur.
Don't miss that. Please repeat what you just said.
6 to 9 months worth of cash on hand to support your business when sales go soft. Or you need to take a time out to do one of these other aspects like build a team. By the way, teams don't come on board typically when you're hiring, and they don't just start being productive immediately. I mean, there's a lot of training. In fact, we met a lot of our employees for the first time here last Wednesday night because we're all working virtually. And anyway, it was really quite nice. I mean, you see them on Zoom all the time, but we met. But some of these individuals, they're 6 to 9 months with us, and they're getting to that point where they can almost run a project, right? So all of this overhead that keeps coming on, we need to continue to fund that development, knowing that if we're going to scale, we really need the resources in order to be able to
Okay, so another thing you just said here that I just want to drive home, assume it's going to take 4 to 6 months for an employee to be productive after they start.
Yes.
And so you've got to have the cash to
Yeah,
support
the
that
cash to
before
support
they're
it.
going to start generating cash.
Exactly. Another lesson too in this whole sales cycle, I've been in sales long enough to know that when there's a lot of opportunities come in the door, you tend to service those, but when you're also responsible for marketing, you need to continue to keep those leads coming in the door. So just when you're it's a pipeline, just when you're at your busiest is when you need to be actually reaching out to do additional. That's a big part of it. And because that continues that growth, like during that, what was one of the learning cycles on our previous one, we get pretty busy and all of a sudden you're paying attention to those sales. Well, all of a sudden the pipeline dries up, and all of a sudden there's startup time to all of this. There's lead time to generating leads, to awareness, to branding, and all of those components. So in that lead time, equate that back into cash.
What size pipeline do you keep, like X over what you need to make sales? Is it 10X or?
10X is typically what it is. So if we have 10X the number of leads, by the way, we're monitoring and we have metrics in place to identify how many deals move into a qualified state, and then how many deals actually move into a sale. So we start knowing our stats. The good news is we had some background on roughly what the ratios were,
right,
what your conversion ratios are. So that's another big aspect, because think about all the funding that goes into attracting those leads. Thank you.
Good luck.
Attracting those leads in there. So the timeline and the cash flow requirements and all of that is a big deal.
Yeah, so when you're thinking about pipeline, it's really easy to say, oh, I want to do $500,000 in new sales this year, and I've got $600,000 in the pipeline. I'm in good shape. No, you're not.
No.
No, if you have a 20% close ratio and you want to do 500,000, then you need 2 million.
You need 2 million, precisely. And you need to continue to nurture it, right?
Right.
It needs to continue to flow in on
And
the top.
fire opportunities that aren't going to close so that you're not in a sunshine pump mode.
Well, so I'll tell you, I tend to be a sunshine, I'm an optimistic person, right? And when you look at the pipeline, and I think
I'm a brilliant sunshine pumper.
Yeah, I'm very good at it as well. And what I've noticed is there's this nurturing component. So during my tenure, I've noticed that somebody that came to you yesterday may not be ready to buy right now.
Mm-hmm.
Our tenure in the business that we're in right now is knowing the cycle. Somebody replaces their solutions about every 6 to 7 years. So it's the timing of your messaging with these individuals.
Mm-hmm.
So to the sunshine, I'm like, you may not have bought from me yet, but you will at some point,
Like
right?
you.
Yes.
You're eventually going to buy from me.
I will, when I have time, when I have time.
He's in my pipeline.
Yeah. But it's a key component. So we continue to nurture, we continue to share our story and the growth, because people follow this, and in a lot of cases, people want to see that growth. That's a big part of the validation of you as a company, is your tenure and your continued presence as you're showing them.
Yeah, and it does take time, I think, in a business to figure that out. And we're just 1.5 years into our new venture, and we're just now figuring out what our sales cycle is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it can take a while.
Yeah, it's a lot longer than we thought it was going to be.
A lot longer. Yeah, and it can be really long.
Especially with you.
So just in all transparency right now, I attended a executive sales conference, and they went, "Are you the hero in the company?" I went, boom, right here, right? So we're trying to even take our next level scale. I am very productive when I'm doing this, but other things suffer, right? Because I can get in and consult, and I've got a lot of clients that know me. So I'm really trying to get to that point where we can start scaling even more. So there's 2 other people on my team that are helping with sales and marketing.
So talk about pivoting,
Mm-hmm.
and how do you pivot without capsizing?
Sure. So I think the biggest thing is to not be so rosy and sunshiny, right? And recognize the reality of this, and understanding your own preferences towards optimism and or pessimism. This is one of the wonderful things about our leadership, going back into this. We're all going in the same direction, but we all look through things through a different lens. I tend to be very optimistic. And by the way, people buy from optimistic people in a lot of cases. We have the CEO, Jake, who tends to be somewhere in the middle. He and I have worked together for 23 years. And we have our CTO, who tends to be pessimistic. So we have 3 different viewpoints. And what we find is we all present our cases on why this is going to happen the way it's happening, right? But we can triangulate on this. So when we're talking about pivoting, we've always got a reality checker in the room.
Nice.
Yeah, the reality checker. So are you really blowing sunshine, you know, at everybody at this point, or are you being honest with yourselves? Because when you get in these situations, they get a bit tense, especially when the cash flow is not flowing. I would tell you, if cash flow is not there, that tends to be the single biggest issue, and you will get really goofed up if you don't have the reserves and the cash in there. So that was always our focus in all of this, is to be very conservative with our cash flow, and our planning always included a pro forma that went out 3 to 5 years from a planning perspective.
I think having the runway of that 6 to 8 months or even longer creates this, for Phil and I, my husband and I run a business, and for us, it creates a lot of flexibility so that you can be more intentional, you can be more strategic. You don't make decisions based on a sense of desperation.
Correct.
You make decisions based on wise business strategy.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And not having to do it immediately.
Yeah.
So when you're talking about pivoting, I think there's this part of accountability to each other to recognize where I'm predisposed to being very optimistic about how things will turn out, and having other individuals go, you know what, I'm not sure that I see it that way. Now, you don't have to go one direction or the other. We found that we tend to gravitate towards the middle, but we are always holding out those individual positions. So that's also part of, as we're growing, recognizing that somebody says, so what happened to lead generation? What happened to branding? What happened to all of this? I was like, well, I was closing 40 deals last year, right? And that's where my focus was. So recognizing limitations is probably a big point of pivoting, and recognizing where the business needs to go, and am I the constraint? And oftentimes I would tell you, the founders and the leaders of the company tend to be some of the constraints in being able to pivot quickly.
Yeah, and the bottlenecks.
And the bottlenecks.
Yeah.
Precisely, that's where that 80% rule came in. It's amazing at this point. Like, I'm not quite sure what my presentation looks like, because Judy, who is on staff with me, she does all that work for me and gets me prepared, and we'll meet the day or two. She's actually put it on my calendar. Hey, I've got your presentation ready. Now it's all my content, but she pretties it up and things, and she gives me advanced notes. So I tend to be a perfectionist. That's where I came from. That was a limitation for me, much like going, hey, I'm the only person that can do this. I'm now transitioning, going, you know what, if we're going to scale, I can't be that individual. Part of it, you get worn down. So we've been at this for, let's see, October 1st will be 7 years I think I've had 1 vacation. Now, that's our choice, right? Because, by the way, I'm going on vacation, which is nice.
Yes.
Yes. Tomorrow night, and then in November, my wife and I are taking a vacation. But recognizing where our limitations are before that scaling has been a big one. And then who's going to trust, and how do we do that? So each one of those pivots requires a little bit more cash, because typically what you're doing is offloading something that you're doing into somebody else. So again, runway and expectations around time. These things don't happen overnight. So a lot of reality checking going in with the pivots.
So let's turn it over to everybody here. We've got a few more minutes left. Questions?
So in the 7 years, where are you all at now? Normally feel comfortable sharing.
Sharing? So we have 150 clients. To finish off that previous story, that company we liquidated 3.5 years ago. So that was the finish to that story. And we were free to contact those clients, so we pulled some more in.
Nice.
We left them with 200 clients. We're now at 150 after really selling for about 6 years. Yes. And we are privately held, but I will tell you, we're multiple millions in revenue coming in. And also, it gave us an opportunity to transition the business. So the software world changed from this, you buy the software, to SaaS. It's much like, it's just this recurring revenue stream. So it was really nice for us to go, hey, our new business model is X, and not convince old people, right? So that was another one.
I love having recurring revenue, because it gives you a base, and you can grow like this rather than doing this.
Yes.
I hate this.
And having large influxes of cash, and then nothing for a while, right?
So what's your average deal size?
Average deal size for us, we're looking at, for the first year, you're looking at about 70,000. And the other number that we track really closely is what we call recurring revenue, ARR. And so our ARR is sitting at about $28,000 per client per year.
That's annual recurring revenue.
Mhm. Yeah.
You've held a CEO role, now in sales. How have you sort of balanced like what to let go of, what to dive into? You talked about
Sure. Well, I think
covering perfectionists.
Covering perfectionists. So part of the CEO role, I actually built up my skills as a sales individual because I sell into hundreds of millions and billion-dollar companies, and I can sit in the room with all of the individuals, the CFO, the CEO, you name it. I can talk turkey with all of them because I've experienced it and running a business. I'll tell you, one of the things that I learned in all of that, I could do the CEO role, but it wasn't naturally where I was meant to be. So learning where my nature and really where my skill set was and where I derive the most pleasure, that's been part of it in this process. And I don't know if I addressed your question, but
I mean, it's interesting, particularly with early stage companies that then are transitioning and scaling. It's what role fits best.
And we've had a lot of conversations, and it doesn't happen overnight. Intuitively, you know in your heart kind of where you enjoy. And I have friends that I meet with regularly, and I share with them, and they go, when you're fired up is when you're in front of clients and when you're out meeting with people. And can you do that? Sure, I can do that, but it's not where my passion is. So my passion is really what we're built on, from a sales and a marketing business standpoint. So lots of conversations at this point around what my roles can be, right? And what I love doing is where I really want to be spending my time. So it's in front of clients, it's in front of partners, it's in front of networks and building and growing. And that was a big part of it. And it's a huge relief because when you're putting in longer hours, it sure makes it easy.
Yeah. I think another thing is the founder-led sale process. A lot of founders tend to want to hire sales too early. And you guys are 7 years in, and it's still founder-led sales.
Founder-led sales, yes, exactly. And I think it will continue to be. I'm going to do less and less selling. So the hope is that, I'm the hero 30% of the time and not 90% of the time.
Right.
And so that goal is to get people in and nurture them and kind of teach those skills. By the way, our business has really been built on relationship, and it's a key differentiator in the marketplace for us right now. People can duplicate product, they can duplicate processes, money can buy a whole lot of things. What they can't do is they can't duplicate culture. Exactly. That's one of our selling points when we go out, and we're always proud to say it. What are our pillars? We're easy to use, we love partnerships, and so it's in it, and we sell that all the time, and it comes through when we're talking to people.
Yeah.
Yes.
So my question is a personal question going back 20 years. I resonate with your story because I was a former pension actuary.
Okay.
And I asked them at the ripe old age of 25, can I just be a salesperson?
Yeah.
I know I've taken all the exams and I know
Sure.
actuarial math, but can I just be a salesperson? And that might have led to me being one of the people that got laid off in the 2008 financial crisis. When they were laying people off, right? Because I wasn't a good actuary. But what I found, and then during that time, I went and did something fun because being an actuary was soul sucking to me. So I went and worked on a dude ranch and I did promotions. And this is sales on the kindergarten level of here, try some yogurt. And I loved doing that. To your point, that was fun to be here's a Bud Light swag, have this. Right?
Sure.
So I did that, and then switching into this, what I recognized, and that you're saying, so I'm getting to my question here, is that how do you, because what I found the difficulty for me is yogurt, there's no relationship, try some yogurt. And when it becomes more relational, I kind of get this weirdness, I realized, of how can I relate to you when I have something to sell? So how do you bridge that? Not obviously with the people that you already have the relationship with, it's easy to continue that relationship, but how do you create that relationship with somebody new the very
new
first
individuals?
Time?
So for me, it's being very open, and I do a lot of listening, and I enjoy learning about other people. And I've been fortunate that I have a lot of experiences and done a lot of things. And so I'm looking always for that way to connect. And Candace is one of the things Candace teaches, right? Which is hey, what's that one thing that's a little bit personal about somebody that you can connect with, that you can start dialoguing with? And it's typically not talking about ROI, it's typically not talking about a software. I had a call this morning with a gentleman, and it was a pet food company, and I said, hey, I'd like to show you my dog. Are you a dog lover? Yeah. And then he looked, and it was a picture of my dog in front of the Indian Peaks. Hey, is that the San Juans? I said, no, that's Indian Peaks. We went on for another 20 minutes, and we talked about, so all of a sudden we've developed more than a relationship. But that's been my key. I would tell you it's probably personal in nature. I've had other people, and I think you've had training that says, forget the personal stuff, let's get right down to it. We're here to do business. I happen to sell a little different way, but it's also part of our DNA as an organization in that we develop long-term relationships. We're not a vendor, we're a partner. So part of that partnership is developing that relationship. So I'm already the preview of what's going to happen when working with Stock IQ. But that's been my key is I've been fortunate to have a lot of experiences. In fact, we could talk dude ranches. My wife or my daughter worked on a dude ranch, right? And I used to ride jumpers. So, I mean, I can talk pretty much about anything. And if I haven't done it, I probably want to.
I was going to say, I'm the same way, but I think it's that like learning to be professional.
Yes.
And it's like, oh, where's that line?
Where's that line?
Where's my opening to say something that like, hey, we're human.
Yes,
We
we're
have
human.
lives.
Yeah, and I think it comes through, and people would pick up on it. I can tell just right away by visiting with you. I happen to be, that's kind of where I live. I can resonate with CEOs, and I'm like, you don't want to talk personal stuff right now, or whoever, guess what, we're going to talk business. You, on the other hand, want something. So I can tend to kind of pick up, and I read the phones in the rooms, and I keep it professional when it's not appropriate. So.
A lot of times they tend to lead, I find, in that personal realm, and sometimes for me, I just end up stumbling upon something that we have in common and no idea.
Yeah.
And then we just go down that road. I let them lead that conversation and join in.
Precisely. In fact, our relationship started off as professional.
No, you sent me a message and mentioned the fact that we both live in the best city in the world.
I did, didn't I?
You did. That was your nugget. And you were right.
Yes.
You know?
So we got together, and we've continued to get together. But again, looking for those and being clued into those and just listening. Yeah.
I'm teaching how to do that on LinkedIn on Wednesday if you're interested in figuring out how to start a relationship with a cold stranger on LinkedIn the way Jeffrey did with me.
So maybe I'll be taking a class.
You'll just have to come Wednesday and teach it with me. We'll co-lead it.
Sure, we can co-lead it.
Yeah. Yeah, but you have to come, which means you can't go on
We'll be able to-
vacation.
That's right, sorry.
Keep that no vacation.
That's right.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
This has been a blast. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks all for coming. Great questions.
Thanks for your questions, and I appreciate it as I kind of tell my story. My best friend says, you're going to be writing a book one day because there's a whole lot of twists and turns, a lot more to the story. But I think tenacity and just hanging in there, believing. Because there were a lot of times I even called my father-in-law and said, well, not sure this last venture is going to work out. He goes, I said, can I move in? He goes, just keep working on it. I got that message right away, right? So, but if you're following your passion and your love and you put some common sense to it, and you pivot when you need to, right? I mean, the market's not always out there kind of recognizing, I'm at a dead end, I need to back up. Don't be afraid to experiment and continue to move forward.
Yeah, cool. Thank you.
All righty, thank you.
Thanks so much. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
My pleasure.
All right, so we have Derek Kuhn coming up next.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Oh, you are welcome. And we still live in the best city.
We do. We absolutely do. And everybody here knows that too.
Yes.
So Derek is coming up. He runs Brility Digital and has been very successful. And I think this is your 11th company.
That's right.
Jeffrey, is this your water?
Oh, it is. Thank you, Candace.
Don't want to forget those.
Appreciate it.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Let's go.
All right, so we got a couple minutes here. If anybody wants to ask any other questions, and then we'll get started. But thank you for coming.
Yeah, no problem.
Or we can just start early.
Was that water back there?
That is, I think, water.
I should get my water. There were cinnamon rolls in there. Are they gone?
No, there's a whole tray. You know, they needed a little more frosting on it though, I gotta say.
And a little more cinnamon.
It's dry, right? But I love frosting. All sauces of all, anything that goes on top of stuff.
I like really moist, gooey.
Yes, warm too.
Yeah, warm
Exactly.
is nice too, yeah.
Definitely not dry with a little bit. But that's okay, at least they're free, they're here.
They're
so
free and it
I'm
was
super
very nice
grateful.
of them to provide those. Hello. All right, so I guess we'll go ahead and get started. I want to introduce myself and Derek. So I'm Candace Edelin. I've been working with Nick since 2020 to add this Scale Up program as part of what is now founded in FoCo was Startup Week. And the purpose of Scale Up is to help people with existing businesses to grow that company and scale it, or if you're looking to start a business, to get some foresight into what's involved in getting ready to scale. So this year, we have brought in multiple people who have built multi-million-dollar businesses or have reached, Derek's just reaching the $1 million mark and scaling to that with this company, his 11th or 12th.
It was 11, but I would say 7 of them were like primary income vehicles. A lot of them were spin-offs that were joint ventures and stuff like that. So
11 companies.
Yep.
So we want to really kind of share stories so that you have a sense. So we've got this is our How I Built It series, and I'll be interviewing Derek. On Wednesday, we have a whole program coming in. Charles Fred is a guy in Denver who is a serial entrepreneur himself, has sold multiple 9-figure businesses. He was supposed to retire with the last one that he sold. And so instead of retiring, he went and he invested money in 150 small Colorado-based companies that were at between $1 million and $2.5 million, and had the plans within 5 years to scale to 10 million. And he invested in them. He took a stake so that he could follow them over time and work with the management teams and really understand what was going on with the businesses and study them. So over 5 years, he put together some research around the 5 operating conditions necessary for scale. And then he validated that data with Gallup with another 2,500 companies. He came in 2020 and presented that research. It was brand new. We were the first to hear from him in 2020. He's coming back Wednesday morning at 9 o'clock. And if you've got the time, I highly encourage you to join that and learn about the 5 operating conditions necessary for scale. To give you a little bit of preview, out of those 150 companies, he has a remarkable track record in that only 3 failed.
Wow.
In 5 years. I think that's amazing.
That's amazing. Yeah, lucky.
But only 14 made it to their goal of the 10 million, which is actually right within the expectations that you have about a 10% chance of getting to 10 million if you're at $1 million. But I think you have about a 0.5% chance of getting it to $1 million. So our goal is to help you beat those odds today. So that's what we're trying to do here. So Charles Fred will be speaking on Monday, and then he's going to talk at 9 o'clock on the 5 operating conditions. At 10, he'll talk about one of the most important in terms of the challenging economic times that we're facing. That's endurance. And then we have at 11, CJ Whalen has built multiple businesses, and he's going to be talking about resilience in difficult economic times. And then we've got an accessibility panel and 4 more speakers who are going to be sharing about how they built it. And I will also be teaching on how to find leads on LinkedIn when you're trying to prospect and build your pipeline.
So that's what's going on. Welcome, Derek.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being part of this. This has been so cool to get to interview folks.
Yeah.
So why don't you introduce yourself and what you're doing now, and then backtrack 11 companies.
Okay. All right. So my name is Derek with Ability Digital. It's about the 5th or 6th year, I think, of this company, and I landed on digital marketing as my focus. Back in 2001, I had graduated CSU, so go Rams. But like, I think everyone here is okay with CSU. Yeah. So anyway, but I graduated from there, and then when they told me when I graduated that if I wanted a real job, I'd have to move down to Denver. I don't know if anyone's experienced that, and I thought Denver's horrible, and I thought a real job sounded horrible, right? So that was it was like a reaction to that. That's why I started my first company. It was really fortuitous. It was a technology company, and the series of companies that happened after that was sort of a trail of, I think what I was looking for was mostly what interested me, where did I see the opportunity as it matched up to my predispositions and my skill set. So I was good at sales, I was decent at business from a numbers perspective, but I really knew people and understood them. And I saw immediately that technologists, and this is true to this day, but 20 years later, technologists have an inherent problem when it comes to normal, quote, lay people in terms of explanation. And in that gap is huge opportunity. So if you can dissect what the technologist has to offer, and you can decode what the business model and the business itself and the business owner has to offer, in that sort of chasm is tremendous opportunity. And that's been the unifying thread throughout all of my companies. And I've had companies that were not most of them were technology, like custom development, mobile app development, and that has been a thread that's been consistent. But it wasn't only technology. I owned a sub shop, and that was a disaster. If you have to count pickles to be profitable, like counting pickles, that's not the business for me, right? It was terrible, but it taught me a lot. And then real estate was another company that I started, a real estate company with actually my mom, which was awesome, but also challenging because the family, let's just say that. And actually I've had partners through almost all of them, and I have a lot to say about partners as well. But the primary, what led me to this position is my company before this, I had a 10-year stint, and I had 2 business partners, and we started with 18 people, and we ended up with 82 full-time employees. And it's interesting because I have broken the $1 million mark 3 times, but not the $10 million mark. Dang. So but it is that opportunity and the ability to work with people, knowing your strengths, and it's not like follow your passion, although I think that can be great. I think it's knowing yourself and what you're good at, but not being Pollyanna when it comes to looking at the market and how you can serve it. And so is there a good matchup between what you're good at and where the opportunities lie?
Describe a little bit about that, Pollyanna.
Well, I think, so it's really funny. I don't know, this applies to children as well. I don't know if any of you have children here, but if you knew what you were getting into when you started it, you probably wouldn't do it, right? So I don't want to discourage people because in some ways, right, starting a business is one of the toughest things you can do. And that sort of uninformed optimism out of the gates is awesome, but it can't it cannot drive you through, in my opinion, having done this many times now, the hard realities that you have to face against.
You just made me think. Let's take a poll
Sure.
real quick, and who's in the room? How many of you have a business right now? Okay, how many of you are over 100,000 in revenue? Okay, so everybody's kind of in that startup. What level are you? Do you mind saying?
You're looking at me.
Actually, there was a lady behind you who was holding her hand up still at the past 100. Right around 200. Right around 200. Okay, thank you. So that gives us a sense. But did you want to share? Go ahead.
I'm 3 years in, photographer, about 70 plus right now.
Okay, great. That gives us a sense of how we can structure the conversation to make it as relevant as possible for you.
Yeah, no, I think that's great. And actually, I love that because my brother, he was a very successful entrepreneur. He was my younger one, super annoying, but he's like super successful, right? he said that one of the things I'm good at, which is actually the hardest part of business, which is starting from zero and like breaking into that $250,000, $500,000 mark, because it in that moment, it is the hardest part. It requires the most scrappiness, and as you get more resources, you have more optionality and you can do different things. But you, like, one thing, like the strongest people in the world are entrepreneurs. I don't know, does anyone know what an anti-fragile is? Nicholas Taleb, have you heard of this? He's a great sort of, he's a thinker. His whole premise is anti-fragility, which is the opposite of fragile is not resilience. The opposite of fragile is to grow from stress or disorder.
To get better,
Right.
being broken.
Right, like a rock is resilient, like you can hit it and it doesn't break, that's resilient. But what he believes is that there are conditions and ideas and ways to structure business that are anti-fragile, meaning they benefit from stress or disorder. So, and you got, like, in that mark where you guys are is absolutely the chance, it is the hardest test of being an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
100%. So, and I have done it so many times, like, I feel like I should learn by now to stick with what it was, because what happened after those 10 years, I felt very complacent. I wasn't necessarily getting along with my business partners. And so I wanted to strike out again on my own. And it's like that amnesia. If you've had multiple kids, you know what it's like also. You have like an amnesia around how hard it was in the first couple of years. And so to plunge back in, lesson learned for the 11th time. So, so anyway, I congratulate you guys. Deserve you are doing the hardest thing there is. And I think that the guy said before about tenacity, that is absolutely true, because in starting anything up, there's always a dip of despair where things are hard. It feels like you can't work at it, and that's when most people quit. And so sometimes, like, I heard a great quote the other day: if you can't do it for a decade, don't do it for a day.
Oh, wow.
So and that really resonated with me, because you can't always be thinking, well, I'm going to do this for a while until I get to this. And so one of the things I've trained myself to do is you have to learn that the effort itself is the reward. So you have to train yourself to think about, there's two kinds of goals. There's outcome goals, which is like, I want to make $1 million. And then there are process goals, which is like, weight loss is a better example. Like, I'm gonna work out and eat less every day this week, or I want to lose 2 pounds this week. Outcome goals are incredibly discouraging because they're outside of your control. But different bodies will lose weight at different times. So what you need to focus on are process goals, like I'm gonna make 10 cold calls today or 20 LinkedIn outreaches. And the key is to know which activities to focus on, and then focus on them as if you're gonna do them for a decade, right?
So let's talk about launching Brility, because I know you've done a bunch of them, but let's talk about what you've got going now and what led you to do it again, like to start again.
Yeah, well, so let's see. The best way to answer that would be, I felt constrained, after a decade of the same business, which is the longest single business I've ever had. So
which one was that?
Greystone. So, and what happened is, Greystone Technologies, they approached me with one of my companies and said, we want to buy you out and make you a partner in our company, because they were an IT service provider. And what we brought to the table was digital marketing, websites, and then I actually had a separate mobile app development company at the time, which they also then bought a year later. And so that was great and it was stable, but IT is very much a support function, and it's incredibly valuable. But we thought there'd be crossover between, like, this one company uses this for IT, so they would use us for web services. And that turned out not to be true, because I was working mostly with owners of businesses and the growth side of a company, not the support infrastructure side.
So, okay, this is really interesting. How did that assumption occur, and what should they have done to not make that mistake?
Yeah, this is back to that Pollyanna view of the world. And, my mentor taught me, and he was the mentor to David Neenan in town, Larry Kendall, who founded the group. He calls it a sober second thought. And what that is when you are thinking through opportunities, you need to pause and think hard and sit on the assumptions that you are making. And that works in the negative as well as the positive. We tend to dramatically overemphasize the negative more, but there is an equal bias, though not quite as strong, for positive thinking. And so what we should have done is look to see what other companies out there that we could model and determine if this actual partnership would make sense. And it was very successful. I went from 18 to 82, but it was mostly like, 18 full-time, and it was like 2 million to 8 million.
Okay.
So when they brought me in, they were like at the 1.5 million mark, and by the time we parted ways, we were at 8 million a year.
Okay.
So it was a successful venture, but it was more like two independent entities were growing under the same name.
Interesting. Okay.
And so like my team, which was 20 of the 80, and then there was the IT was much larger. And so that created some tensions, and there wasn't a synergy there. So it was successful financially, that is for sure. But where it wasn't is in terms of long-term vision and being aligned on that. So that's where we agreed that we would part ways, and that I spun off the digital marketing aspect. And the reason I chose digital marketing instead of some of the more custom development stuff is there's so many platforms out there now that are already built. And no one knows how to use LinkedIn well with Twitter, with your Facebook. There's more power, I think, to provide, more value to provide if you know how to leverage the current platforms than it is building a new one. Mm-hmm. So anyway, but it was the tension for long-term vision and direction that was the problem.
Okay. So you guys had these two companies and you were growing and you merged thinking that you would get the faster growth. There was an assumption there that the customers that were buying one would naturally need and buy the other.
Yep.
Did anybody do any market research to validate that assumption?
No. No, definitely not. And even market research, it would have been as simple as looking for versions of that were larger that we could then, investigate to see. It was, again, like that, the unchecked assumptions that people make are very challenging. It's very hard because in one sense, I want to encourage that optimism, but I think the optimism is better served if it is like a significant dose of thoughtfulness. It doesn't have to be skepticism.
But you can also test a market. In that situation, it's a little different, but like Jeffrey, our last speaker, was talking about how they sold it before they built it. So they got customers who paid them up front, and they built the airplane while it was in flight.
Right.
And that's something that Phil and I just did. So my husband and I own a business, and we had to make a massive pivot in 2020. And we just were very transparent about what our situation was, what we were doing. And we built a LinkedIn training program we sold it before we built it.
Right.
And we just let everybody know. It's like, hey, you know what? You're on this airplane. We're building it while it's in flight, and we left some parts on the ground.
Right.
And
hopefully not the wheels though.
No, but we did get notified when a couple of windows blew out, and we had to go patch them up. But people are very willing, I think, when you're transparent, to allow that. And sometimes it's really easy to think that you know the right direction and just go and not actually validate that.
Right, 100%. I think the quote that comes to mind is perfection is the enemy of progress.
So true.
Right.
And the enemy of anything getting done.
Right, exactly. And I think there's some fear behind it, and then a bunch of assumptions that it needs to be perfect.
Yeah.
Whereas what is much better is to be authentic, but have the intent and have done the research and done the work to add value. People sense that far more than perfection. And this is even true with YouTube and videos like this, like the polished, beautiful ones get almost no views. What gets views is someone authentically expressing their intent or their ideas. And we are becoming more and more drawn to that and less drawn to perfection as was previously defined. So
I have to remember that because I get so nervous in front of a camera.
That's right. Well, yeah. And right. And a trick for that, by the way, is talk about something that you absolutely love that's just silly, like your favorite TV show or book, as if you're sharing this with a friend. That sort of primes the mind to be more relaxed and then transition to your topic, right?
Good tip. Okay, so you spun off Realty Digital from Greystone. Was it just you at first, or did you bring a team?
Yeah, I brought the team from Greystone, which was like 5 or 6 of us. Do you remember how many it was? 6 people? 5, 6, 5.
5 including you.
5 including me. So it's a small team, because we like the web development, custom, some of the things that I brought, we had left there. And I only wanted the digital marketing because I said to rebuild platforms made no sense. I thought I wanted and also I saw the problem when you have 82 full-time employees. You have to feed that beast.
Right.
So like growing is great, but also it's as stressful as being small.
Mm-hmm.
Like if not more so, because now you have fear of loss instead of like hunger for growth. And so once you've got a lot of people to feed, you're up at night going, how am I gonna, we landed UC Health as a client. I sold the CMO, and then I had to interview. We did their website and all their digital marketing for 5 years through Greystone, and I led that whole initiative. And interviewing these 5 CEOs, we became so dependent on UC Health because they were so giant. We did so much stuff for them. They started to, like, it's like we were employees for them. So growth is not necessarily great. It's certainly not less stressful. What you do get with growth, though, is you have options to make your decisions. You have more decisions you can make.
If you manage the growth wisely.
That's right. If you manage the growth wisely, but the panacea that like more money equals less stress is absolutely false.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think another thing that you are kind of alluding to is there were a lot of eggs in one basket.
That is a big problem.
Yeah, I've run into that. And it's the problem with businesses our size, you know, that it's really easy to get that $250,000 or $2 million or $5 million client that brings in 50-60% of your revenue, and it creates some pretty serious problems. You want to talk about that?
I mean, yeah, because that's happened to me multiple times.
Me too.
Yeah, so there's a huge sense of relief when one client writes you lots and lots of checks.
Mm-hmm.
Huge sense of relief, and but it is absolutely, and that's great because it does provide some stability and does provide some runway for different things. But the thing I wish I would have done, and I did not do, after 11 companies, I finally learned my lesson, right? I'm not going to do that again. Sometimes I'm a little slow, right? Like a fly trying to get out the window, I'm just like, I'm gonna try this again and hit my, it doesn't work unless you, the fly's never getting out that window unless it tries something different, right? So persistence is great, but I actually like the term adaptive persistence. Mm-hmm. Because I bought that URL and I was worth a lot of money, so what's up? So I did, because I think that there isn't as much value in persistence for persistence sake. It is, I'm continuing to think about this and drive forward with action, not just like hoping that these actions that I do all the time are going to somehow, but there's a big sense of progress that comes from just doing stuff. But that is a dangerous way to go because you have to be thinking one step, like, is this working? But also you have to give it enough time to see if it is working. So it's, like most things, people want the simple answer, and the answer is it isn't simple. It's hard, it's challenging, and entrepreneurship is one of the most challenging. So what was the question again? I got off.
That's okay, I'm gonna change directions because you're leading me down another path that we had talked about before. Tell you a little story. So years ago, I was running a marketing roundtable, and we had 12 different CMOs that would come and meet once a month on Zoom and chat about our marketing challenges. And one of the things that they really, really wanted to do was talk about failures and failed projects and lessons learned. And I'm like, okay, great. So we'll have our next session on failures. Everybody bring a story and be prepared to share. So I led with a major failure that we had and shared about it. And you want to guess how many others of the 12 CMOs shared their failures?
0.
Goose eggs, after every one of them had pushed for it. And we were talking about this. So one of the people in that group was telling me that, I've been in self-employed for so long. We acknowledge failures and study them all the time, but he said that it's a really good way to get fired at a company to admit your failures. So how do you create a culture that allows not only failure, but acknowledgement and researching it?
Yeah, I mean, that is one of the key questions, right? And again, I'm gonna borrow a story from my mentor and I'll tell you how I did it. But he helped, does anyone know Needham Construction? They're huge. They like revolutionized a way called arc construction. Like they brought a new model into an old archaic industry and just killed it. And they have a huge gong. It's like 6 foot in diameter. And when someone makes a mistake, they run up and they hit the gong, and there's like 200 people in this like environment, and then everyone stands up and cheers.
I love this.
Right, and so that's crazy. Like I say that so much more, and they're like, "Are you kidding? Well, how do people blah blah blah?" And like you have to trust in the good in people, and that we are so wired to avoid failure, and therefore we don't take any chances. That there's a bigger payoff to embrace it. So knowing that, I took a slightly different tack because I don't necessarily feel comfortable like just celebrating failures, but in every business I've taken, it's been more a path of developing myself. So I look at like as a journey of like, how can I improve as a human? And being an entrepreneur gives you, whatever your business is, you have more opportunity to build yourself into the person you want to be than any other play in life, any other play. So, and dealing with failure is part of growth. In fact, you cannot grow unless you fail. As simple as learning a new skill, the way the nervous system works, you have to fail at something in order for the nervous system to be primed to then learn to do it right. Mm-hmm. So failure is literally
forward progress.
It is us figuring things out and setting the stage for growth. So, and like what I want to, my original motto for the team is I want to build superhumans. They didn't like that because I felt too much pressure. So they better humans is what we landed on. I wanted everyone to be superhuman though. Still mad about it. So
she's like, sorry.
Yeah, she's like, sorry, that's too much pressure, right? And I get it. Like I don't want this. Again, it's really about being the best version of yourself. So in order to do that, you must fail. And because that is the only way to grow. And there's a great book called The Obstacle's the Way. Have you guys heard about this? Right? And so the obstacles way is one way to look at it, but I like a slightly different version where obstacles are the way. They are the paving stones that you build the road to get what you want. So obstacles and failures are literally the only way to build the road to where you want to go. That's it. There's no other way. There's no other way. And so when you view life like that, you have to be okay with failing. And the only way there's like quote failure is if you're not learning from those failures or those, right, where you didn't get what you want.
Well, and there's more to it than that too, which I think has been fascinating about my own career because I've had a pretty major business failure. And I was terrified of that when we saw it coming. I mean, and there's a lot of reasons for that failure, but I thought that was going to ruin me professionally in the industry that I was in because we were in a pretty tight niche where everybody saw that failure. And what I've learned is that the more transparent I am about that business failure, the more credibility I have in coaching CEOs. It's been remarkable. It's like it increased my credibility instead of decreasing it. And I've learned, don't be afraid of falling. Fall on your face so that you would at least make forward progress because people will respect you for it.
Yeah. Yeah, and that is great. And I think that people underestimate, we're humans and we want to connect with someone, and just seeing the perfect side of everything and reading these incredible success stories is really harmful. Because it sets the wrong tone for how to think about business and how to think about what you encounter. And I would even add, if you should fail and fall on your face, but fail as yourself. Because one of the things that I have seen more and more is like people will try to become someone else to be successful. And even when they succeed, that's partially where imposter syndrome comes from, is that they have morphed themselves into what they think is a good business person. And that's not necessary. And if you fail being like true to you and putting yourself out there, and not true to you like there's some divine essence in you, but putting yourself out there in like a quasi vulnerable way, and you fail that way, there is no lack of support in the community of people who will respect that effort. So, does that make sense?
Okay, so I want to go back. All right, so you've started Brody, you took 5 people with you, you took some accounts, and what has it grown to now?
So the real is when we took the 5 people, we thought there was this. It turned out that the list that we thought we had was like 1/3 as much as we needed, and that was a very challenging first year. And so, so we maybe had like $5,000 or $6,000 in revenue, and I'm used to a company that's pulling like $2 million in a year. So I was panicking, but I went back to, I have a large network of supporters here. They knew I did this for the right reason. So I just reached out to them and said, here's what I'm doing. And I have a bit of a challenge right now. And so that led to a lot of introductions. I also had a chance to execute on a lot of ideas that I couldn't, which is that whole idea of like business and the chasm, and then how technology and business can meet in the middle. That particular lane of thought didn't really make sense to my business partners there, and luckily, so that was we were $5,000 a month, and now we got as high as like $70,000 a month. We ended last year at $980,000, so we almost broke the $1 million mark. I was pretty mad, but it's been very challenging. But I saw an avenue to pursue, and the team was incredible. Like they worked the first 3 to 6 months with little to no pay, and then I've leveled them up and up over time. So, and the way to engage team members is in something like, it doesn't have to be this, but I find this the most valuable. Like you're at work more than you are anywhere else. Why not treat work, including how you perceive it, as a chance to grow yourself? And that is how you lean into hard times. Because without that, you are suffering for some future, or you're suffering for the weekend. What a terrible way to live. And so I violently reject the idea that work has to be a grind. It can be hard and it can be repetitive, but it should be framed in such a way where I am building myself and my future this way, regardless of the outside circumstances. You may fail, that's completely fine, so long as you're putting your real self out there and the intent is to grow.
Okay, so you've got this business. It's not what you expected.
Not even
You're
close.
doing 5,000 in revenue.
Yeah,
and you got 5 employees, including yourself. Yeah, there's not a lot of income coming in.
Yep.
So you went to these clients, you told them and friends, you told them what the situation was. So walk us through that first year. What happened?
So, it was more the network of people I knew than it was clients, right? And the way, I think the best way to ask for help is be vulnerable, like don't be positioning, right? So, but there is something else that I have found, like I study psychology and neuroscience obsessively because I think that it holds the keys to understanding who we actually are and like how to best navigate this world versus all the myths that are out there. I've read hundreds and hundreds of books. And most of them are they're dangerous because they give you bad advice that sounds really good in the title and sounds really catchy around the water cooler, but it is harmful because you think you know what to do, and then one day you're going to discover disheartened that it was all BS. So, what one of the asks is, listen, like, hey, here's the situation. I know and trust you. And I know anyone you bring in, you're going to qualify on your own. So 72, it's called the strength of the weak tie, which is a great study on network science. 72% of jobs are not found through online forums. They are found through introductions. And they're not your close connections. They're actually your acquaintances one step away because you basically share the same connections with your close group. So what you need to do is go one step removed. And that's a much larger network. And you ask them like, hey, I need some help. Here's what I'm doing. And you reaffirm that like you guys share some connection. And then you say people like you or who you think would be a good fit, because then you create an in-group idea. And creating an in-group is really important, especially if you're going to ask your current clients, like, I love you as a client. and I want more people like you. And that is a very effective tool to engage people to help. And it turns out another interesting fact is people feel better giving a small favor than receiving a small favor. And that is multiple studies have shown this. So if you're meeting with someone and you ask, like if they ask you if you want water, always say yes. If it's a potential person who can hire you. Always a small request or a small favor that they do you makes them feel better. So that is that's another way to sort of prime the pump to get people to help you out.
That's an interesting point because we've been growing this new venture a lot through referrals and channels and affiliates and things like that. And it's been remarkable how much that helps, and they like helping us.
People or
It's
humans,
amazing.
like 90% of them, because like there's a small percent that are psychopaths and sociopaths. That's real. And narcissists. Although narcissists, you can get to help you as long as you give them credit and make them feel like super special, right? Like you're so amazing. I bet you know some people, right? Narcissists are my favorite. So, well, you deal with and a lot of high-profile people are narcissists, so you got to be ready to deal with them, unfortunately. But that's people. And like that belief is important when you're asking. You shouldn't feel like a chance to feel good, and that's a real thing. That's not some made up, trick. That's a legitimate finding around humans. We like to help each other, so long as it's not like ridiculous. Like, can you loan me $50,000? I wish that was a small favor, right?
Yeah.
So,
Okay, so you asked people for help, and kind of walk us through what happened in the first year as you're asking for help. What was happening?
So that got a lot of introductions. And so what we needed to do, the biggest thing I needed to prove out and model was this idea of that chasm between business and technology. And so what we offered, and givers get is another thing, like you should give freely as much as you humanly can, and give away things that you should charge for. And so what we started doing is doing a free assessment of, listen, let us come and understand your business a little bit, and then we will return to you opportunities that exist on Google, on your website, on YouTube, on Facebook, fill in the blank. And it's something that, I've been told we should charge $1,500 for. It's about the normal price for something like this, where it is literally a plan that we break down exactly where the opportunity for that business and that business model, because no two business, even the same business in different towns, have different dynamics because there are different competitors. The online trends for those different locations are vast. The words they use, like Boulder and here, radically different terms that people use to search for things, to explore things, different concerns, different interests. So we started doing those free assessments, and that's what caught on, because everyone wanted to see some kind of distilled and understandable opportunity assessment that wasn't trying to sell them anything, was just simply like, here is something valuable, and if you know anyone else who wants this, we'll do it for them.
I'm thinking I want one.
Yeah, well,
That's a good idea.
It is something we still offer for free, and it is, I genuinely love business, and since I've had so many different ones and have helped clients through a lot of them, like each one of those businesses, most were technology, most I had to learn business models, I had to understand it, because the only way I could do what was truly effective for them. Otherwise, I'm just trying to stick with what I'm good at. Like web designers want to sell you web design, mobile app developers want to sell you mobile apps. Everyone has a horse in this race, and that is antithetical to an effective strategy. You need to have an unbiased look. So that thing took off, and that became our centerpiece for everything. And then from that free one, if someone wanted to hire us, we do a much deeper dive and create a plan that they can either execute themselves or one that we would execute for them or in conjunction, collaboration with them. So that's our central piece that is still like becoming, even through quarantine, that process became enormously powerful, and we doubled through quarantine because we were able to use that same thing to show where the market was going, what were all the changes, and that in fact there was hope and opportunity for a lot of businesses that just wanted to hunker down and hide. Actually, you made me record something.
Yeah, I remember
Yeah, she
that.
forced me to record something where I was like talking about, I'm like, listen, I'm so mad because I can see that this is not the end of the world. In fact, there's huge increases in demand in certain vectors way before anyone knew anything about it. when everyone was doom and gloom. So I went to our clients and I offered this for free, the same assessment, but with the focus on what's happening right now. And in fact, now, I just gave a presentation earlier today, we are headed for another set of turbulent times. And so now I'm offering it again, like, listen, we'll do this for free, and we're gonna focus on what is happening right now in your industry based on all these different fears that are spinning around, right? Some are legitimate, there's definitely real challenges we're facing, and then an equal amount are completely made up. So how do you distinguish those two? It's that same chasm, but now we're layering in not just business and technology, but current market trends.
Are you guys familiar with the fact that during recessions, the companies that invest in marketing and double down grow way, way faster and come out of that recession so much stronger? Because they get huge market opportunities. Price for ads goes down.
Everything
which
goes
happened
down,
during COVID too.
So
right?
yeah, acquisition cost for a new client gets cut in half.
Yeah.
So
it's remarkable. Okay, so then let's talk about that. So we are looking at a financial something.
Yeah.
Almost a meltdown. I don't think that's happening.
Yeah.
It's a meltdown of other things.
Meltdown, yeah, people are about to snap.
Yeah.
So it's true. So we watch trends, like Google puts together reports about what is the shifting interest, and terms around how to deal with anxiety and depression have exploded. They were already high pre-quarantine, right? And now they are ridiculous. All right, so let's not to be doom and gloom, because there's opportunity there, right?
Yeah, somebody in the room's already like, okay.
Yeah, it's not uplifting.
Yeah. So one of the things that makes a business resilient is cash management.
Yes.
And so I want to talk about that and what is your cash management and financial philosophy after building 11 businesses. You've learned a bit about surviving recessions.
Yeah, okay, so my philosophy around cash management. So, well, that's a tough one. So knowing, there's two answers to that. The first one is know your strengths and know your weaknesses. One of my challenges is I struggle with really watching the financials, because what I don't want to do, and this has been a mistake I've made, so I would allow this in the learning area of the other businesses, because I've sold 3 of them. Most were successful in terms of providing me a good income. And then there were a number of ones that were just duds or failures, right? But nothing catastrophic that took me out of the race, right? So, so most of them I parlayed into the next one. But for cash management, it is incredibly important, and you need to handle it one of 2 ways. And what I have always done is find a trusted team member, or usually a business partner. So in all those companies, I had a business partner, except for one of the 11, and this is Realty is the only one where I was a sole owner. And what I did is I would find partners that weren't growth minded and weren't good with people, but were good with numbers. And so having them on it is important. And the most important thing within that for a consulting business is AR. Like, collections are absolutely essential, because very rarely did I had very little credit line, if any, in most of the companies. And so it's something that you have to look at the leverage you can control.
Write that into your contracts, please.
Right.
Contracts with your clients, and cash within 2 weeks, preferably 30 days at the most.
Yeah, and one of the things I think that, like, circling back to the earlier point, think about how you would position it from their perspective, and be true to that. So say, like, listen, like, here is our policy, or here's our approach, and say it matter-of-factly.
And the why.
And the why, exactly. Don't be afraid to share, and like, people will understand. You get a couple hard cases out there, they drive me nuts. They're usually narcissists, back to those guys, because it's all about them and their world.
Or huge corporations.
Or huge corporations, right? And so sometimes you won't win that. But if you are articulate and not angling, like, people can sense when you're angling, and when you're not really sure of yourself. So
understand why you're asking for something, and be very clear on it.
Yeah, and my attitude has always been, like, contracts are important if it gets heated, but what you are really trusting, what you're really building, is the relationship.
Yes.
And so you got to base that on being direct and being thoughtful. And like, it's okay if they counter, like they may come back and be like, listen, I'm in really hard times right now. Is it okay if we do this? That's fine, as long as you are being direct and not sort of caving out of the gates. Does that make sense? So
Yeah, I know so many people, especially freelancers who, but even, I mean, I've known businesses that they never get written contracts.
Yep.
They don't get contracts with their partners. You know, like
That's-
two business partners starting a business, get an operating agreement. Don't just start that business without an operating agreement. And if you have a partner and you don't have an operating agreement, put it together now. You want to put these things together
100%.
before there's a problem,
I mean,
while you're getting along.
yeah, having like, I joked with my CPA, who's also a lawyer, I should get a bulk discount on LLCs. No, there's no joke though. He's like, yeah, you're right, man, I already give you a really good deal. So, when it comes to business partnerships, here's the thing. It is really painful to go through all those exercises because you're like, what if we break up? What if we get divorced? What if we get angry at each other? That is, the business partnerships that are formed like on the back of a napkin are a disaster.
Yeah, been there.
I mean, those are absolutely a disaster.
Have a road rash.
Yeah, and like having good contracts with your clients and your customers, that's also important too. Just remember that 95% of the time, you're not going to rely on that, but you have that in your pocket if you need it. And then what you have to do is manage them in the correct way by thinking a couple steps ahead.
And the way I put it with clients a lot of times on getting those contracts is, look, I know, Derek, that you and I have this understanding of how we're going to operate together, but you might get promoted or you might go start your 12th
That's
business.
a good way to do it, yeah.
And so whoever replaces you, if we have this agreement just hammered out, then it's not going to be so hard. Or if someone replaces me, you've got that agreement hammered out so that it's not questioned.
Yeah.
So that's been a big thing for us, but we've gotten, I mean, we've actually done deals where Phil and I did competing product launches for direct competitors where one of them was a $20 billion company, so I'm going with legal there, and then a 60-person company over here, and we're working with the CEO, and we got them to agree to let us do competing launches as a couple.
That's crazy.
I know, it's amazing.
Did you guys have to have like locked rooms where you couldn't access
We
it?
did, well, we were not married yet, and so we weren't allowed to look at each other's offices. We couldn't talk shop.
That's amazing.
Which really sucked because we were so used to talking shop. So we worked together for a long time. But if you build relationships with your clients and you're transparent, you can get them to say yes to that.
Yeah.
Both of them knew who we were doing work for. I mean, we couldn't tell them what exactly, but they knew that we were working directly for their competitor. And they're like, okay, we trust you.
That's amazing.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm so impressed. The hardest contract I ever, Berkshire Hathaway, I bought a 3D printing company and I had to deal with their representatives, and like Warren Buffett is a savage.
Oh man.
Like, we had to get insurance that was like 10 times the size of our current agreement just to get this client. But I think you bring up a good point that I would encourage you guys all to think about. One of the biggest mistakes is we walk around with all these assumptions, like we have to. Like if we turn on a light, like the light's gonna go on, right? That's an assumption. It's not always true. But in business, we walk around and make we shut off possibilities, right?
Yes.
Because of our assumptions. So it is important, and I don't really have a good method to do this, but when you can challenge assumptions that sort of box or reduce your options and your choices, that is a really important thing to challenge because that's usually the way around. And I am continually stunned with the amount of people who never try it because everyone else doesn't try it.
Yeah, and I've had such good luck with it. I mean, I've gotten my clients' lawyers to almost give me free legal advice. You know, if I'm just transparent with them, I don't like paying for lawyers. And so one of the things that I'm doing, I'm leveraging the fact that if a $20 billion firm is negotiating a contract with you and you're a $100,000 firm,
Yeah.
there's an assumption in the courts of preference, like the court is going to lean toward you. It's going to give more leniency to your position as the little guy. And the lawyer for the $20 billion firm knows this.
Nice.
And you just state it. You know, I know you guys are in a position of power here, so I'm really trusting you to be fair with me.
That's great.
And you put that in writing, just a little note to them, like literally, even sometimes I'll put it in the email when I send over the contract that I'm going to negotiate with them.
Yeah.
I know you guys, like, you're way smarter than me on the law, and so I'm trusting you to be fair with me. And so then when I have questions about the legal terms, I've done a lot of negotiation and I have been trained by lots of lawyers and I've paid lots of fees to over the years. But what will happen is that lawyer will coach you and help you understand the legal terms. And I've gotten much better legal terms. But the other thing is that my clients and lawyers wrote our contracts, because I would negotiate with them and I'd push back on things. And I'd have a lawyer back on my side talking to me and coaching me. But if I don't pit them together, my legal fees go way down. And I understand and I'm building a relationship with the client. And so I never thought we would go here, but
No, it's
a
fascinating.
really
I think it's a
interesting
good point, though,
strategy.
right? Yeah.
Yeah. So then I just ask dumb questions. Don't be afraid to ask a dumb question. So what does, I can't think of some of the terms that you have where, the term about where you have to defend them if you did something that they get sued for. What is that?
Not indemnification.
Indemnification,
Yeah,
thank
I like
you.
that. My brother's a lawyer, which is why it's very helpful. He won't do my LLCs though, also.
But like, if you're not sure, like, indemnification clauses get really technical. And if you're not sure what the language means, ask the client's lawyer to explain it to you. And it's amazing. They will. And then when you're like, oh, well, is that really fair? They'll like pull back on some of it. And so then I started to gradually, with coaching from my lawyer in the background, saying, no, you don't want to give in on that one. That one's too important. Then I gradually got to contracts where I don't get any pushback from their lawyers anymore.
Yeah, and I mean, that speaks to me to two things. Like, one, know your strengths. So if you're good with people, right? I wouldn't say everyone should try that, right? I wouldn't, but also, like, people like to do favors. Yeah, but don't be confrontational. And the lawyers actually have an implicit, I think it's operating in good faith. So long as you can establish that. That's true if you're a tenant and against a landlord in this city.
Yeah.
You absolutely, the courts have a bias to protect the little guy, and that is essential to do it. And by the way, I argue with my brother who uses more acronyms, digital marketers or lawyers, and at least our stuff stands for something. Lawyers make up words about other freaking words, and it is the worst, and it's designed to make you go cross-eyed.
Well,
and not,
it's the legalese.
It's legalese, so. But that's actually a really good point, though, because that's challenging assumptions, that's working with your strengths, and that's also asking people to help from like a real place, and that all those things combined, one of the things I'm a big believer in is you have to know the principles, because anything that's like 7 steps to flat abs is just wrong. It's just wrong. So the 5 keys to business, the 7 steps to flat ab, give me a break. Like things, but if you know principles like calorie deficit or fill in the blank, principles allow you to operate in dynamic spaces, and those are more important than like a checklist guaranteeing success. That drives me crazy. And then principles like, giving first, principles like asking for small favors, realizing that like all those things
Don't be afraid to look stupid.
Yeah, don't be afraid to look stupid, to ask, right? Like be vulnerable. Like, all those things are way more helpful to entrepreneurs than like the 7 steps that some guy who's worth $1 billion who probably didn't use his real 7 steps. Like he's just writing a cool article or wants to sell a book.
So let's turn it over to you guys. What's your questions? Go ahead.
My first question is, okay, so you start this business, you bring 4 other folks over, plus you, so you're 5, and you're not paying them, like, how did you do that?
So, yeah, that is a good question. And I would say it's this, like they had all worked with me before. And so they had seen the rise, and they were all believers. And my mission, that is not some like platitude when I say I'm about, like, I believe in my team. One of the things people think I should do is like coach entrepreneurs like me how to handle millennials, right? Everyone's like, millennials don't work hard, blah, blah. It's the worst. They're more skeptical about certain ways. So, and they were all millennials that came over, right? So it is really about, it comes back to this thing about being authentic, painting the picture, but they also saw progress, right? They saw us starting to win things, and they understood the play that we were making. And so I think that is the only way that the potential was there, the belief in me was there, and my belief in them was also there. And we were on a bigger mission, and it wasn't like change the world digital marketing. That's too grandiose. People, when they try to set visions, that's, to me, it's ineffective, and it's not real whatsoever. But you can really say, like, hey, listen, we're gonna build ourselves here. We're going to do this. Here's the play, and I'll make sure you guys are rewarded on the other side.
So you were transparent with them.
Yes.
I think transparency is like the theme of this talk.
Yeah, no, and the time you spend angling is so wasteful, and it doesn't work, because especially millennials can smell it from a mile away. Like, don't try to pull the wool over. These guys are smart, and these people are incredibly smart and sophisticated, and they have seen one institution after the other fail. Like the big governments, the big companies, all these different scandals and this. I would be skeptical too, right? And they've seen the horror story. Someone worked for a corporation for 40 years and then gets fired. Like those things are all real observations. And if I was them, I'd be like, okay, I got to watch myself here. So that's how.
Transparency makes such a difference. I did it. The second fintech business that I co-founded, I did $1 million in revenue without a company, without a team, and without a product, and the client knew it. And they did $1 million deal with me.
That's amazing.
It was nice to scale to $1 million.
Yeah, I'm jealous.
That was pretty fun. That's still my favorite sale.
Yeah.
But we were transparent. We let them know we had a vision, they had a need, and they became a strategic partner with us to build the product.
Yeah.
So transparency is just like,
yeah. And I think that transparency was one, but I want to make sure I answer this question all the way, because it was a stressful time. So I also made sure that they were part of the building of the thing, right? So they're the number one way that U.S. citizens that are in the workforce find meaning in their job is perception of progress. So not progress, perception of progress. So they have to feel like they are not just treading water. And then the other things are autonomy, mastery, and there's one other one. But the two I focused on was autonomy. Like, we're building this together. You guys can like bring your ideas, and like they brought an idea, we got to execute it. So like that is really rewarding when you're facing these little tiny box jobs where everything is constrained and like you have to do all these things and you have an overlord and all these terrible things. So, but perception of progress is the most important, and that is true with our clients as well. They have to understand because results come way after progress. So we can't wait for the results. We have to show progress, and often progress is invisible. It's hard to measure. So we have to be very deliberate about encouraging the recognition of that. So we have a thing we always talk about what's going well and wins for the week, and then every other morning we do what's going well, because it's like an exercise from the Culture Code book, where you basically everyone shares something that's going well in their life, personal, professional, it doesn't matter. that activates the brain to lean in and shifts your entire nervous system over to like, I can do this. And then wins every week is that reinforcement of progress. So the wins can be effort-based, the wins can be success-based, or the wins can be progress-based. And so building that into the very DNA of the culture is essential. We've done it with clients, and the clients start doing it. So like, it's about taking your team seriously, right? Like with their best interest in mind.
Let's take one more question and then we'll head to the party.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
My question's about the sell it before you build it concept.
Yeah.
Was that a conscious decision or an unconscious decision just based on circumstances, and what were the pitfalls?
Oh, I mean, this one's a great one.
We can both
So,
answer
yeah, we can
that.
both
Yeah,
answer that. She said it, but I have done it. I have done it.
I'm about to do it, so.
Yes.
I
so-
just did it last year.
Yeah, to me, like sell it before you can do it is the way entrepreneurs are forced to grow, right? There's two ways to grow.
Market validation.
Yeah, one is self-directed, so I'm going to grow by working out. The other is like you make a public announcement that I'm going to take a photo of myself with my shirt off and share it with all of you. Like external pressure is the best thing to fuel focus and creativity and effort. So it sucks, but putting yourself out there with a commitment is tough. Now, there are definitely pitfalls with that, but here's what I would say. Again, as long as you don't get taken off the board, this fails. So the best advice, Richard Branson, who has started over 330 companies, he said, you can fail as much as you want so long as you don't get taken out by that failure. So have a like, know that you're not, everything is not going into this. Like there's a big myth about burn the ships. Entrepreneurs actually are 33% more likely to fail if they have another income producing job when they start their entrepreneurial venture.
Interesting.
Yes, and so that whole burn the ships thing is not a fact. However, that's how I've always done it. So let's be clear. Like I've never been like, I'm going to have a terrible day job and then do this on the side. But it does give you options to make good decisions. So I would say go for it, right? And but try not to bet the farm on it. And again, that's advice I have not followed until recently. So you can do it without it. And like, just, it's a wild ride though, get ready to grow. So yeah, you wanna answer that one?
Sure. So we just did this during COVID. We were running a marketing consultancy and our retainers were crumbling because our clients' businesses were crumbling. And so we landed on an opportunity to start a course, and we did not know what we were doing in terms of launching a course, but we had some validation. Somebody paid us to create a private course for their team, and then a company didn't pay us. They wanted us to do some training for free, and so Phil and I was like, okay, let's go figure out how to build an online course for this. And so we did a webinar. 85 people showed up at the webinar that this company had promoted it. And we pre-sold in that webinar course memberships. And we gave ourselves a month to be ready to launch the course. Now I guess overall we did 3 months to build it, but we just let them know. It's like, we're building it. We're going to do a live launch. This is how it's going to happen. You prepay. And we got 30 clients to prepay and built the course and just let them know very transparently. And that has turned into a 6-figure business just organically, Phil and me doing it in 15 months. So it can happen, but boy, it's been a run. It's been a sprint.
Is that helpful?
Yeah.
Are you braced?
Hey.
That's all right.
I'm a 4-time sucker like you.
Yeah.
This is my 5th.
Yeah.
I will tell you that market validation like that can really make a difference, because had we decided to build that course and then sell it, we'd still be building it.
Yeah, perfectionism.
Yeah.
And the other thing might be useful is fire bullets before cannonballs.
Yes.
And so if there's any like low cost way to test the market a little bit before you triple down and bet everything, that's what I would recommend too. There's a great book, there's a book called Little Bets, and then Jim Collins guy who wrote Good to Great, which is hilarious because most of those great companies are off the map now. But I do like some of his philosophy. I mean, it's hard to say.
Cisco and Intel are still.
Yeah, there's some juggernauts still, but he had a great metaphor: fire bullets before cannonballs. So like when you hit something, if it's a dark room and you're just shooting, when you hear a yelp, that's when you turn back and you fire the cannonballs. That's how he doesn't say that. That was my interpretation. Because I feel like as entrepreneurs, we're like, oh my God, I hope something works, and then we got a hit. So then double down, right? And don't assume that you know exactly where in the room they are. Like make sure you are firing randomly. No, I'm kidding. So.
All right, so it's time to go have a party. So the party starts at 4:30. It's over at the stadium. Check the website because I got to go figure it out. Phil will drive me there, so you can follow us if you want. I think he actually might have put some QR codes in the back, or it's on the Founded in FoCo website, but it's at the stadium. The New Belgium. What? The New Belgium area. The New Belgium area, the porch. Thank you. See? I just need to be transparent about the fact that I have the slightest idea what I'm talking about.
No, neither. Yeah, she handles the finances. There you go. When you asked me that question, I was like, I can't make up stuff because she's right there.
Next time we're interviewing you.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll see you guys over there, and then if you have time, come back tomorrow because it's going to be some more amazing content. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Great. You inspired me, by the way. I'm like all about it. Yes.
That's fun.
Yes.
It's great to get to know more about it.
Yeah. And I want to know more about that online course we're going to talk about.
Okay, we'll talk about it.
I've been thinking about it.
I'm going to do a webinar. I'm doing a live class on how to use LinkedIn on Wednesday.
All right, I'll be there.
2 o'clock, I think. 1.
1
I think it's at
o'clock.
1.
Okay.
Check the schedule.
Yes, I know. I'll have her check the schedule, right?
Well, I wanted to ask both of you a question. So you mentioned the fintech startup that you built. What was that? I don't even like.
Fintech is cool.
Well, I'm in fintech.
Oh, you are?
And so I'm just kind of intrigued in kind of what.
That was,
business,
I'm trying to decide.
My next question is about your like deep dive that
Yeah,
you talked
sure.
about how you might be able to kind of just invest because I'm looking